is the fundamental idea behind every project, including business intelligence, data science, and machine learning? Data. Data is required to comprehend previous events, forecast potential future outcomes, identify patterns and anomalies, and get the understanding required to make quicker and better decisions. However, you must first gather, store, transform, integrate, and prepare your data before you can accomplish any of those things. Right, that can be rather time consuming and a large task. That's where the Azure Data Factory comes in. To put it in simply, you can load the data using Azure Data Factory and transform it based on your business needs. Watch this video till the very end and you will be able to understand all the concepts required to clear a cloud data engineer interview and learn a lot of things right from the scratch. Let's start with discussing the agenda for the session. Introduction to Storage Account, Access Control IAM, Storage Explorer Preview and Access Policy, Data Application, Introduction to Data Factory, Factory Resources, Creation of SQL Database Server, SQL Database, Data Pipeline and Data Flow, Synopsys Analytics, Introduction to GIT Hub and Workflow, finally a complete hands-on. So without any further ado, let's get on to the session.
So whenever we think about storage account, we should think about what does that fulfill our requirement. Right? It helps us in storing files, images, video files, and when I say files or images or video, it is nothing but blob. So you can term a CSV file, JSON file, Excel file, Parquet file, anything as blob. The reason why you would store it in storage account, because storage account is just meant for storage. You can store unlimited amount of data without having to worry about the scale, right? Whether your storage capacity would get exhausted, you don't have to worry about that. You can go till unlimited amount of data in within your storage account, and then when your customer provides you a file, right? Now they don't have to specify or put it in their location, right? Instead, you can give the path to your storage account, and they will provide you the storage account. They will provide you the files within your storage account, and then you can extract that and start your ETL operation from that place. Okay, but what are the key concepts behind the data lake? Yeah, obviously it is meant for data storage, and you can put a lot of data governance principles like security and data governance principles, like whether the data is secure at rest or not. Now, if my data is in motion, whether it is still secured or not, and then what are the partitions within the files that you can try to apply. At the same time, let's say that data has come into the storage account, and then you can put some data quality checks and then process it and put the data back into the storage account. So basically, we can perform all those data quality checks in an external system and then bring the data back to the lake account. And if your data has metadata, then it is easy for data discovery as well. Okay, at the same time, if somebody or user or service principal is trying to access data from your data lake, we can also enable some data audits. What do I mean by that is if there is any unauthorized access using your log information, you would be able to identify that. Plus, what are the number of users that they're accessing your lake account, you would be able to identify that as well. And data lineage, what is meant by data lineage is like you can backtrack the data till the source, right? Let's say our data is present in storage account, but it has come through multiple levels. Like I extracted the data from storage account, I have applied some data quality checks, again put the data in storage account. Then I again took the data from the processed data, like the data quality tested data I took, and again did some transformation, and I have kept the processed data in the same lake account. So when I'm performing the data lineage, right, I would understand that, okay, how did I come through? So process data back to data quality data, then again the raw data. So I'll be able to maintain data lineage, plus I would be able to do data exploration. So because storage account by itself is not intelligent, right? When we store data in a SQL table, we know that we can write select query or all those sort of complicated queries in order to extract data. So SQL serves as storage plus compute, right? But storage account is just storage. There is no compute layer in within storage account. So for anything related to data exploration or data discovery, right? Or when I perform data quality checks, I cannot rely on storage account. Instead, I can rely on external systems like SQL or let's say Databricks or Synapse Analytics, where I perform the computation and store the data back into data lake. So the same theoretical concepts is mentioned below as well. But the main thing, let's go to this one, the storage account. I would explain you the creation process, and this storage account will serve you understand storage account plus the ADLS Gen 2 account. Okay, these two things we will learn in the same resource. So storage account is a service offered to you by Azure. When I'm creating a resource, I call that as resource. Okay, when I created an object out of the service storage account, that is called as resource. So let's click on create, and there are a lot of properties to discuss, right? When I'm trying to create a resource for storage account, right? See, the first thing it is asking me is to choose a subscription and then resource group. Is it getting tied to this hierarchy? Yes. And if you would ask me how AAD, because you have signed in into this portal using this AAD, so automatically that context is understood. AAD context is understood here. Okay. Okay. I will erase the diagram. Just a second. Yeah. So once you select your subscription and resource group, and again, when you are actually creating the storage account, you would not have any resource group because this is the first resource that we are creating. So for you, there would be nothing under the drop down. So you have to go on and click on create new, and then just provide the name. Okay, you can see here, just provide the name, and you can click on OK. And then okay, do that. Just a minute, yes. Okay, now I can go. So you can see and you can click on OK. So this is how you can create a new resource group. But if you have one, you can use so. And once that is done, you can start providing the storage account name. And this should be unique across the world. If I have created a storage account with a particular name, you cannot create that again. So you can see here, I have a storage account with this particular name, I think. Let me go here, storage account. So you can see that I already have a storage account with this name, demo bits. So if I go here, this should not succeed. It will not allow me to create anyhow. So this is a common, this should be unique across the world. And then the next thing is the region information. Right? This is again important. Azure has a lot of data centers, right? So to be precise, it has 54 data centers across the world. One such data center which is highlighted by default is this location, East US. So you can see in particular East US, you may have two data centers. So in this case, whenever there is two centers there, you can see one with East US, another with East US 2. And similarly, if I go to West US, you can see there are three data centers in West US. So that's why it is West US 2, West US 3. So never get confused by thinking that region is location. Region is actually data center for you. And when you try to think that it's a data center, this will be clear to you. So yes, you would understand that the data center would be in West US location, but just understand that there are a total of 3 data centers in West US location. This is named by the West US 2, and West US 3. Okay, so it's okay. Let it be East US for the time being. And then I would ask you a question. You can put me in chat. What is the significance of region? So from architecture standpoint, why would you choose a region to be part of a particular location, East US? Anyone? Okay, I would answer that. Or my question may not be that clear, I guess. Okay, what I'm asking is, what is the significance of region? Faster access, I got reply as faster access, but for whom? So let's say my customers are mostly from East US location, then it makes sense for me to choose East US location, so that the IO time is reduced. When let's say a customer or a subscriber who is part of US location or East US location, when they try to make a request from the storage account, it will be faster, right? If I'm sitting in India and requesting something from East US storage account, obviously there would be some lag in terms of IO. So there are two things, right? IO and CPU. CPU is the amount of processing that is being done in the data center itself. IO is getting the requesting for something and getting the output back. So region is actually important in terms of IO. If you choose an incorrect storage account location and your customers are sitting elsewhere, then obviously there would be little lag in terms of IO. Just think about it. Try to position with respect to your subscribers or your users. So that is the main advantage of specifying the region at a particular location. Now in on-premise world, there was never an option, right? So if you're trying to support a customer from US and you're sitting in India, it would be very difficult, right? Or you may have to travel to US in order to set up things, etc. But here you can sit anywhere. You can execute your project from anywhere and you can set up the region. Okay. The next thing is the performance. So there are two performance tiers, right? One is standard and second is premium. So I would tell you what is standard. So end of the day, this is nothing but a storage account, right? Or the data might be getting saved in some hard disk within the data center. But if I go for standard, the data is getting saved in HDD, or you might have heard about magnetic state drives, right? You guys remember about magnetic state drives? So the data pace will be little slow in standard because it is using the principles of HDD. Okay, HDD is a older concept, but if you go for premium, the latency would be low, which is good. At the same time, you will be having better SLA, better performance, because it is using SSD, which is solid state drives, right? So whenever you try to purchase a new laptop, are you still going with HDD? No, right? You must be going with SSD, solid state drive, which means that you are asking for better performance in terms of the CPU IO, right? So just think from that perspective. And nowadays, if you're and obviously because premium is giving you better performance compared to standard, so costing for standard is lesser than costing for premium. So this brings me to one more use case where so you might have a question that for what environment will we choose standard, for what environment we will choose premium. My simple answer would be, for higher environment you can choose premium, but for lower environment you can still go with standard. Like for development test environment, you can still go with standard, so to reduce the burden of cost. Okay, a premium will be charged more because you get good performance, that is low latency performance and a lot of reliability, right? I'll go back to standard. Now you see there is an option for redundancy, right? This talks more about disaster recovery and high availability. So to explain this, I have to explain you the layout of a data center. Okay, then you would be in a position to understand all of these options. So let me draw a diagram again. Okay, so let's think that this entire campus, right? A campus as a data center, right? So whatever data center we have chosen, right? Like East US is a data center for me. So let's consider that a big campus is like a data center to me. And within a campus, there will be a lot of buildings, right? So consider buildings to be a lot of zones. Okay, so I'm talking about data center as a high level. Okay, at the same time, you will have a lot of buildings in your campus, right? So let's consider these buildings as zones here: Z1, Z2, Z3, Z4, Z5, and there can be many more, or minimum there should be 3 zones in total. Okay, it can go greater than equal to 3 number of zones. And then every building will have certain number of floors, right? You guys agree to this? Every building will have certain number of floors. So just consider every floor as multiple slots. So you can think, right? In your particular laptop, there will be a particular slot where the SSD is fixed, and you suddenly get 1 TB of hard disk, right? So that is what a slot is, isn't it? So every building will have certain number of floors. So what I would call, one zone will have lot of slots. So every slot will be connected to your disk. That may be SSD or HDD based on what you choose, and that has the possibility to store data. So my analogy is clear to everyone. Is my analogy clear? So there is a question on hot access here. I would discuss about that in the upcoming things. There is a section for that I would talk. But for now, just let us restrict the discussion to redundancy. Okay. So again, repeating, one data center is nothing but the location that you choose. And within a data center, you have a lot of zones. And every zone will have a lot of slots where that would be connected to your disk and data gets stored eventually. Okay, and I gave an analogy of a big campus having multiple buildings, and every building has certain number of floors. That is just an analogy. Now coming to this redundancy model, right? What is LRS? So let me close this. So what is LRS? So if I choose LRS, it is all talking about disaster recovery and high availability scenario. Okay. So whenever we choose local redundant storage, and let's say I'm uploading a particular file called as purchase order to this particular storage account. So what will happen? It will randomly choose one of the zone where it has to store the file, right? And let's assume that it is trying to store in the first slot of Z1. Okay, then it means that two more copies are made. The same file is copied twice and is kept in two different slots of the same zone. Okay, if it has randomly chosen Z1, all the three copies will be in zone 1 itself, but in three different slots. It means that if one of the slot or two slots got corrupted, right, you still have third slot to rely upon. So that is the disaster recovery model, right? But it is restricted to one particular zone. Is it clear what is LRS? So whenever you try to upload file, right, minimum three copies are definitely made, unless there is a particular option which copies 9 times. But just think that for most of the options, it will be three copies. I'll go from a hierarchical point of view. LRS is the first one. Second is ZRS. Okay, I don't know why this ordering is like this. Maybe it has done a alphabetical ordering. So if I go with ZRS, it means, let's say I'm uploading a file called as purchase order. Then let's say that the first copy is made to one of the slot in Z1. Two other copies has to be made, right? Two other copies might be in Z4 and Z5 respectively. Got it, right? So that is zone redundant storage. It means that if zone 1 is entirely corrupted, then you still have zone 4 or zone 5 to rely upon. And it is not up to us to choose which zone we are doing. Okay? These are all the internals of storage account. But understanding this is very important. If one of the zone gets corrupted, you are 100% sure that, yeah, two more zones are present, so my data will be still present. This is zone redundant storage. Now I would talk about GRS, which is geo redundant storage. So geo is like it will not restrict to only this particular data center, right? So let's say that we have chosen East US as the data center, right? The region. Then if you choose GRS and I'm trying to copy a file, obviously the first copy will be made to one of the zone within one of the slot. Two other copies will be made to two different data centers. Okay, let's assume that if my primary data center is East US, it is highly possible that the other two data centers might be present in West US, one in East US itself, another in West US. Okay, and the copy will be in that particular location. Understood, right? So that now we are talking about true disaster recovery solution. See, in a particular campus, if a disaster strikes, then most likely the entire data center would be down, right? So that's the reason why from GRS it is called as true disaster recovery solution. Now, if the entire data center is down, you can still be rest assured that my data is still present in another data center, and I would be able to recover those. So is it clear between these three things, LRS, ZRS, and GRS? Yes, so GRS is more expensive than ZRS. Yes. So let's say you're trying to copy a file into the storage account. So what happens is it will try to choose one of the zone. Let's say it has chosen Z1. Then all the three copies, right, are made into the Z1 in three different racks or three different slots. So that is basically LRS for you. And how is it relating to disaster recovery? It says that if one of your slot or two slots gets corrupted, right, you still have third slot to rely on, so that your data is still retrievable and it can be made primary, right? So people can still go ahead and read the data from your storage account. So that is LRS for you. There is one more option which is called as GZRS, Geo Zone Redundant Storage. So it is a combination of geo and zone. Can you guess how many copies will be made here? Any scenario? I got 9, 6 as the answer. 9 cross product is the right answer. 3 is an incorrect answer. Yes, 9. 9 it is. So how 9 it is? Like it follows all the principle of zone plus geo I mentioned, right? So if it is zone, it means that in three different zones, the copies are already made. Then if it is geo, just replicate it by two more times, right? So which means total of 9 copies. So if 3 copies are situated in one data center, in the second data center, again, there will be 3 copies. And the third data center, again, it is 3 more copies. So that number of copies would be 9 in GeoZone redundant storage. But did you get a question in mind? What is my secondary location if I choose GRS? Anybody who got this question in mind? So first rule is it will be in the same country. Okay, obvious case, because let's say you're dealing with some privacy related data, right, where you don't want to expose it to a different country. So that rule is followed, right? If you have created primary data center in US, most likely your secondary data center will also be in US. That is one option. Second is, they say that when you try to create in a particular data center, most likely the secondary will be diagonally situated to the primary. So if I'm choosing East US, most likely West US will be my secondary. Got it? Is it clear what I mentioned? And yes, nearby data center. That is also the third rule. Yeah, that is correct. So Prakash says, what if Zone gets corrupted in LRS situation? Yes, it's gone, but it's very much unlikely that this scenario happens. But it is one of the DRS, one of the disaster recovery model. Right? So if you anticipate a very critical workload, I would request you to go with GRS at least. But that's why I mentioned it. It's like when I explained about performance tier, standard versus premium. So for lower environment, you can select standard. Similarly, for redundancy also, for lower environment, you can select LRS. But the production environment, you can at least think about GRS, not before, not below GRS. At least think from GRS, at least for production workload. And if your UAT environment is also highly used by your customer, then you can again think about GRS in UAT environment as well. Makes sense, right? To everyone? Okay, and you can see the message, right? The storage account name demo bits is already taken because I have already created with this particular name. And again, you cannot create with capitals as well. You should be always, so you can understand the rules when you start creating it, right? If you go wrong, it will prompt you for the proper message. You can have numbers and lowercase letters. So I would talk about that. That's a combination basically. If you go with general purpose V2, it's a combination of performance tier, redundancy, plus there is something called as hot versus archival, hot versus cool tier. So we would talk about that. I think in the newer version of storage account, that option is no more present, but I would explain you in the upcoming things. Right? There are a lot of options to cover still. Okay, let's go to the next. Okay, there is one more option. Make read access to the data available in the event of region unavailability. So choose yes for this. Okay, otherwise, if it goes incorrect, right, you have to raise a support ticket or wait for some time before the primary goes up and running. So you can always choose this particular option. Make read access to data available in the event of region unavailability because we have chosen GRS, right? So, okay, now advanced option, right? So remember, as part of this particular slide, we discussed about the security model. So we discussed about the security model. So the first option requires secure transfer for REST API. It means that when you're trying to access the data from the storage account, it means you're doing a data transfer over the wire to read data. So how to make it secure? By clicking on this option, you make it secure. Clicking on this option, plus selecting the minimum TLS version, transport layer security. Earlier we were using SSL, right? Right? And now we are using TLS. So these two in combination will keep your data secure during motion. And the second option is enable infrastructure encryption. This is data at rest, how encrypted it is. So obviously, you should select yes for this as well. Okay, you can see the information here. Azure encrypts storage account data at rest. Okay, infrastructure encryption adds second layer of encryption to your storage account data. So it says that by default, Microsoft is anyways encrypting the data. But if you enable this option, it is again creating one more layer of encryption for you. Okay. And it is giving a message saying this option cannot be changed after the storage account is created. It means you cannot roll back. But if you have not created, later you want to incorporate infrastructure encryption, you can do so. And then there is an option called as enable blob public access. So right now you may not understand this. Let's say that I'm uploading a file, right? So I uploading a file basically to a particular container. I'm calling that file as a blob. So if I'm enabling this public blob access, it means that I would be able to make that file public later on. Right? This is that option, enable blob public access. We will discuss about this more. Similarly, enable storage account key access. So for when trying to connect to SQL database, you might use SQL authentication username and password, or some programming languages might use a connection string by providing the server name, database name, username, password, right? But in storage account, there is one way which is called as access key. Using access key, we will be able to access our storage account. So yes, I want to enable storage account key access, right? And I mentioned about minimum TLS version, right? Transport layer security. So if you are going with 1.2, make sure that the other systems, right, associated systems trying to connect or talk to the storage account should also follow 1.2. So if your associated systems are in version 1.0, you can select this manner. If it has gone to 1.2, you have to select 1.2. So mostly this version 1.2 will come in your hardware layer, right? Like infrastructure service. If you're having a virtual machine and you're trying to connect to the storage account, then yes, definitely you need to think about the versioning. But because storage account is a PaaS service, right? So all the PaaS services that we are going to create can be of 1.2 version. So we don't have to worry from this perspective. Okay, so what is enable in infrastructure encryption? See, Microsoft is anyways encrypting your data at rest, even if I don't select the option enable infrastructure encryption. Now, if I'm selecting enable infrastructure encryption, it is putting second layer of encryption on data at rest. That is the meaning of enable infrastructure encryption. There is a website, right? There is a website that you have posted, and and there is a particular common place for everyone, right? So even before sign in, you might want to people you might want people to download something important, right? Which talks about your let's say you wanted to invite someone for a particular party to the entire public, right? So then you can actually make that make that file public to everyone, and they can simply download that from that location. That download is possible when you enable public access, right? But if you don't have, if you're talking in terms of project and there is no requirement of making it public, you can always disable this option. So but enabling this option doesn't mean that everything is public. You still have to you have to mention that yes, this file is public, only then it would happen. So this option is to enable public access later on. If I disable it here itself, then I can never change it back and make it public. So, but enabling this is just giving an option to later make that file public. But when you still have the permissions to keep it private, right? So that is always there. By default, it will be private only. What is PHI? You mean PII data? Patient health information data. Yeah, you may not. As I mentioned about the use case, right? This option is just to enable public access later on. Enabling this now doesn't mean that this entire storage account is public. You can still regulate the private access and you may not provide public access. But once you disable this option, you will be in no position to provide public access. So if your use case doesn't talk about providing anything in public, yes, you can disable this option. Now let me come to the important option here. So I mentioned that this storage account is meant for the regular storage account plus for ADLS Gen 2 account. Now I would tell you this account will be a normal storage account unless I enable this option. Okay, if I enable this option, it is a Gen 2 account. So there is a difference between the regular storage account and ADLS Gen 2 account. Now let me talk about that as well. So let's say this is our general storage account and this is ADLS Gen 2. Okay, now what is the difference? Whenever I try uploading files, right? So those files will come under a particular root folder and all the files will be located here. There is no concept called as intermediate folder in a regular storage account. But if you go with ADLS Gen 2, right, it's like a file system in your laptop where you can create subfolders, then you can place a file, right? And then again, you can have another subfolder, you can have another file, and so on. So ADLS Gen 2 is working in terms of your file system like you would use in your laptop, and hence the word hierarchical namespace. But in a regular storage account, everything comes under a particular folder. This folder can be called as container. Under a container, you will have all the files. Got it? Just for your demarcation, you may choose to provide a/abc.txt. And this is just for your inference that, yeah, A might be, you might think that A is a folder, but actually the entire file name would be a/abc.txt. This is just a representation in storage account. But the main understanding is under a container, you will have all the files. I will demonstrate that as well to you in a short while. So again, repeating, So Gen 1 is not a concept here. Okay, we just think about storage account and Gen 2 account. Gen 1 is a different concept altogether. So we did not specify about Gen 1 account anything like because that is more towards USQL or ADLS. How many of you understand ADLA, Azure Data Lake Analytics? That is now a legacy product of Microsoft. ADLA, Azure Data Lake Analytics, which was using USQL. When people were using ADLA for analytics, right, or for big data operation, at that time the corresponding storage account was Gen 1. So after the advent of Azure Databricks, it lost its demand, right, on ADLA. Now customers are actually adopting Azure Databricks and Azure Synapse Analytics in comparison to ADLA. Okay, so we will not discuss about ADLA or we will not discuss about ADLS Gen 1. We will only discuss about the storage account and the ADLS Gen 2. So again, both these accounts can be created under the single bracket called a storage account. Okay, now do one thing, clear all diagram. So this is about this particular account. I'll uncheck this and then explain your all other properties, right? So under networking, you will see the connectivity method. So let's make it public endpoint because it's a PaaS service, platform as a service. You would like to keep it on the public endpoint. But let's say that your customer says that we will not expose it over internet, but instead we will try to keep it in a VNet, virtual network. Then you have the second option here. It is still public to the VNet, but not public to the world, right? So public endpoint is public. If you want to provide access to someone, you would be able to do so. But in public endpoint, you have to bring that person into VNet via a virtual machine, and then they would be able to access this particular storage account.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Okay. And then because we selected public endpoint, selected network, it is asking me to choose a particular VNet here. But we will choose public endpoint only because it's a PaaS service. Now, what is the third option, private endpoint? It is entirely different. So I have to explain you one other architecture to explain private endpoint. Let me annotate again. Now, let's say this is your storage account, right? Let me draw a diagram of VNet first. Okay, and then let's create a storage account here. So if you are creating storage account public, right, and then anyone who tries to access this particular storage account, let's say this is my ADF, okay, and then within VNet there are virtual machine, okay, lot of components like virtual machine. So when ADF is trying to interact with storage account, so it will go over internet and connect to this storage account over internet. And similarly, if I make this storage account part of this VNet, okay, it is still a public resource. Okay, storage account is still a PaaS resource. Then when virtual machine is trying to interact with storage account, it has to still go through the route of internet to connect to storage account. Again, internet route. Now the third option is private endpoint, where this is introduced lately. Okay, like last 1 year it has been introduced. Now it says that why is there any need to go outside of the VNet and go via internet to connect to storage account? If we adopt private endpoint, then you can directly connect to the storage account. Instead of going through the entire route of internet, you can directly connect to storage account. So these are the three things which is present within this networking connectivity. So most of the time you will go with public endpoint. If you have VNet and customer says that, yeah, we cannot expose this, then you can think about this VNet approach. But just think about it. When you define your architecture, why would you create virtual machines, which is an IaaS machine, storage account, which is a PaaS machine, and then you want them to connect to each other, right? There can be one use case where your company has already invested a lot of amount in your infrastructure machines. Now it has realized that it will go on with Azure. At that point of time, it can be a hybrid virtual network where VM is trying to connect to storage account. That can be a fair use case. But there are customers, they say that my data should not go out over internet. At that point of time, the only option is private endpoint. There is no other option. So VNet is a separate topic, right? Just to give you a highlight, VNet is nothing but a set of private IPs. How many of you agree on this? Can I say that VNet is a set of private IPs, right? So when I create this virtual machine, this will get a IP of its own. Let's say the IP would be 10.0.0.5. It might be, right? And then when I'm creating a storage account, that doesn't require any IP. But when I'm trying to create a private endpoint on the storage account, what will happen? This VNet, in order to connect to the storage account, it will choose a particular IP, an available IP, right? So it might assign a available IP called as 10.0.0.8 to this storage account. Now, this virtual machine, you will try to interact with this storage account using this IP. You will not use the name of the storage account anymore. So when you try to interact this storage account with this private IP, then it will directly have a connectivity to storage account. It doesn't require to go over internet. So is the understanding clear? What I just mentioned, everyone? Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. Then okay, this was about this one, but for learning purpose, please select public endpoint. Okay, so why will we go to the old ecosystem, right, where we have a lot of infrastructure machine and then we want to connect to storage account, but wanted to explain about all the possible use cases. Now then the second option is routing preference, right? Microsoft network routing versus internet routing. So I generally go with Microsoft network routing. Why I will tell. Let's say that I'm in India and I'm trying to connect to a storage account in US location. So there are two ways. If I choose internet routing, obviously it'll choose the internet route and then it connects to the US data center for the storage account. But if I choose Microsoft network routing, it will be more efficient because it chooses one of my near data center, which is in India itself. And then that routes into the US storage account, right? That will be even faster, right? Because it uses the Azure backbone, isn't it? So is this also clear? I don't see any reason why I should go for internet routing unless it may be a customer project and customer says that no, over internet it is fine and I want to go through the route of internet. But anyhow, if you see any valuables in going with internet routing, you can go ahead. But Microsoft network routing is the best way because in the Azure backbone, it can use wireless LAN components as well, right? So there is something I am not able to recollect. Express route, yeah. So it will choose express route to transfer the data. Express route is the fastest form of communication, data communication. Over internet, it is still going through the internet, checking DNS, and then gradually it will reach to the US data center. But if you are choosing Microsoft network routing, internally it doesn't require any internet of its own, right? It can choose the express route, and over LAN itself, you can send the data, and you know that LAN is always faster than WAN, right? So yeah, you can think from that perspective. Okay. Can private storage account be accessed by public via NSG? See, if the purpose is different, right? It cannot be accessed by public first of all. But if you're trying to allow a public into the VNet, and then yeah, okay, then going to data protection, right? Because we will be uploading files, deleting files. There are some features within the data protection tab as well, right? So the first option is enable point in time restore for container. At this point of time, just understand that container is like a folder where you would be able to store a lot of files. Now, if I'm enabling point in time restore, the name itself says, right? So if I set maximum restore point to 6 days, I would be able to restore my file 6 days back in time, maximum 6 days back in time. I would not be able to retrieve the seventh day data, but at least I will be able to reach till the sixth day. So if the file is corrupted today, I can go back and roll back some few hours back and I would be able to restore my file again. That is this particular point in time restore. Then enable soft delete for blobs. It means, let's say I have uploaded a particular file and I can, if I choose this option, then I would be able to soft delete. It means it will go to the recycle bin kind of thing and it will stay there for 7 days of time before it gets deleted permanently. But anything that you soft delete, you would be able to recover that file back. It's just like recycle bin call. This is for blob and this is for container. So I mentioned it, under a particular container or a folder, you will be able to place a lot of files or blobs. So yeah, these two options will go hand in hand. And then there is a concept of file share, which I will talk in a while. The concept is same. If I'm deleting a file share, then I would be able to soft delete the file share, right? And for tracking purpose, we can enable versioning for blobs, right? And then we can also enable blob change feed. I would talk about that when I'm showcasing the data. I would talk about that. This is more about soft deleting, permanently deleting, and restoration of data, maintaining versions. Then tags. I think I'm talking about tags for the first time. So this tags concept, right, is applicable to all the resources, all resource groups, all subscription. But what is a tag? So if you remember the costing that we discussed, right? So costing we discussed with respect to subscription, resource group, and resource. Because I'm burning on resource, and then a set of resources will be resource group. A set of resource group will be a subscription. So my costing will be summed up to subscription cost, right? And then end of the billing cycle, I'll be paying money. So this hierarchy is already known to you. But let's say you want to build altogether a parallel hierarchy, or you want to do a separate classification apart from this hierarchy, the inherent hierarchy, then you can make use of tags. This is nothing but a key value pair. So let's say that uh, let's say there are some two teams or two project teams managing this particular account, right? And this storage account and few things are common to both of us. Or basically this subscription that we are using is common to both the project teams. Now, how do you classify the cost with respect to one or the other project team? Now you would be confused, right? If end of the month when you discuss about the costing, you may not know the cost attributed to the team one versus the cost attributed to team two. In such a case, what you can do, let's say this particular storage account is used by a specific team, team one, right? So what I would do, I will say team, and I'll specify the value as one. And similarly, in other storage account or in data factory resource that might be used by team two, I will say team as two. And then later on, when I am doing the billing rate or cost analysis, I can classify my resource or classify my cost with respect to this team name as well. Whatever I put, right, the tags, I can classify with respect to those tag names or values. I will say team as one, right? So I will be able to understand. I'll group it by team, and again, it will be giving me a classification of how much cost is attributed to team one versus team two. Makes sense to everyone? Yes, for billing purpose, Narayan, it is correct. For billing purpose, or for anything, just not for billing purpose. Yes, primary purpose would be billing, but there can be other inferences also, right? Let's say I'm running my pipelines, and I can refer to these tags as well. When I say pipelines, the data factory pipelines, when I'm running, I can understand which team is executing what. We will discuss about that also. Where can we see the tag? In the dashboard costing analysis, I will show you that again. Just let me complete the storage account. I would show you that again. Is the hierarchical namespace only difference between storage account and ADLS Gen 2? Yes, it is only the difference. And I talked about the difference, right? Like in storage account, when you try to post files within a container, so that is just one root folder under which you will have all the files. But in ADLS Gen 2, it is pure hierarchical, where it is just like your file system in your laptop, where you can have folders, subfolders, files, etc. And because it has hierarchical namespace, when we are doing analytics, right, using Databricks or Synopsys Analytics, it would be easier for us to refer to ADLS Gen 2 account, because naturally it is filtering our data, right? But in case of storage account, yes, we have to iterate through entire list of the files before understanding which file we are actually processing or want to process, right? So okay, I would explain you this. Uh, it may not be architect. Okay, if anyone who is a subject matter or expert of your project would be able to set up the configurations, and understanding each and every configuration will be helpful. You may not differentiate the role of architect and developer. Right? So you can say that, yeah, it should be anyone's responsibility to understand each and every property and solve this problem. If you will see any particular product company, right, there is no role called as the architect, or let's say admin, or let's say developer. We are actually called as DevOps engineer, where we should be able to develop things, operationalize, deploy, and continue, right? Monitor the pipelines and keep on continuing the same. But yes, when you go with a service-based industry, right, there would be some architect, there would be some developers, project managers, admin people for deploying, maintaining the servers. I agree to you guys. But the model is changing. If you consider yourself as DevOps engineer, then you are actually playing the role of all. Okay. Yes. To separate resources as dev, test, prod, I'm clearly specifying, right? Whenever there is a particular option where you can differentiate with respect to environment, you can do so, like performance, redundancy. There is one more option which I'm unable to see, which is hot and cool. Let me search for that. Oh, okay. I think I missed out. So under the advanced option, right, I covered till hierarchical namespace. I had to go below. Now you see the access tier is giving us hot and cool. Let me complete this as well. This is also important. I think somebody was posting me a question on access tier. I would answer that now. So to explain this, I have to again draw another diagram. So let's say, yeah, this is hot and this is cool. There is one more called as archive, which I will talk. So this is called as access cost and this is called as storage cost. This is hot, this is cool, and this is archive. Okay, so just understand that hot is this one, cool is this one, and I will be talking on a hot tier and cool tier with respect to access cost versus the storage cost. When I say access cost, it is about reading the file, storing the file. And storage cost, when you're not reading, not writing, you're just simply storing your data in storage account, right? So for the storage, how much, what is the cost? So I will discuss about access cost versus the storage cost in terms of hot and cool. Now let's say I'm classifying that my data is under hot access tier. Then what is going to happen? My access cost will be cheaper, but storage cost will be little costly. When you say that your data is hot, it means that that data is often referred to, right? So let's say we are in the year 2021. So most of our data of 2020 and 2021 is being reported, right? So you might have a lot of Power BI dashboards or any dashboard, right? The data, generally the management would be interested in 2021 data and 2020 data. In such a case, you can classify 2021 data and 2020 data to be part of hot access tier. Because you know that it would be highly accessed, you would want your access cost to be cheaper. That's why there is a down arrow, access cost is cheaper. Whenever your data is often frequently accessed, you would like the access cost to be cheaper. That's why I'm putting a down arrow. But there is a trade-off that the storage cost would be little higher here. Now I will come to cool. Let's consider that 5 years back data, right? Like 2016, 2015 data is hardly getting accessed, right? But whenever it is getting accessed, it is costly. But my intention is not access cost, but my intention is storage cost. So my intention for cool tier should be to reduce the storage cost, right? So the cost here would be reduced, but the access cost would be higher. But it is not a problem to me because whenever so hot tier, let's say that some 1,000 subscribers are referring to this particular file in a day or so, right? Or let's say in a month. But cool, some 2 to 3 people are accessing. So is my worry on access cost or is my worry on storage cost? My worry should be on storage cost, right? To reduce the storage cost. So I hope this is clear. Now the third option is archive, which is not visible here, right? When we create the storage account, we will see that option as well, the archive cost. So archive is the storage cost is even cheaper. So let's say that there are some data of a company of 2005, 2010, right? But nobody accesses it. But if somebody is trying to access, maybe it is once or twice in a year. So in that case, you want your storage cost to be extremely cheaper, but at the same time, access cost would be that much costlier. But you are again not worried about access cost because hardly it is getting access. So just have this understanding. Whenever you think about hot, cool, or archive, think about access cost and storage cost. The name itself, right? Hot means highly accessed data. So highly accessed data, you would want access cost to be cheaper. Just think that way. When something you're trying to do often, you would want the cost of that to be reduced, right? So for that, access cost is cheaper. If you can think from only this perspective, right, rest of the answers will be clear to you. Okay, general purpose V2, right? So now there is no more option like general purpose V2 like earlier. I think the layout of the creation, right, is little changed and the older options are no more applicable. But if you think, if you enable general purpose V2, that will automatically enable Azure files and tables and queues. If you were choosing just storage account, these options were disabled basically. That is it, nothing, no other difference. Is that point clear? Somebody wanted to understand about general purpose V2, that is a legacy option. Now that option is no more there. But when you were able to choose general purpose V2, internally it was enabling both the options, Azure files and table and queue. I would discuss about this in detail. Like we have container, similarly we have files and tables and queues. Which coding language do we have to learn to code in Azure ADF? You may not use any coding language. You can adopt this particular portal, but there might be some use cases, right? You might write some utility files. You may try with Azure CLI, PowerShell, or you can use C# as well. But with this portal experience, it should be fine. Naren, I'll discuss about table queue definitely. Just give some time. I will talk about that. Once the storage account is created, right? I'll definitely talk about tables, queues, and file share also. Okay, but just remember that enabling this option will give you the option to use Azure files and tables and queues. I would discuss about that in a while. I think, yeah, these options. And then once all the options are clear to you, right, you can go ahead and click on review plus create. If the validation succeeds, then you would get this option of create. If validation fails, it would give a small red icon over a particular window where you might need to update something. So just see if I am giving a name which is already present, right? And if I now go to review plus create, you will see this little dot. So that way you can fix the issue. Now, before we try, I'm trying to simulate the creation process, right? But for the learning sake, when you try to create the account, try to create with this option, standard and LRS. See, for learning, you don't have to put GRS and burn a lot of money on the storage account, right? For learning, please choose LRS, standard, and yeah, rest of the things is up to you. And you can keep hierarchical namespace disabled for the moment. Hierarchical namespace, please keep it disabled for learning sake. Okay, once these options are clear, please go ahead and click on create. Once it is created, you will see a different set of options as well, right? So just see here, once the storage account is created, you will get this particular view. Okay. Now, the second thing that I wanted to explain, you can see here, let me scroll down. Yeah, whatever options you had selected, you are able to see it here. Whatever options, minimum TLS version as version 1.2, storage account key access enabled. So all the options when we were creating, right, those all options are visible over here. Okay. Then I will go with the activity log. So any changes to the properties of the storage account, I would be able to see it here. So if any accidental changes are performed to the configuration of this particular storage account, right, you can go to this storage account and understand by checking the logs who did what. And tags. Tags, I already explained about tags. If you want to put additional tags, you can do so by by putting a key and a value here. And then you can click on save. Your new key value pair would be saved here. So as I simulated a scenario where this account is mostly used by the payments team. So I put a tag called as team name payments. Diagnose and solve problems. So let's say that you are facing some kind of issue in this particular storage account, right? Let's say that you are not able to delete this particular storage account. So basically it is highlighting you a list of common problems posted in the community, Azure community. And you would see some possible resolution as well. So you can see troubleshoot as the option in every such thing, right? So if you're able to find out your problem here, then you can do a troubleshoot to understand the possible solution. But let's say you're still not able to understand the solution and you think that it's a product bug. So you can scroll extremely down and then choose the option of new support request. So you can choose new support request and raise a ticket with the Microsoft team, right? And they would respond to you in a while. So you can just describe your issue, say that issue type is whatever issue is, technical issue or whatever issue it is. And then you can list out the services. So it is about storage account. So you can type in storage, blob storage, and then you can spell it. This is the resource, right, that we are dealing with, and it is loading the problem type. Let's say I'm not able to connect to the storage account. Then sub problem, yeah, some throttling issue is coming up. So you are given with a lot of options. So try selecting one and then just see if your solution is displayed or not. Next. Okay, so it could not find any solution. So it is asking you to provide your local start time, end time, what is the error code, and what is the blob container that you have you are facing problem with, and provide some additional details. Once that is done, you can go with details, and then you can see, right? Whenever you go with a support request, it would charge you $29 per month, and $29 per month is for your subscription, right? Not just for the storage account, but for the entire subscription. So you, when you have bunch of issues to tackle with it, then this dollar amount would be more sensible to use. Okay. And if you're not comfortable with this during the learning time, you can always go with ask our community and you may get an answer, but there is no defined SLA for this. But if you try to ask an expert help, then you would get some resolution plus SLA for the resolution, right? Then comes the access control. This is my best part here. So we have been discussing about users, groups, and service principle, right? So how do you provide access to someone who is a user? How to provide access to a group? How to provide access to a service principle? Again, repeating, in old days, right, you were using Windows Service Account. Here you would use Service Principal. That is the only difference, right? Now, just observe here, how can I provide access to a particular person? So yesterday, last class, I created a user called a Subhankar, right? So let me try providing some level of permission. So you would go to role assignment and click on add role assignment. Now before, so I can select Subhankar here, right? Subhankar, okay, Subhankar is selected. Now what role I want to assign him? So you can see there are variety of roles, but understanding of the first three roles is very important. I would discuss about the other two roles also, which is important. Owner, contributor, and reader. Owner, by the name itself, you can identify it. If I make Subhankar the owner of this particular storage account, then he would be able to access everything. Okay, at the same time, he would be able to provide permission to someone, revoke permission from someone. There is the second role called as contributor, which is one less than owner. So now Shubhankar could still be able to access data, modify the properties of the storage account, but he cannot grant access to someone or revoke access from someone. Makes sense, right? So this is a contributor is nothing but kind of owner, but access provisioning is not an option to contributor. A reader is, can anybody tell me what is a reader role? Anyone? See, I understand. So I expected these answers as well. A reader can only see the properties of the storage account, but actually cannot read the data. You would think that reader role would have access to the data as well, right? It is not the case. It is very important to understand. You can try simulating one person as a reader because you have an active directory, right? You can create a user, assign that user reader permission, try to log in using that particular account. You would see that you would not be able to read any data, but you would be able to see the properties of this particular storage account, like I'm traversing, right? So that's why that brings me to one more role. How to provide someone just the reader access to data. So there is something called as storage blob data reader. If I provide storage blob data reader, then that person, service principal, or the group would be able to access data in a read manner, right? Is that clear? So you would naturally think that a reader role would have read access to the storage account, but it is not the case. Reader can have only the read access on the properties of the storage account. But your follow-up question should be, what role will make a user read the data as well? So that is storage blob data reader. Is it understood? So what you can do, once your subscription is ready, basically your Active Directory is also ready, try creating multiple users. So you remember it, how the way I created users, similarly you can create multiple users. Try providing owner, contributor, reader, and storage blob data reader permission to 4 different users. Just analyze the behavior. Whether, obviously I told that owner, contributor would be able to read data, and storage blob data contributor or reader also would be able to read data. The reader cannot read data but see the properties of the storage account. Contributor cannot provide access or revoke access from someone. Owner can do everything. try simulating these 4 or 5 problem statements and just note it down and try it out. The problem statement is clear to everyone, right? Whatever I spoke so far, you will be just checking it out. I will simulate 1 2 use case. You would understand how to check, but note down the problem statement for the time. So today I will demonstrate how will you make use of Storage Explorer. There is one option called a Storage Explorer where we would be able to see whether we are able to read data or not. So that I would explain that in a bit. Okay, so this is one. Now let's say that I want to provide Shubhankar the reader permission. So I have to simply click on save, and then you can see the notification tab adding role assignment. Shubhankar is being added as the reader for demo bits, which is my storage account, and he is added. Similarly, I would be able to add service principal as well. So SPN July 2021, right? I am able to add a SPN. Let me try to add a group. Yeah, this is a group. So I will be able to add a group. And let's say that 4 or 5 people are part of the same payments group, right? And I provide that group contributor permission. So all of those 5 people would be getting contributor role to the storage account. So when you're dealing with your project team, it makes sense to provide access at a group level. And you only regulate the groups and not at individual level. If you're trying to regulate access to individual level, it will be very difficult for you to maintain the entire access management system, right? So whenever you design your project, try establishing some groups and assign the permissions accordingly. That is clear to everyone, right? Obviously, right? That is the obvious thing, isn't it? So that there are multiple use cases, right? If you try to provision access through security group, when somebody is entering to the system, your simple role will be to provide or to add that person in that security group. In a way, that person would get access to all the relevant resources.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
And when somebody is leaving from your project, you have to simply remove that person from the group, and that's it. Nothing, no more access revocation, right? So that will be one-stop solution for you to provide access to someone, a group, or service principal. In on-premise ecosystem, you had a concept called as Windows Service Account. What was the purpose of Windows Service Account? To authenticate one application to another. Let's say that there is a web portal and there is a database engine. Whatever you're entering in the web portal is making an entry in a SQL table. So obviously web portal is able to authorize into the SQL database, right? So how would you authorize? Yeah, you can think about SQL authentication. You can also think about Windows Service Account, isn't it? You would provide Windows Service Account permission to the database, right? And then use web portal to authenticate to this database engine using the same Windows Service Account. But when you're using Azure ecosystem, there is no concept called as Windows Service Account. Instead of that, it is service principal. There is no other difference. I will ask one more question to you guys. Can anybody tell me what permission a developer should get ideally? Okay, yeah, that's right, contributor. Now, let's say that demo bits is a development resource. What level of permission a tester should get on it? Anyone? Storage read access, right? Or storage blob data reader permission. Okay, my question was, if demo bits is a development account, development storage account, now what access a tester should get? Tester should not be able to modify anything, right? They can simply do a read on top of the development storage account. Okay, now another question of mine. As a developer, if I'm a developer, what permission I should get on production storage account? Yes, again, storage blob data reader is fine. And you can make note of one more use case, okay, as part of the problem statement. What you would do, just check if you are providing a user just storage blob data reader, are you able to access the storage account or not? If you are not able to access the storage account with just having storage blob data reader, try providing 2 permissions, reader plus storage blob data reader permission. Okay, just try to observe the behavior there as well. Is it clear what I just mentioned? I would give you the answer also. If you're simply providing storage blob data reader, you may not be able to see the storage account itself. You have to provide reader permission plus storage blob data reader permission in order to see or watch the data. Okay, so I'm just telling you with respect to my experience because I have gone through all these use cases, right? So initially we also thought that with just reader permission we should be able to watch the data, but it was not the case. Then again, what is the next minimum permission that we should give? Is storage blob data reader. So there is a good question. What is the use of role reader alone? Reader can only see the properties of the storage account and then can browse also. So when I know that I have a list of storage account I have access to, then I can say that all the reader related roles also will come into my list. But if I'm just having storage blob data reader, I will not be able to see anything. Yes, programmatically I would be able to access the storage account, but I would not be able to see it here in the portal. You can watch out, right? You will. I have given you this problem statement, so you just watch out for the behavior. So is it possible to provide different access to the same user? Yes, absolutely. And obviously the higher level access would be considered. If you're providing a person reader and again contributor role, actually you're providing access as contributor. Okay, the highest role should be considered if you're providing multiple permissions to the same user. Okay, now let me go back. Okay, so I would talk about data migration now. So this data migration is kind of an assistant for you, where let's say you don't know what tool to use to upload a data, right? So let's say I'm saying storage account transfer scenario. 1 second, let me choose. Okay, can you see this? So it is highlighting you what tool you can use to upload data. So we can use Azure Storage Explorer, and if it is of 100 TB size file, then you can use Azure Data Box. So it is just giving you a variety of tool sets to use in order to upload data. If it is of very high size, right, like 100 terabyte, 1 petabyte, then you can make use of Azure Data Box. But for your normal standardized workload, right, let's say some GBs or let's say 1 TB of data, you can always go with Azure Storage Explorer. And in the market, Storage Explorer is a popular one, Azure Storage Explorer. So using this, you would be able to access container, file share, queue, table, and then yes, all the insert, update, all those operations you would be able to perform. So we will discuss more about Azure Storage Explorer. Okay, today we'll discuss about Storage Explorer. Then yeah, to download Storage Explorer, you can simply go to the overview section and click on Open in Explorer. Then it will tell you to download the Azure Storage Explorer. You can do this way. Then going to events. So event subscription is like, let's say I want to run my ADF pipeline whenever I upload a file in this particular storage account in a particular location. So that entire setup is called as event subscription. When I'm creating an event subscription, I'm saying that whenever a file is uploaded, execute my ADF pipeline. That is event subscription. Or I can say that whenever I upload a file, execute my Azure function. Or let's say when I'm deleting a file, execute my ADF pipeline. So this entire setup is called as event subscription. So when I'm working with ADF, right, I would discuss about this scenario and then would come back to storage account to showcase you how this event subscription got formulated. So Storage Explorer is one place solution to watch out for all the blobs. So there is section called as container, section called as file share, queue, and table. Our focus area will be entirely on blob container, but because we are discussing about this, I'll talk about file share, queue, and table as well. But after covering storage account, our focus area will restrict to blob container only. Now let's discuss about these options, right? Yeah, the first option would be blob container. So how to create containers? So you can right click and create a blob container in this manner, right? And once you try to put a name, right, and you are asked to put the public access level. So remember there was an option to enable public access level to see these options. So basically, if you are not enabling, the last two options will not be visible. If you are enabling, all these three options are visible: private, blob, anonymous, container, anonymous. So what we are trying to create is a container. Okay, so if I'm saying that container anonymous, it means that if I provide that particular fully qualified link to anyone in this world, they would be able to open the blob. And similarly, if I'm making private container, I still have a way to make the blob anonymous, right? Using this particular option. Then also, if I give the entire file access to someone, they would be able to see the options or configurations, right? Just observe what is going on. I'm making one of the container as anonymous read access, right? So, and I will say anonymous, right? And then click on create. So I have created an anonymous container, and any file that I place it over here would be public. So I'll try to upload one file. Just give me one moment. I will upload. Okay, I am going to upload one file now. So select a file, customer. Okay, upload. And I would try to share it with everyone. Just see if you're able to access the file or not. Right click and then go to properties and copy this URI. Just tell me once if you're able to access this file or not. I just provided you one path. Just confirm if you're able to access and see the contents of this particular file. The requester does not represent any resource. You're not able to see the file content. Yeah, I'm also not able to. Just give me one moment. Let me try creating one more container. Then I for container in block, for blocks only. Then let's say public create. And I try to upload a similar file. Simple files. Go to upload. Customer. Upload. Let me see. This time I'm able to access or not. Properties. Copy this entire URI and paste it here. The requested URI does not represent any source on the server. Okay, I need to check this out, guys. I think it was visible to me earlier, but I don't know why it is not becoming visible to you. Let me do one thing. Let me use Storage Explorer. I'll see if it is accessible. I will share you my screen. Just let me check it once. Yes, correct. Okay. In Chrome, we are able to see the data. Okay, in Chrome, I think Mozilla doesn't support, there is no plugin for that, but in Chrome, I'm able to at least preview the data. Okay, great. I think earlier people were trying with Mozilla or with Explorer, but nevertheless, the purpose of demonstrating this was I'm now able to see. I think it was not cascaded properly, but yes, it got cascaded eventually. So both the links you can see and access the data. Okay. So that is the purpose of anonymous or the public one, right? What we say. And then there was third option, which is called as private. Private, no anonymous access. It means by default, you are not providing access to anyone. Okay, when you select private. And whenever you deal with any project scenario, you need to actually provide private permission only to start with. And if you have the intention to showcase something to the public, create a separate container and make it container or blob anonymous read access. Okay, otherwise, in general rule will be to make private containers only. And I will tell you my experience. There was a project which we were executing, and the person who created the containers, right, actually created private in the lower environment, but going in production, I think by mistake, that person created container anonymous read access for containers and blob, and it was escalated big time. So it is one of the catchy point that whenever you try to create a container for your project, try to create private unless there is an intention to expose it to the public. So be careful about what you select. The reason why I showcased is by creating container anonymous, I just gave you the path, you were able to access the file, right? So that should not be happening. If you're choosing private, it will not happen. At the same time, once you have created these containers, you would be able to upload the files, right? So you can see I have some files here, customer purchase order.txt. Then there is one other container source, and I have some few files as well over here, right? So I can upload, download, whatever I want, I will be able to do that. we will come back to the blob containers again. Just understand that. You can see that container and then a folder, then within the folder there is a file. Does that contradict to my statement earlier what I had given? If you have disabled the enable hierarchical namespace, was there any concept of intermediate folders? No, right? So it was all like under a single folder called as container, you have all the files. So does my statement earlier contradict to this or no? You got it right. I mentioned that in a regular storage account, you don't have the concept of intermediate folders, right? Only in hierarchical, when you enable hierarchical namespace, it is like a file system for you where you have subfolders, etc. But here it is actually not a folder. Okay, so just because the file name is, you can see, let's say this is Netflix file, right? A blob file which is called as Netflix titles. The actual file name is not Netflix titles. The actual file name is delta/Netflix titles. It is just a representation for you. Just observe there is an option to create a new folder as well, right? So let's say I'm creating a new folder called as temporary. Okay. Now we came within that, but if I don't add any data here and I go back, temp folder will not exist. You see, there is no temp folder, which means that there is no concept called as intermediate folders. You guys agree to me? It is just a representation, but when I click on a particular intermediate folder, the file name is appearing to you as if it is Netflix_titles.csv. But in reality, the file name is 20201215/Netflix_titles. This is the thing which used to happen, right, in regular storage account. But going forward in ADLS Gen 2, it is not the case. So I'll just quickly show you the Gen 2 file explorer. This is one of my account which is Gen 2 based. Okay, so I will go to one of the file systems. So right click and you can create. So here we call it as file system. There we used to call it as container. You can call anything. You can call this as container or file system, just a representation. Here I would be able to create a folder, let's say temporary, and click on OK. And the temporary folder will exist here. You see that? And I can click here on temp folder. I can go back. That folder could exist, which means that ADLS Gen 2 is almost in the similar lines like we have in our file system. I can delete that as well. Understood the difference between ADLS Gen 2 and the regular storage account? Yes, that is what I have been saying, right? There is no concept called as intermediate folder in the regular storage account. This is just a representation. So you can say that this is a GUI representation, right? So that's why you might see this is the intermediate folder, but it's actually not. So when I clicked on this particular intermediate folder, I see a file called as Netflix_titles. So what is the name of this file? The name of this file is actually 20201215. This is the folder that you saw earlier, right? This is just part of your file name. Then /Netflix_titles.csv is the actual file name. Whenever there is a slash, it makes it appear as a folder. That is the only catch. Okay. So this is about the blob container part. We will come back to blob container. Okay. Now I will discuss about file share. So first, how to create a file share? Simply click on create file share, and you would see the name and what is the quota that you can specify here. So just name the file share, and let's say I want to just store 1 GB of data here. You set 1 GB. I'm discarding this and will go to one of the existing file share. I can keep on adding lot of files here. Okay, so let's say I have kept database software data. The SQL Server database engine software plus the license to SQL. Then I have added some more soft application software plus the licenses. Now anybody who is joining the team, I can simply share them the file share. File share, you can say this is a VHD, virtual hard drive. So earlier you might share a physical hard drive with someone who is joining the team, or a shared path with that person, right? Nowadays there is no concept called as hard drive. Instead, we can use the virtual hard drive to save contents and share it with people. So again, this can be used in your project analogy as well when you are generating lot of logs, right? And you may want to push those logs into file share. That is a probable use case. But generally file share will be used to just keep some common contents to share it with people, knowledge-based content or anything. And then how do you share the file share? You can click on more, connect VM. Okay. you need a lot of protocols here. SMB protocol, the prerequisite is you need to have SMB protocol in your laptop or wherever you're trying to access, right? You need to have SMB protocol. Once that is there, you can assign any drive letter, and then you can simply give it to someone. They would execute this simple piece of PowerShell script, and they would see that there will be another drive called as Z or Z. Okay, so this is nothing but a virtual hard drive. Earlier, you would have known as physical hard drive, but here the concept is more of virtual hard drive. But I think file share is clear to everyone, right? Then coming to queue and table. Queue concept is different. So creating a queue is easy. Just give the queue name and that's it. It is created. But what is the concept of queue? It is for messaging system, right? Let's say that you have a web portal and let's say there is a approval workflow, right? Let's say you are dealing with a ticketing management system. Somebody has raised a ticket. Once ticket is raised, you will have a workflow, approval workflow. Let's somebody has raised a request to take some vacations, right? And then for that approval to happen, there might be 3-4 action items. Action 1, action 2, action 3, action 4 is the final approval, let's say. But then in a normal web portal scenario, when you click on submit button, action 1, 2, 3, 4 has to happen in a sequence. But then you are making the portal heavy, right? Because whatever action step you are in right now, the portal has to understand which step you are in. When you're in step 4, then the portal will understand that the steps are over and it is approved. The context is clear to everyone, what I'm just mentioning. Let's say that you're clicking on a submit button and then the next 4 sequential operations has to happen. Action 1, 2, 3, 4. Once 4 actions are over, you will change the status to approved. So to whenever the actions are getting performed, the portal is actually maintaining a thread to understand that, okay, what action step you are in right now, whether it is approved or not, it is keeping a track of all the processes. Basically, a portal is heavy. And similarly, let's say there are 10 or 15 number of requests going on parallelly, your portal is entirely heavy, right? Because the parent thread is taking care of the child processes. Right? All that, and more the number of requests, more the heavier your portal is, and there is a possibility that your portal might break down. Is the problem statement clear to everyone? The problem statement that I'm giving is making the portal very heavy, right? Because a lot of requests have come in and parent process is actually taking care of all the 4 child items parallelly. For each request, 4 child items are being tracked by the portal itself. Because so that is the reason why the portal is very heavy at this point of time. Now, this is because we are keeping a dependency on the parent process. But is there a way where we can maintain this process in a more decentralized manner? So earlier we were managing in a centralized manner where the portal was keeping track of all the child threads or child processes. Now comes a disconnected architecture, right? What I will do, whenever you submit a request, I will add a message here. So from the portal, this is not something to be done manually. Okay, manually is to just demonstrate the behavior. So let's say that somebody has clicked on the submit button, a message will be logged here. Approval, workflow, started, and maybe a comma separator or a semicolon separator. Action 1 needs to be performed, right? I'll say action 1. Click on OK. Now, web portal is free. Web portal need not take care of anything else, right? Because a message has been posted to this queue. Now, let's say there is a Azure function which actually retrieves the message from this queue. It will actually dequeue the message. Okay, so let me copy this message. Will I be able to? Yes. Yeah, the Azure function which is separate to web portal, it will dequeue the message. Okay, once it approves or it covers the action 1, it is going to post another message with action 2. So it means that action 1 is complete. Now it says it will post a message to the queue saying, please start action 2. Then again, it's the same Azure function will take this message. It will keep on continuing till action 4 is complete. Once action 4 is complete, basically it is done. The action 4 itself will update the status of the request to approve. The main intention is to have a disconnected architecture where I'm not making the portal heavy anymore. Once you have submitted, it goes to the queue and portal is free, totally free. Makes sense, right? So this is one of the purpose of the queue architecture. And again, this queue architecture can be meant for messaging system as well, like WhatsApp, like Signal, etc., where you keep on sending messages for the other person to retrieve the data. And yes, there is some retention time as well. Okay, I'll take you the message. So again, queue is when your application is a not an enterprise scale application. Let's say your application scale is medium level, then you can think about implementing in queue. But if it is an enterprise scale application, there is something called as service bus. Okay, service bus. You can use service bus to manage the same thing, but it is at enterprise scale. Instead of at medium scale, it will be at an enterprise scale. But the concept of queue remains the same, entirely the same. And then comes the last one, which is tables, right? So tables is more to support NoSQL based operations. So there was a question there, how to store non-relational data. So table is one such behavior. So when Cosmos DB was not evolved, right, then when Azure was just new, then there was the concept of tables where people were able to use tables for NoSQL data. When I say NoSQL data, not only SQL, right? It means that semi-structured, unstructured data, you will be able to save it in table format. How to create a table? Simply right-click, create a table, give a name, and your table is created. So I'll give an example of a particular table. Okay, so the only rule is partition key and row key should be unique. A combination, this key combination should be unique, right? Let's say I'm trying to. Oh, let me do one thing. I'll create a fresh table for you, table 3. Okay, click on OK. Once table 3 is created, I'll start fresh where you see only 2 columns, partition key and row key. Okay, the combination of partition key and row key is unique. Now let's try to create a record. So I would say partition key 1, row key 1, and let's say because it's a semi-structured data, right? I would say name, and I will say Sangi. Okay, insert. Okay, my record is added. Name as Sangi. It is very dynamic, you see. Unlike SQL, where you hardbound it to a particular table structure, here I did not hardbound it. I simply provided a new attribute called as name, and I was able to insert data. That is how JSONs are, right? When you get a lot of JSON files are actually semi-structured data. And however the JSON file is, you would be able to upload that in any of your NoSQL layer, like table of storage account or Cosmos DB. Now let me add another record, right? One row key to, let's say I'll add Shubhankar. And then I will say add property, and I will say, let's say date of birth, right? And I can specify whatever timestamp it is, and then sorry, I'll provide a date format 2000, 1990, 0101. Let's see, it is asking me in ISO format. Okay, let me choose a simple one. Let's say age. Okay, I'll select integer 32, and let's say I'm specifying 25, right? And I insert. So basically, I had only 3 columns earlier: partition key, row key, name. Now I'm putting age. So it would still allow me to insert because the dynamic data types, right? And the older record did not have age. That's why it automatically became null. Now when I'm adding another record, you see here, I don't want to put age again, right? I'll remove that. And then let's say I put another name, Vinay, right? And then, oh, sorry, I should have put name and then Vinay. Okay, insert. It would still allow me to do so. Because it is a NoSQL layer, I am able to put whatever way I want to put the data, right? And then timestamp entry is also mentioned. So you can basically take this data and do your operations, right? So you can use Databricks, you can use streaming analytics, any particular tool to read data from this table, okay, and process it accordingly, right? So this is the use case of table where I'm able to store NoSQL type of data. Okay, so let me do one thing. I'll delete few tables which are not required. Document cannot be uploaded, right? Because you saw it, the way I'm inserting data, can I upload a CSV file? No, it is not possible. But programmatically, when you try to read a CSV file, it is still possible to upload into this table. Not from here, but programmatically it is possible. I will show you, right? When I'm dealing with Cosmos DB is nothing but a NoSQL layer. So I will transfer the records from SQL to Cosmos DB. In a way, I'm replicating this kind of scenario. I will showcase you that. So partition, you understand it when you have a lot of data. Let's say you're dealing with purchase order system, Amazon purchase order system, right? Where people from variety of countries might order for some products, right? So purchase order request from US, purchase order request from Brazil, purchase order request from Africa, from India, from Australia, everywhere it might come up with, right? But then choosing the right partition key is very important, because when Amazon management might check the data, right, in a dashboard, like they might request information like how much products or how much how many purchase order requests are raised against each and every country. So country is basically your partition key at that point of time. It all depends on what filtering you adopt in your reporting layer. So if your highly accessed filter is country column, then country column becomes the partition key for you. So that let's say US is one partition key, then India is another partition key, then Australia is another partition key, and then the manage when you do a reporting and specify table as your source, and then you group it by the partition, then you know, right, immediately your results will get formulated because the data is already partitioned with that column. It doesn't have to check each and every record. It understands the partition key. It can give you the result instantaneously. So partition is to ensure that data is distributed appropriately based on country that we chose. And row key is an identifier in each and every partition. Row key should be unique in every partition. So if you have specified partition as the country column, then I can say that purchase order ID can be a row key. Make sense? We cannot auto-generate partition key, but if you're using a programming language to upload data into this, yes, you can generate it yourself by doing a generate. Or if you're using SQL, then obviously identity 1,1 is already presented. You can make use of that. But see, partition key should not be generated or auto-generated. Instead, whatever reporting you do, right, try to identify a proper partition key, so that you can take the advantage of parallel reads, parallel writes, aggregations, etc. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Now, I will just quickly show you about the same thing here. I will come to this section again, okay, container section. I have to come here. This will give you a view as well. So in Storage Explorer, I will still not be able to read data, right? If I go to OLTP, customer.txt, I'm still not able to read any data. It is asking me to download, but I'm not able to preview the data. But if you come this section, container section here, let's go to the same OLTP and customer.txt. I still have a possibility to read the file over here, right? I'm still able to see the file. So this is something that I wanted to discuss. I will talk about access policy in a while. This is an important option. I'll discuss in a while. Let me go back. Okay. I think now I can talk about those access management things, right? So what do you think, guys? How can you access this particular storage account? Can anybody give me a highlight of how to access the storage account? Okay, access key is one such option, but the option that I have already discussed, do you guys remember? One way of accessing the data in storage account is through URL. So basically, the access control rate, where I provided a person storage blob data reader plus the reader permission or contributor or ownership permission, then that person or service principal or group will be able to access my storage account. That is one way, which we have already discussed. Right? Second way of accessing is access key. Yes, it is access key. I'm not going to showcase this, but you can see, right? There is show key. If I make it show key, then you would be able to see the key connection string, right? It is just a combination of alphabets, lowercase, uppercase, some special characters, numbers, etc. Okay. So this key would be, you can use this key in order to access your data as well. You can delete data, you can read data, update, insert, etc. Having this key, right? Using this key, you would be able to do everything. So let me do one more thing. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I'll open the Storage Explorer to explain you some scenario. Just one moment, please. Okay. So you guys remember, right? In the overview section, I mentioned to download this, right? Take it as an assignment to download this Azure Storage Explorer. Now what I will do, I'll go to the Storage Explorer section and explain. But before I go, just remember that I'm going to copy this access key. Okay, I'll not expose this. I'll go to my storage account and I'll copy this key, either one of key 1 or key 2. I'm copying it. Just understand that scenario. So I'll share an alternate screen with you now. Yeah, I think you are able to see the alternate screen, right? The Storage Explorer. This is Azure Storage Explorer. Now I have to click on this particular option, Open Connect dialog. So as and when I click on this, you will get another pop-up. Are you able to see this particular pop-up? Connect to Azure Storage. Can anybody confirm me? I'm highlighting Connect to Azure Storage. Can anybody confirm if they're able to? Okay, great. Because I'm sharing specific screen, right? I'm unsure sometimes whether it is visible or not visible. Okay, now what I have done, I have copied one of the key, access key. Now you see there is an option. Let's see, where is it? Storage account and key. Use a storage account name and key to connect. So next, so let's say demo bits is my storage account name. Demo bits, access key. It's exposed. It's okay. And I provided my access key. Then click on next and click on connect. And you see I am connected. I think adding new connection and successfully added new connection. And I have to figure out where exactly is that. Let me see. Yeah, here. This is the connection. Let me expand this. You can see block container. Yeah, you can see clearly that demo bits is the name that I provided and using key, and I'm able to connect. You can see here I'm clearly able to access this, right? Okay. Now second option, I gave you one assignment, right, today. What you have to do, you have to add a Azure account. Remember I told you if you're assigning a person, a simulated user, owner permission, how will you cross check? What you have to do is you have to add an Azure account and click on next. It will prompt you to provide username and password. That way I wanted you to cross test with owner, contributor, reader, and storage blob data reader. Make sense? Is my question clear to everyone? The problem statement that I provided you, I'm just connecting the dots now. Clear, right? Okay, thank you. So this is one way of accessing our account. But can anyone tell me, is it a good way to access our account, the storage account? Is it a good way? If yes, why? So again, understand, if you're providing this access key, then your account is actually compromised, right? Because if it falls in the hands of the wrong people, right, they might take the data, read the data, delete data, remove data, whatever they want, they will be able to do, right? Basically, anyone having access key would be able to regulate the data within our storage account, which is not a good case. So then when should we use access key? So there are two use cases, right? Let's say that you have a publisher subscriber model. Okay. Now you are the publisher of data. Then there are thousands of subscribers who look up to your data. Now my question is, will you share them the access key to all the 1,000 subscribers? Yes or no? Obvious answer, right? It is no. Because I don't know how they are going to manage, right? If I'm the publisher of data and I have shared them the access key, different teams will give a different behavior on my storage account, right? Someone might remove the data, someone can delete the data. I don't want to do that. Maximum is I want to provide them just the read permission on my storage account because they are my subscribers. Only publisher should be able to, or publisher has the capability to use the access key, but not the subscribers. You understand this publisher subscriber model, right? You are the data generator. and 1,000 teams are actually referring to your data. So they are called as subscribers. In this publisher subscriber model, you should never expose your key. I hope this part is clear, right? Okay. Now, who should access key? If you are a project team and you yourself is using this particular storage account and you are 100% sure that this is not exposed to anyone, then it is okay to use this key. And where exactly you will use? Let's say our data factory is pulling data from the storage account, then I can do authentication over this access key, which is absolutely fine. But whenever it comes to publisher subscriber model, and subscriber using ADF should not use this key. Okay, just have this in mind. Then what is the alternate route to access the data? So there is something called as SAS token. So let's watch out OLTP. I'll give you a second problem statement. Okay. So right click and you see there is something called as get shared access signature. This is nothing but I say it as SAS token. Shared access signature. Okay. We can generate shared access signature over a container or at a blob level also. So just see what it is. Right? Get shared access signature. And let's say I can put a validity. You see, right? It is valid for a day. This SAS token is valid for a day from 18th to 19th. And you can regulate the date. You can change the date, number of months you can increase, right? Let's say it is valid for 1 month, 1 day. And I can specify what kind of permission. You see, read and list permission. Now, can anybody say, is it a better option to provide access? And I'm also able to say that, okay, they will only be able to have read and list permission. They will not be able to add, create, write, remove. Makes sense, right? Do you feel it's better than that access key in a publisher subscriber model? Okay, now let's talk about access part, right? You understood the properties. Now let's go ahead and create. We'll discuss about access policy in a while. So I'm creating this and a URL is generated. Copy this URL. Now you may not try it here. Okay, this will not work here in URL. So let's copy this and go back to our storage explorer. Just give me 1 second, please. I will go back to the storage explorer. Yeah. So you remember I have copied the SAS token. Now what I'll do, I'll just connect. And then there is an option called as use a shared access signature. Click on next. And I'll simply copy paste the URL. Okay, something, the SAS token contains an invalid resource. Only blob container resources are supported. Okay. I get it. It is asking me to put only the blob container based SAS token, not a file based. Okay, let me do one thing. Just give me 1 second, please. Okay. Now you see, I'll click on OLTP. Okay, and then click on next. Connect. Name is OLTP, and adding the new connection and successfully added. So scroll a little bit right and you see OLTP SAS and I'm able to see the file. Because I gave the read and list permission and I click on delete, right? There is an option to delete. Delete. See the below message. Failed to start delete, insufficient credential. Obviously, I don't have that authority to delete. In a way, I'm able to regulate my account. Can you take this as the second item? Second assignment item, like generate a SAS token and try deleting from your storage explorer. So basically storage explorer acts as a client tool for you. So you can consider your storage account to be publisher account and come to storage explorer as a subscriber. Okay, I will repeat that entire problem statement. Let me share the screen. Yeah. So what I did was I generated a SAS token at a container level. So it is not allowing me to read just a single file from the storage explorer. Okay, but when it is generated from the container level, it is able to accept. So what I did was instead of generating at file level, I generated container level. That is the only thing that I did, and took this URL and pasted in over storage explorer. Then I was able to see both the files, customer and purchaser.txt. So this is one way of accessing, right? You can generate at the blob level and have respective data factory to read data from that particular file to your destination. That you can do, not through storage explorer. So I'll give you one more problem statement. Let's say that you have tried generating a SaaS token like this, the same way what I'm doing. Let's say it is valid for 12 months, 6 months, 18 to 18, and it is valid for maybe 5 months, right? Say 6 months itself, right? 6 months it is valid for it. And you have given read and list permission and generated a SaaS token like this, right? But then let's say that middle of the month, this got exposed. And the problem is when you generate SaaS token, Microsoft is not keeping a track of what all SaaS tokens you have been generating. If this token is present with anyone, they would be able to access. Okay. Then let's say this is compromised after 3 months of time. The only option that is left to you is to delete the file, place it elsewhere, and then you have to modify your code, right? To use the other container instead of OLTP container. But that is not a good scenario. What we should still have a way to invalidate the SaaS token. Is my problem statement clear to everyone? My question is fair ask, right? I'm having a fair ask, right? Instead of doing a lot of infrastructure related things by moving my file to another container so as to invalidate the SaaS token, should there be another way to or to deactivate this particular SaaS token? Is it a fair ask? Right. So what I will do now comes the concept of access policy or access policy, right? So what is access policy? You guys remember we saw one thing called as access policy. We don't have anything here. It is just none. We can make use of access policy to regulate the time behavior as well, right? Yeah, we are able to generate start time, end time. We are able to generate the SaaS token, and it is valid till that end time, right? But using access policy, it will give you again further controls. Let's see where is access policy. So go to container, and our container name was OLTP. So let's click on that, and then let's go to access policy. So let's create a policy. So I will add storage access policy. So let's click on add access policy. I will say read policy, and permission again I will give read and list permission, and I can regulate the date. Let's say we discussed, right, that we are going to give permission from 18th of July till December 18th. Right? Initially we planned it in this manner. Click on OK. Read policy is created, successfully created. Now go back to the storage explorer, and then let's try to generate the SaaS token again, right? Now here I will select read policy as the access policy. It obviously start time, expiry time will get disabled because the policy itself has its own start time, end time. So that got disabled, plus permission also got disabled, read and list permission. And then let's create the token. Okay, the token is created. Now I can go back here, the storage explorer, connect, SaaS token, next, URL, OLTP1 is the name, next, connect, and you would be able to see the data customer and purchase order.txt. Now let's say we have spent 3 months of time and customer is happy, understanding, but we have realized that this is exposed to the wrong hands as well, and they are also able to read data and getting benefit out of this data, right? And we don't want our data to be exposed. So what we can do, because we have a policy, access policy, we can regulate some behavior. So what kind of behavior? Let's go to container, OLTP container, and access policy. Open this policy, edit. What I can do, let's say 3 months has passed by, right, already, and we are currently, let's assume that we are in the month of September right now, and September 18th. So what I can do, I can give a date in the past, like 16th September, and click on OK and save. That URL will not be valid anymore. Makes sense to everyone? Because that SaaS token was generated out of a policy, we still have a way to invalidate the policy. Got it, right? So it gives us even better control on regulating the SaaS tokens. SaaS tokens is something which Azure generates, but it forgets. It doesn't remember any of the SaaS token, whatever has been generated. So let's say I'm generating one SaaS token now. The next second I'm generating another SaaS token. Basically, both the SaaS tokens are the valid one. It's not like the other one is getting invalidated and only the latest SaaS token is valid. It's not like that. So if in a second I'm generating 10 SAS tokens, all the 10 SAS tokens are a valid one. Makes sense to everyone? Yes or no? Let me answer this question as well. Why do we have 2 to access key? I think it skipped on top of my mind actually. Can anyone give a guess? Like why do we have key 1 and key 2? Anyone? Any guesses? We can also stay with one key, right? But why are we having 2 keys? So rotating the key means changing the key. Okay, just remember that rotating the key means changing the key. So the older key is no more valid. Just understand that context at this point of time. Let me show the keys to you also, right? So I am able to showcase the keys as well at this point of time. Let's assume that your web portal, right, which is making a connection to the storage account, and it is using key 1 to connect to the storage account. It has been fine for the last 6 months of time, and then you realize that it is exposed to the wrong hands, right? But you know that only this key is part of your web portal, and at the same time this is a live web portal, right, in production. You should not make it down. Agreed, right? You should not make it down to change, and you can change the rotate key, or you will do a rotation of the key and then use the new key in your application. But for that moment, right, 1 minute or 2 minutes of time, the portal is down. So that's the purpose of introducing key 2 and avoiding the downtime. How is that possible? So what I will do, I will first go to the application web portal. Instead of using key 1, I will start using key 2. Copy this key 2 and paste it there, refresh the application, and you have not introduced any downtime. Okay. And then what I would do, after updating key 2 in my web portal, I will rotate the key 1. So in a way, I'm 100% sure that, yeah, my portal is live because it is using key 2. And once you have done the rotation, just to be on the safer side, you will use the latest key and then again rotate key 2, just to be on the safer side. Did you understand the entire process, guys? Were you able to understand, interpret what I mentioned? So if you had just one key, there was always a problem of introducing downtime. But because I have key 1 and key 2, and one of the key I was using earlier, so first I will rotate it with the existing alternate key, then I will rotate the primary key, then I'll use the new key, and then follow it with key 2 again, the rotation of key 2. So that is what I wanted to explain. Okay. So yes, that's a good question. And yeah, no way to control what the user can do with access key. No, there is no way. So if the key access key is compromised, that's it. You have to think about rotating the key only. So key is nothing to do with your URI, SAS token. It is, both are different. Key is different, SAS token is different. Got it, right? Understood? So key is nothing to do with SAS token. The way I was generating the SAS token at a container and a blob level, it is different. But again, there is one more option, the shared access signature at storage account level. So the one that we were discussing was at container and blob level. Now I'm going to discuss about shared access signature at an account level. Just see the behavior here. So let's say I want to provide someone access to blob. Okay, all the blobs service, I will say that provide it as a service, and then I would provide only this permission, read list permission, and yeah, I will show you a few options. I'll not allow any kind of write behavior, and I can set up the access time, rate, start time, end time, and then you see there is a signing key, key 1 and key 2. Okay, so let's say I am signing it with key 1, generate the SAS token, and my SAS token is created. This is the particular URL. Okay. Now to invalidate this URL, you can still regenerate key 1 and this URL will get invalidated. So does that answer your question, Elizabeth? If SAS token is generated at an account level, then your question makes sense, but not at the container or blob. Yes, again, one more thing. What is the purpose of storage account? Storage account purpose is to store data plus read data and write data. And you're paying only for these 3 things that you're doing: reading, writing, and then storing data. Read and write is also called as transactions. Storing is just storing. You're paying for these 3 attributes in total. And then if you go with the GRS, Geo Zone Redundant Storage, then you're paying more. because writes are happening to that alternate locations as well. Yes, but coming to the discussion on SAS token, is it clear, right? You can generate at container and blob level, and yeah, that has nothing to do with key. But when we are generating SAS token at an account level, yeah, we are signing it with either key one or key two. And then to invalidate these kind of URLs, you have to change or rotate the key, the appropriate key. Then this token will be invalidated. You can cross-check this behavior as well, right? I think you guys noted two assignments, right? First assignment is to log in as user into the Storage Explorer, and based on the user role like contributor, owner, reader, and storage blob data reader, right? Try to access the files. Try accessing the files, and then try deleting. In some cases, you will not be able to delete as well. And the second use case will be on SAS token, right? Read behavior, write behavior. Just try to do all those things. These two are the assignments that I'm trying to give you guys. Okay. And the subscription, please create it next Friday or Saturday. You can try testing these things on next Friday and Saturday, because you will get only 30 days of free trial period, right? So if you guys create next Friday, then you're getting additional 5 to 6 days of time for your free quota. That was my intention. Yeah, any other doubts, guys? SA storage account used only for structured data? No, right? I showcased you queue as well as the table storage, right? Which is nothing but the NoSQL type of data. Table necessarily doesn't mean table or structured data. It is actually unstructured data. So to download the Azure Storage Explorer, you can go to the overview section of your storage account, which is created, and then you can open in Explorer, right? And download. Again, encryption is nothing. You have already understood encryption. You guys remember, you saw that Microsoft is anyways encrypting your data at rest. So it is using Microsoft managed key. So we did not go for infrastructure encryption. So this is second layer of encryption. Because this account was created earlier, there was earlier no option called as infrastructure encryption, hence it is visible. So it is only encrypted with one layer of security using Microsoft managed key. And then there is one option called as customer managed key. Let's say you are dealing with a customer project, and the customer says that, no, I don't want to use Microsoft managed key. Instead, I want to use my own key to encrypt the data at rest. Then they will provide some key. Okay, they might get it from company like digicert.com. So digicert. Okay. So this company expertises in providing you the key certificates, right, for security related things. So once you get the key, you can preserve the key in our key vault, right? Key vault is just a safe to save your key secret certificates. We'll talk about key vault in depth later on. Just understand that key vault is a safe to safeguard your keys. Once you select your key vault here, right, you would be able to pull out the key as well. I'm not sure if I have a key vault. And then if you have some keys, you would be able to get it from the dropdown. I don't have any keys at this point. Just telling you how would you encrypt using customer managed key. Okay, otherwise, if you have the key URI, you can use the key URI to encrypt the data as well. And security, it is again a little different story. It talks about the defender. So anyhow, I have enabled the defender at subscription level, so it applies here as well. So this is more of what are the read transactions, write transactions you're doing. Plus, let's say that you have logged into this account and you're using the storage account now, and you're from India. Suddenly, your same credential is used from UK as well. And in just 5 minutes of time, the same account is used from UK as well. So basically, Microsoft or Azure policy determines that as a security threat, because you cannot physically move from India to UK in just 5 minutes of time, right? It identifies such a case, and that case is only identified when you enable Azure Defender. So yeah, that is about the security model. So similarly, there are a lot of other security models, security incidents you may watch out for. Just understand that CDN is content delivery. If you are creating a web portal, when a user is logging in, you want to display that person's profile photo, etc. Right? Then taking the images is always a tedious task, right? Your goal should be to fast retrieve the image and portray it in the web portal. So to do it in a very fast manner, Azure CDN is actually used. Okay, so this is just a protocol. Using this, you will enable Redis cache, which will actually cache all the images so that whenever the web portal you're trying to display the image of the person who has logged in, this will be of most help, CDN. So only in rare case scenario we use CDN, but this is more of retrieving the images. Okay, if you remember, when creating the account, we saw multiple replication mode, LRS, ZRS, GRS, right? So the second point I want to make, which is important here, if you are going for LRS or ZRS, it means that your replicated data is also sitting in the same data center, right? So in this case, my data center is East US location, right? So whatever, if I choose LRS and ZRS, the data will sit in the same location. But once I go to GRS, which is geo-redundant storage, then data would sit in an alternate location, two more alternate location, right? So what you can do when you move this to GRS, the same thing, you would see those alternate location here. Okay, that's at least the secondary location you should be able to see. So as part of problem statement, what you can do, you can just change once. If you have already created, what you can do is you can simply go to configuration and modify the replication here. Okay, you go to GRS and you should be able to see what is the, okay, let me go as GRS and then I would apply. And in some time, once this is updated, right, the storage account, you would see the alternate location here. Okay, so yeah, it is already updated. Settings may take up to 30 seconds of time to reflect, no problem. Okay, you can see here. So the primary is East US and secondary is West US. So I'm able to clearly see here, right? So, and one more point I made, we don't have control over choosing our secondary location. But I gave a point saying that in the documentation, it states that it most of the time chooses the diagonally placed location within the same geography or same country. So if you are situated in East US, the high likely that in West US, your secondary will sit if you're going for GRS.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Right. So to save money, I will just roll back my configuration to LRS. So in development environment or when you're learning things, you can just keep it with LRS model. Okay, let me go back. And rest of the options, right, like data protection, we have already discussed, but let me tell you again. So data protection is like when you try to, let's say we are choosing this option. I think while creating, we discussed all these options, but I will iterate the important ones here. So enable soft delete for blobs, which means that when trying to delete, you still have an option to soft delete the file instead of hard delete. And if you're soft deleting, you can keep it in the blob for 7 days of time, or you can increase it, right? So more you increase, more is the cost that you incur, right? So keep it to 7 days of time. If it is operational, you would get to know that you got into error scenario or not. You may not spend 7 days of time to realize that things have gone wrong or right. So 7 is an optimal number, but if you think you want to increase to 30 days, you can do so, but cost implications would be accordingly. Okay. Okay. This is one. And then object replication is a new feature. Let me see what it is. Set up replication rules. Okay. So if we set up replication rules, then okay, it is a new feature. Okay, I'm seeing this for the first time now. So what I'll tell you what does it do. So you can choose an alternate location. This is the primary location, the demo bits. If I choose another storage account, like let's say this is another account, then I can specify my target location. Okay, source and target location, and then the data would automatically get replicated to the target account. I think this is a good idea. Like without orchestrating, you can move data from source storage account, one particular container, to another storage account in a particular container. And you can add some filters if you want to, what kind of prefix, right? If you want to copy only files starting with ABC, you can do so here. Okay, this is a pretty new feature, and yes, it's a good one actually. And then I would talk about one more important, which is configuration. Right? So just try to understand, when we created this storage account, we chose performance as standard. So there are few options where you cannot change the options. Like one is this performance. Okay, second is hierarchical namespace. Right, these two are the important options here. So once you have chosen hierarchical namespace as disabled or enabled, you cannot roll back to another. And similarly for performance, if you remember, so premium was using SSD solid state drives, while standard is using magnetic. So premium will give you low latency performance, while standard can give you high latency issues, right? So yeah, premium is always better, but just wanted to highlight, once you have created a storage account with a particular performance and a particular hierarchical namespace, you cannot roll back to other. But there are few settings which you can still modify once it is created, right? Once the storage account is created. One is secure transfer required. What is this option? So I think I explained you while creating, but this option is to transfer your data from the storage account with security. So if you enable, then the secure layer will be enabled. So over the wire, the data in motion would be encrypted. If you disable, that it means that you can transfer it without encryption as well. And these options we have already spoken. Allow blob public access is enabled. So if I disable, there is no way that you would be able to make any blob public. And allow storage account key access. Yes, if I disable, then you may not be able to share this storage account using access key model. I think TLS version, then blob access tier, hot, cool, plus archive. I think I did not showcase you archive. I'll show you that. And replication we have discussed. Let me discuss about blob access tier. So while creating, we saw two options, right? Hot and cool. But I also explained archive at that point of time. Now, what I will do, I will go to Storage Explorer. Just quickly show you where is that option, right? So let's say this is a file, and I think you can see, okay, yeah, access tier is hot by default, right? So I can modify the access tier, change access tier. But while changing, you will see not two options, but three options, which includes archive, hot, cool, and archive. So what is that option that we saw? So that means that when you, if I have selected access tier as hot by default, it means when I upload the file, it will automatically take hot as the access tier. Similarly, if I set the configuration to have the default access tier to cool, which means that when you upload, automatically it would become cool. That is the difference. And then the third option is archive, right, where your storage cost is extremely cheaper, but access cost is that much costlier. Because you know, right, let's say that 15 years old data you have marked it as archive. So you know, right, how many people would access data which is 15 years older? Hardly anyone, maybe in a year once or twice. At that time, your concern is not access cost. Your concern is how to make the storage cost cheaper, because hardly it is accessed twice. So you have paid twice when the access has happened. But your concern should be storage account, right? Storage access cost, storage cost basically. So this is the thing. Okay, here is the option where you can modify our options to any particular access tier. And then let me check out other options. Okay, locks. Okay, so lock is an interesting feature again. So you have two types of locks. So if I add, I would see two types of locks, which is read only and delete lock. So read only lock means that if I apply read only lock, right, you would be only able to read from the storage account, but you cannot delete the storage. Sorry, you cannot modify the properties of the storage account. But if I specify delete, then it means that you cannot delete the storage account, but you can do everything. So like reading, writing, adding data, deleting data, etc. But you cannot delete the storage account, is what I'm saying. Right? Then what is the use case? Can anybody guess what can be the use case to specify lock type as read only? And when should I specify delete? Delete means don't think that we can delete. It means you cannot delete the storage account. Can anyone guess what can be the use case of these two options? You can do so, but yeah, if you have anything to delete the data, you should not be using it. So data modification is something you need to consider as well. Okay, let me give you the context of this these two options, right? So read only. Let's say that your project is in almost in go live. Okay, but before go live, you might have deployed this to your UAT environment, user acceptance testing environment, and your client will be continuously checking the UAT environment to find out if there are bugs or whether the functionality is aligned with the requirement or not, right? So let's say the customer is happy, but customer says that let's keep the UAT environment same for the next 15 days of time. So it means that you kind of got a requirement that you should not modify anything in your UAT environment. Then does it make sense to place read-only lock on that environment? Right? So accidentally you may not modify anything. Accidentally you will not modify any data, create, delete, nothing, right? So yeah, did you get the point, guys? When should you use log type as read only? I just uttered the one particular common use case, but you can apply it to any particular use case. When you want to make the system static for some amount of time, you can think about read only. This keeping it static is a technical thing. I wanted to correlate that with a functional use case. Now, second, what about delete log? It means that if I keep it log type as delete, I would not be able to delete the storage account. Yeah, technically we understood what is the functional use case. Anyone? Any cases? So let's say that you're trying to do a deployment, right, to this particular storage account through your automation script. So if I place a delete type log, which means it cannot be deleted, then am I preventing full deployment? Full deployment means deleting and recreating the storage account. That is full deployment. Am I preventing full deployment if I place delete log type? Right? So this is very important because generally it's a policy that a policy or a best practice that you should never perform any full deployment. The deployment should always be incremental to accidentally not remove anything from your storage account, right? So if you delete this storage account, it means everything in this containers will be lost, tables will be lost. So that is never an option for storage account, right? There's a few people try to create the deployment model with deleting and recreating, which is a full deployment. So this can be avoided by keeping a delete lock. So delete lock doesn't mean to say that you cannot modify it. You can still modify, deploy it incrementally, but it will not allow you to delete the storage account, right? So you can keep the delete lock at a resource group level also. So here it is specifying me to set up at resource group level also, but you can do it at account level, the storage account. Makes sense? What is the use case of this particular lock? Overwriting storage, see, there are some PowerShell scripts, okay, or AZCLI scripts. When it identifies that there is already an account, it may not deploy, but it can incrementally deploy few things, but not overwrite things on the same storage account. It would not be. But yeah, if someone has developed a PowerShell script to delete the storage account and recreate, always it would always apply. But recreating the same storage account will not be allowed, right? So that way overwriting is not allowed, and it absolutely makes sense, right? From the point of data governance, it should not happen. These logs work in tandem with access control. So no, the answer is no. It means that let's say I'm having ownership permission on the storage account. At the same time, I have placed a log, delete log. Will I be still able to delete the storage account? I will not be able to. Does that answer your question? So it has nothing to do with access control, which is always a good thing. Just that the owner can come here and remove the log. That is a option always. But if you place a lock, then even an owner cannot delete the storage account, which is still a good option. See, if you're owner of the storage account, it means you have been given some kind of responsibility. You are the subject matter expert, right? But it's always a good option to prevent accidental delete. So you place these locks. By mistake you have deleted the storage account, it will not be allowed, and you're safe, right? Your project operational things will go as expected. Okay, so these were about logs. So again, take a note of this assignment, please. Try the setting up read only and delete log, and do the opposite, right? Deleting the storage account after placing a log. I'll make a note of this assignment as well. Okay. Then there is some section called as alert metric diagnostic setting and usage. So if you see the list of topics that we are going to cover, there is a section called as monitoring and logging. So monitoring and logging will cover all these 4 or 5 topics. I'll cover in one go. So these topics are common to all the resources. I'm talking about storage account. If I talk about SQL also, you will see the same data factory, Databricks, everything. You will see the same option. So we will cover during the module. Okay. And last option would be to create a support ticket, right? So you remember I mentioned that the common problems and solutioning, you will always find it out in diagnose and solve problem. But in case you feel there is a bug in the product or you are totally stuck, then you can always raise a support ticket and it would charge you something $29 per month, right? So not just to storage account, but to the entire subscription or the AAD. So that $29 is charged per month to the entire AAD using your subscription model only. Okay, so within that you can raise multiple issues and the support team of that particular storage account would get connected to you and would take it to closure. So if the support guy is not able to help you out, then they will redirect to the product team of this storage team, right? So then you would get a response back. You can specify your working hours and timings and your geolocation, and they should be able to help you out here. Okay, does developers need to do all this permission to perform while creating storage account, or architect does? So I think this is a very common question that I have been getting. See, when I have seen a case where product company, right? Product company has already removed these kind of roles like developer, then tester, then production support, etc., right? Testing, etc. But if you see, they generally call the people as SWE, software development, SD, or software development engineer, but they are actually the DevOps engineer. The role of DevOps engineer will be to develop, unit test, put test cases, plus take it to production, and that too with DevOps, which means CI/CD. So end to end, you should be able to do all these things, right? And second thing is, if you are from service background, service company background, then yes, these kind of roles still persist, where you have development team, testing team, admin team, and there might be some architects, separate architects, project managers, etc. At that time, at that point of time, the answer would be either architect if they are subject matter expert of that particular project, or there may be few developers who are the subject matter expert. They can create all these options. So what role should the subject matter hold? Subject matter expert hold the owner permission. Anyone who is having owner permission should be able to set up all these configurations, etc. A contributor also can do that, but yes, subject matter expert would be the automatic choice to place them as owner. So the project may contain 100 people or so. Okay, maybe let's take an optimal number like 20 to 25 or 30. But subject matter expert can be only 2 to 3 people. If there are 100 people in the project, then maybe 5 you can consider. But because if you make everyone owner, then you are putting your total project at risk, right? So only the trusted and the subject matter expert should hold the ownership permission, and they should be able to set up the configuration. But developers would ideally have contributor permission. They should also be having permission to modify the configuration, but your CI/CD should be placed accordingly. Okay. So now what I will do, I will consider blob container as the rule, right? Where I will play around with some data present in this particular container, source container, and would demonstrate using data factory how will I read and do a lot of operations. But before explaining these ETL orchestration, first we need to understand what is data factory, right? So let me open up that slide and explain you a few things. One moment, please. Okay. So as any other ETL tool, data factory is no different, but data factory can be entirely coded using the web interface. So every ETL tool will have its own GUI, right? Graphical user interface like Visual Studio or SQL Server development tool, or the Informatica workflow tool, right? So similarly, Data Factory can be developed over the web portal itself. So you don't need any kind of client tool to develop this Data Factory. You can use this particular tool, any particular browser. You might have Internet Explorer, Chrome, Mozilla, Firefox, etc. So you should be able to develop Data Factory. Now, okay, that is just where you're going to code. But can you guys tell me one thing? What is the first thing that is important in Data Factory in any ETL tool, basically? Any guesses? What is the first thing that you try to develop in any of the ETL tools? Yes, okay. So obviously, when you play with this ETL tool, ETL is nothing but extract, transformation, and loading. So first thing is extracting, last thing is to load data. So you have to get connected to the source system as well as to the destination system, right? For that, you need to build something called as linked services in Data Factory. Okay, or in some tools, you might call it as connection manager. Okay, or some places connections. Here, we call it as linked services in Data Factory. Okay, let me show you that. Yeah. So you can see, I'll go by chronological order, then I'll explain you about this flow, right? So first thing is integrate linked services. Now, you remember first day I discussed about three types of model. One is the IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, right? So by default, your link service would be able to get connected to all the PaaS services. Okay, because a default PaaS integration runtime is given to us. PaaS integration runtime. When I say PaaS integration runtime, which means that you would be able to get connected to Azure Storage Account, which is a PaaS service, Azure SQL, which is a PaaS service, Azure Databricks, which is a PaaS service. Now, that integration runtime is called as Azure Integration Runtime. So one Azure Integration Runtime would be automatically given to you when Data Factory is created. And then we create link services on top of that IR integration runtime. Now, what if you want to connect to a particular file system in your virtual machine? Now, virtual machine is a IaaS machine, right? Everyone agrees to that. Virtual machine is a IaaS based machine, infrastructure as a service machine. Yes or no? Okay. So to connect to a virtual machine or to an on-premise network, right, you would need a different integration runtime. We will talk about that. That is called a self-hosted integration runtime. Okay, so actually, before link services, we have another thing called as integration runtime. So first you define your environment, whether it is in PaaS or IaaS, then we start creating the link services. Because PaaS integration runtime is by default given to you, and general trend is to use PaaS resources, you generally don't think about integration runtime. So the first thing is actually integration runtime, then comes the link services. Okay, I would talk about that. So here the word is gateway. This is an older terminology. Nowadays we call that as integration runtime. I would discuss about that more. Now let's focus about link services. Link services, as we mentioned it. So getting a connectivity to any source or destination is my link service. So it can be connection to Azure SQL Database, connection to storage account. In Cosmos DB also there is a concept called as database. So link service can connect to Cosmos database. Okay, so that is called as link services. Now what is a data set? Any guesses? So just consider storage account or SQL as an example. Can you think about what can be the data set? If it is a SQL, so if the link services is pointing to a database, what will be my data set? Yes, it can be tables for SQL database. And what will be for storage account? What can be the data set for a storage account? So I can place any kind of files, right? Yes, files, any kind of files like CSV, yes, blob file, Parquet, right? Yeah, container also can be a data set. That's right. Subhankar says container. Okay, so those can, so data set in terms of storage account can be at container level, at a directory level, or at a file level. That is correct. We'll demonstrate all these behaviors. Okay, then comes pipeline. So in when creating data set in Data Factory, we don't classify it as output or input. There is no separate section for specifying input data set, no separate section to specify output data set. It's all just data set. Just that because you will be using that, you would know your use case. You just define one data set. And if I'm using copy data activity, that data set can serve as input to one copy data activity, can serve as output to another copy data activity. So did you guys get the picture of what I'm saying? There is no classification called as input or output. It's just about your usage. If there are two copy data activity, let's say I'm copying data to one data set. Okay, it means that is a destination to one copy data activity. Now I have to take data from that data set so that can become source for another copy data activity. So you got the point, right? There is no clear-cut segregation of input data set versus output data set. Any question? Okay. So now comes pipeline, right? So I just explained about one use case about copy data activity that can serve as pipeline, which means all the activities that I want to perform on data can be kept in pipeline. Pipeline serve as your orchestration tool. So for SSIS, you might call it as a package. Here we call it as pipeline. In Informatica, you might call it as workflow. Here we call it as pipeline. Okay. Having understood this, I'll just quickly iterate through the entire process. So we discussed about dataset, pipeline, linked services, and then these are some theoretical or benefits, right? What you get. So improves productivity with shorter time to market. So when you get a requirement and you identify that ADF is the tool to develop, then you know, right? If you have active subscription, you can simply create a data factory resource in just 1 to 2 minutes of time, and then you get started with the creation of your pipeline. So that's why it says improves productivity with shorter time to market, because development will also be done on the browser. Plus you don't need any kind of additional licenses, right? Because you are already paying for the subscription. So time to market is very short. Reduces overhead cost. Again, data factory serves as pay as you go model, right? So more the data you move across, you pay it, and then done. You are not, when you're not using data factory for orchestration, you're not paying anything. The cost is literally zero to data factory. But if I compare that with Informatica or SSIS, you might host it in a particular virtual machine to run those ETL packages, right? So the overhead cost would be maintaining the virtual machine, maintenance cost, admin team to check if the operating system is in place or not, whether that requires update or not. So all those things will be automatically covered. Okay, and then integrates data cost effectively. Then works the way we want. Transfers data using pre-built connectors. Gets continuous integration and delivery. This point is okay. Transfer data using pre-built connector. So the advantage of data factory is that you get a lot of connectors to play with. But when we were using SSIS or Informatica, we knew that there were some set number of connectors, right? And then the Informatica company or Microsoft company would say that, okay, in the next year or in coming cycle, we would come with a newer release of the same product, and we would know that, okay, some additional connectors would come into picture, right? But then you have to do a new release, just do a backward compatibility check before upgrading your system. That's always a hassle, right? But here you don't have to worry. Things will be automatically taken care of. Like whenever it identifies new set of connectors, they don't have to release it, right? They can immediately release it, ship it. Anyhow, it's a browser-based experience. Do they need to really deploy things? So they will deploy it to Data Factory, and within the same version, you would get all the connectors. So today, if you are seeing 100 connectors, there is high chances that you might see 2 more connectors after 1 week of time without your notice, right? But yes, the documentation would be updated accordingly. And then the integration and the CI and CD part, right? Continuous integration and delivery is also associated with the data factory. I would explain you when I'm talking about data factory, I would showcase you how will you associate your data factory with GitHub. We would discuss more about that also. Integration runtime, right? So integration runtime is to determine your PaaS or IaaS service. If I want to get connected to a particular virtual machine, let's say in that virtual machine, you have hosted a SQL server database engine, then I cannot make use of Azure integration runtime. I have to make use of self-hosted integration runtime. Basically, the integration runtime decides your environment, whether it is PaaS or IaaS. If it is IaaS, I have to install the appropriate integration runtime. If it is PaaS, I have to install Azure Integration Runtime. That is the only difference. Integration Runtime defines your compute infrastructure. I can say so. It defines your compute infrastructure. Make sense? Okay. Enough of this theory. I will close this and then we will go and create a data factory resource. So what you have to do, you have to just click on write data factory here and then click on create. Once you do so, you will obviously you will get subscription and then resource group as part of our hierarchy. So let us choose one of the resource group that I have already. If you don't have, you can create a new one by clicking on create new, specify the name. And then the location is still fine for me, or we can choose another integration, another location as well. So one of the popular location is West US 2. So you can make use of this as well. And then provide the name, okay. And then the versioning. Okay, you can see that the data factory name is already taken. So it means data factory name should be unique across the world. Okay, then the version V2 versus V1. So again, few might have doubt what is V1 versus V2, right? So when data factory got incorporated or incepted within Azure, it started with V1 and nowadays it is V2. So what is the difference? V1 was more of verbose coding. So you have to define your link services, integration runtime, data sets, then pipelines triggers using the JSON script. So you have to actually memorize everything or take help from documentation to formulate the entire JSON to build out these items, which was very time consuming. But then Microsoft realized this thing and they came up with the product, the same data factory B2. B2 is more of drag and drop scenario and just setting up the properties. That's it. But behind the scene, it is always the JSON which is maintained, right? You would understand when I start creating some data set link services within data factory B2, I will drag and drop and set up everything. And I'll also showcase you that behind the scene, everything is maintained in JSON. Like SSIS, when you were developing, what was the background code? Can anyone highlight? If anyone of you in SSIS background, can anybody tell me? Whenever you were developing SSIS, obviously you would drag and drop all the modules, but what was the background code? XML, right? Yeah, it is XML. Similarly, data factory is not different. JSON is the best interchangeable document which can be used these days, right? Earlier XML was very popular, but nowadays JSON has been the popular choice among people. So whenever we develop anything in data factory, behind the scene JSON code would be present. We would showcase that. So there is no confusion, right? What is V1 versus V2? So whenever you try to create anything for your customer, always go with V2. But there might be certain existing projects which are looking for migration where things might move from V1 to V2.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Okay, so select V2, then click on next, get configuration, or you can click here as well. And I have sufficiently built some pipeline data sets, etc. I would try creating or associating the existing data factory with GitHub. So for now, you need to select configure Git later. So just remember the options what I'm specifying here, okay? So that while you are creating, you need not refer to the video all the time, right? So you can just memorize this and do the same. Networking, you choose public endpoint for now. So we would get connected to this data factory. So same concept. So this would be repeating across all the resources, okay? Private endpoint, public endpoint. So when I discussed about storage account, I discussed about this option, right? There are some project where they would dedicate some virtual machine, right? Virtual machine is basically part of your virtual network. If virtual anything which is part of virtual network wants to make a call to this data factory, and let's say this data factory is set in public endpoint, still it will make a call through internet. So the connection has to go out of VNet, go to internet to connect to this data factory. Okay, but when you choose private endpoint, it doesn't have to go through the route of internet. It can directly connect from that VNet to this data factory. That is the difference. Okay, but then the prerequisite will be that customers will be having some VNet in order to do so. But nowadays it's okay. You can always have all the systems in pass mode and have a healthy public endpoint, and regulate the access model using your access model framework, right? Access management framework. Then advanced, so Microsoft is anyways encrypting your data factory at rest. Okay, but if you want to still provide a double layer of encryption, you can do so by putting this option. Select this and then fetch it from the key vault, right? And you would be able to do so. Tags, I specified it, right? It's a key value pair where you define your category in a third dimension. Let's say that multiple teams are actually working in the same subscription, but you would not know about the pricing, right? Who is burning what? If I know that this data factory is going to be consumed by one particular team, I can specify the team name and value here. And later, when the billing comes up, I would define the costing accordingly. And review plus create, and then go ahead and create the resource if the validation succeeds, right? So let me go ahead and click on create, and you would see that the deployment has started. Okay, and you can see that the deployment is complete, and you can simply go to the resource, right? Click on the resource, and yes, this is our data factory. It would only charge you for the movement service and nothing more than that. So I would choose, yeah, data factory, click here, and then click on view. Okay, so whatever options I choose here, okay, the upfront cost would be 0. You see that here, upfront cost is 0, monthly cost. Yeah, we have to specify how many times we are doing what. Let's say we are doing some 1,000 activity runs, right? In 1,000, and then it is specifying this much amount of money. And yes, how much amount of integration unit we are using. So all these things specified, then you would get a particular cost. Okay. But the upfront cost will be 0. As and when you start playing with this tool, you would incur a lot of cost. So basically the cost will be attributed to the movement service only, nothing more than that. I closed it by mistake. Now let me post a question to you guys. Let's say I'm moving data from one storage account to another storage account. Okay, so what amount of charges will I be dedicating to the data factory? Anyone? The cost 0 is incorrect, right? Because I'm still using data factory to move data from one storage account to another storage account. So basically I'm paying for the movement cost, right? Let's say I'm moving 1 terabyte of data. Obviously I have to pay for that amount of duration, right? So let's say it has spent some 10 minutes of time to transfer 1 TB of file from source to target. So I pay only for that particular movement service. Okay, I'm not paying on save, and you can start developing things in the data factory. But yes, if it is about project, it is good to maintain a security group for your project and keep adding people and removing people from that group only to better manage people, right? If you start adding people through this manner, right, then it is very difficult to manage. When the person moves out of the project, then you have to check at all the resources what you have, whether that person has some persistent access or not. Instead, just have single point where you manage group and you remove or add people in that particular. So when a new person is onboarding, just adding that person in the security group will give him or her the access to all these resources. Tags we have covered. Diagnose and solve problem is common, right? I mentioned in case you see some regular problem statement, you can always watch out here. If not, raise a support ticket. If you feel there is a big problem or if there is a bug in the product, you can always raise a support ticket. And I mentioned it, these are the common set of options which I'll cover during the monitoring and analyzing topic. Logs is again common. Okay, there is nothing new to talk here. Again, read only and delete log. And then I'll go back to overview. Can anybody guess where is our workspace, development workspace to code in Data Factory? So there is something called as Azure Data Factory Studio. So you click on this option and you get to a workspace, Data Factory workspace. So how many of you have a subscription today? A quick raise of hands. Active subscription. Okay. So when I'm discussing about the problem statement, that I would dedicate some 10 minutes of time for your understanding. You would do it live, and then we can continue just for today. Okay. So that you get the flavor of what is data factory. Because initially, if I start doing everything, it will look nice. But when you play it offline time, you might get stuck in some or the other place, right? So we will dedicate some 10 minutes of time today in developing here itself. Okay, so you can see here when I clicked on this particular option, right, open Azure Data Factory Studio, we came to this particular page. This is called as the workspace or the studio. This is the place for our data factory pipeline development. And you automatically came to this home page. Okay, there are few other options as well: author, monitor, and then manage. We will discuss about all these options. So first I want to just give you a glimpse about what is this tool and the walkthrough, right? This is just an overview page, home page, where you can make use of these resources, right? So some pipeline templates, ingesting, orchestrating, so code-free data pipe. Just explains about these processes. And then I will come to this author section where there is an option to create pipelines. We discussed about pipeline in the slide, right? So we can create the pipelines here, data sets over here. There is one more framework called as data flow, right? So when we create things in pipeline, it will be with respect to our environment, right? So if I've created a data set which is pointing to SQL table, obviously when I'm trying to copy data or do some transformation, it will be on top of the SQL environment itself. But when I'm creating things in data flow, the environment is totally Apache Spark environment. We'll discuss about data flow separately at the last, but data flow's environment will be open source Spark distribution. You just specify what is your source and thing, and between the source and thing, everything will happen within the open source Spark ecosystem, which means data factory also serves as analytical tool, right? So you can perform some big data analytics using data flow, and that too with the least amount of coding. So that is the benefit of data flow. You can still transfer petabytes of data using data flow. And yes, data factory will serve as that particular tool. We'll discuss about data flow later. Okay, so just explaining again, this is the place to develop pipeline dataset data flow. Anything in preview, I would skip. I'll tell you what, did I mention what is the terminology preview? So when Microsoft starts developing few things, right, there are three stages of product development lifecycle. Right? So one is private preview, one is public preview, another is GA. GA means generally available, general available or generally available. So this is the evolution of a particular product. So when things are in public preview, you would see something like this. They will call it as preview. Okay, what does it mean? Let's say my MVP is ready, but I don't want to make it live for the customer. MVP means minimum viable product, but that's just a rough product. It still requires a lot of unit testing. It might be a buggy product. Then we can consider that piece of the product as private preview, which means I'm saying I can just open it for few customers to use, but there'll be a pure clause saying that don't propose it for production workload. Because by the time the product is 100% developed, which means 100% developed and tested is GA. Okay, it might be entirely changed, right? So private preview is just for the enthusiastic customers. They keep on playing with the product, etc. They will help the product team to build a robust product by identifying those bug scenario, etc. That's a private preview feature. Now let's say the product has gone through some evolution, and let's say this is almost 90% ready. Okay, but still it is not GA. Then you should still not propose the solution to customer, which is in preview state. But Microsoft says that if something is getting achieved out of public preview product, you may propose it to the customer with the NDA clause, non-disclosure agreement. Okay, where you specify that there might be some corner cases which is not yet identified, but it is up to the customer to choose the product. If something is burning, right, some SLAs is impacted or some security issue has happened, so the project team will not be taking any responsibility. But once the product is in GA, you would not see anything like GA. These are all the GA products, GA features basically. So makes sense, right? What is private preview, public preview, and GA? So you only propose things to the customer which are in GA, not even public preview. But if you are proposing public preview, you have to sign an NDA with the customer. So and accordingly play with this particular tool. Okay, so anything which is in preview, we'll not discuss about that. Okay. Then comes the monitoring part, right? So if I'm running my pipeline is my orchestration layer, right? Then I would be able to track my pipeline progress over here. So let's say I have scheduled my pipeline to run every day or twice every day. Then I can always come to this particular place and see if it has really succeeded or failed in some place, etc. I would be able to monitor it here. So I just mentioned about the word schedule, right? That is nothing but in here we call it as trigger. We will discuss more. So anything triggered through a particular or anything scheduled through a particular trigger would be visible here. Integration runtime. So all the integration runtime that we host would be visible in one place, which is called as integration runtime. And I mentioned you, right? By default, Data Factory would provide you Azure integration runtime. So you see here, the type of the integration runtime is called as Azure. There are other integration runtimes called as self-hosted, which would help you in connecting to virtual machine, or let's say as part of learning program, you want to connect to your laptop, right? In your laptop, you might have your SQL Server database. You can install self-hosted in your laptop to get connected. And you can pull data from your file system, from your SQL database, from your Oracle database, and you can perform your actions. Data flow debug. You remember I showcased you pipeline data sets and data flow here in the author section. So if we are running data flow, we would be able to see it here. We will be able to monitor it here. Alerts and metrics. So let's say that we have our production workload running. So every day your pipelines are running, let's say twice in a day. Suppose the pipeline has failed, right? So how would you come to know? So I can define those alerts and metrics at this particular place, and whenever the pipeline fails, then I would receive an email or an SMS, and I can take proactive action. Instead of you checking always in a reactive manner whether my pipeline succeeded or failed on a day-to-day basis, I would get an alert if the pipeline is failed. Right? We will discuss about that also. Then manage. I don't know why the ordering is kept in this manner, but yeah, if you see the manage step, this is the place where we can create link services, integration runtime. Then we remember while creating, we specified configure git later, right? So we can come here and set up the configuration. So once we create a set of link services, data set, pipeline triggers, we would create this connection to GitHub and would explain you what is the branching strategy, what is the deployment model, etc. ARM template. I think I missed out on talking about this. Let me talk about this also. ARM template is actually common to all the resources, not just to Data Factory. It is for storage account, it is for Data Factory, it is for SQL Server, etc. This actually stores all your configuration of that particular resource in a JSON format. So let's take an example of the storage account. I think it should be somewhere here. Template, export template. So you see here, this is nothing but the ARM template for the storage account. So you remember, right? This replication is set to LRS and performance is standard. So let's find out all those options, right? Replication, LRS. Okay, here it is. So it is saying SKU is standard LRS and TRS standard. I mentioned that all the configurations of this particular resource will be kept in this JSON file, which is called as the ARM template, Azure Resource Manager template. This is actually a DevOps topic. Whenever you ask, whenever you think about creating CI/CD pipelines, that is part of your DevOps, right? So you take this particular template and deploy it in your higher environment. It's not like in the development environment, you created the storage account, you're going to note down what did I select for each and every option, and you go to the testing environment, create the same replicate. No, you don't have to do that anymore. Take this template and deploy it in your higher environment. That's it, nothing more than that. And if you want to put something configurable, like I mentioned, for lower environment, LRS is fine. But for higher environment, like pre-production and production, it should be GRS, right? At least GRS. GRS is the true disaster recovery model. Then you can make this parameterized. I will just quickly show you. As part of this example, storage account name should be unique, right? I cannot use the same name in my higher environment, just that the name should be unique across the world, right? So I cannot have the same name in a separate environment. Now you see that automatically became part of the parameter. So demo bits is the name of the storage account here. So it just created a name of the parameter storage account demo bits name. And if I go to the parameter file, I would by default see this. So this brings me to one more conclusion. Parameter will be, there would be a separate parameter file for each environment. Dev environment will have its own parameter file. Test environment will have its own parameter file, but template file would be common. Okay, the same template would be used to deploy across environment using their own parameter file. So I'm not going to dwell much on the DevOps topic, but because we encountered this ARM template, just wanted to highlight on this. And then there are a lot of PowerShell commands to deploy your code in your higher environment. I'll just highlight you this Azure RM resource group deployment. Okay, so if you're using AZ modules, right, then you can make use of this particular command AZ resource group deployment to deploy any ARM template, not just data factory or not just storage account, anything to your higher environment. So I just want to specify a particular template. Just give me one moment. Parameter. Okay, here you see. So new Azure AZ resource group deployment, you specify the name of the deployment, where exactly you want to deploy resource group name. After that, you specify template path and the parameter file path. So template file and parameter file, I just specified it. This is template, this is parameter. So if I use this particular command, it would be deployed in my higher environment. Just that this command will be part of my CI/CD pipeline, CD pipeline, basically continuous deployment pipeline. And yes, obviously, your next question would be where would I persist this template file and parameter file? In your repository, in your main branch, it would be represented. So the data will be pulled from that main branch. You would refer to that path of template file and parameter file, and things would get deployed to your higher environment. Okay. Yes. Let me go back. Yeah. And then we can create the triggers over here, the scheduling which I was mentioning, right? And also when we move to the pipeline, we can create at pipeline level also. Then this global parameter is a parameter common to all the pipelines. So every pipeline will have its own parameter, plus there is an option to select global parameter also. I think this option came recently, like 6-7 months ago. Otherwise, only it was restricted to pipeline parameters. And customer managed key, we already understand this. If you want to encrypt your data factory using additional key, you can do so by selecting key, select your key vault URL, and yes, this would be encrypted with customer managed key also. Having said that, let's try to solve a particular problem statement. A very simple problem statement I would try to demonstrate just to explain you the data factory workings, right? So you would understand from what is my starting point of development and where I would end the development. So the problem statement is, I would obviously refer to the same storage account that we got created. So I have two containers, one is source and one is target container. So what I would do is I'll just take one file called as Netflix_titles. It has some TV shows, some movie names, okay, and some genre information, etc. I can quickly preview it over here also, right? Like while I'm explaining the problem statement. So there is a file in the source container, Netflix title. I would click on edit to just quickly show you what is the data that I have. Show ID, type, whether it's a movie or TV show, what is the title of that movie or TV show, and who are the directors or director, cast, country, date, added, release year, etc., ratings, etc. So this is my file. What I'm planning to do is I will transfer data, the same Netflix titles from source container to target container. Is my problem statement clear? Now, if the problem statement is clear to you, can you guys tell me what is the first thing that should come into my mind when developing things in Data Factory? Yes, link service it is, but one more level up, what should be my consideration? Integration runtime. Okay, obviously, first thing is link service only, and because we already have an Azure integration runtime, you don't think about that. Okay, so we will go to link services and click on new. This is the first place. I'll again cancel everything and When you click on Open Azure Data Factory Studio, this is the page that you would get. Okay, so you have to go to the Manage tab to create link services. And you can create a link service by clicking on New. Okay, and because we want to connect to our storage account, you can see, right, you can type in storage and you would get your option. But just highlighting you how many number of connectors you see lot of connectors, right? If you're using Informatica, SSIS, data stage, or any other ETL tool, you would not see this many number of connectors. Agreed, right? Yes or no, guys? So someone was asking me whether we can connect to SAP. Yes, we can connect to SAP and some CRM application, Dynamics CRM, Oracle, okay, SQL, Cosmos DB, SQL Database, MySQL, PostgreSQL, whatnot. And then we can also connect to Azure Databricks, ADLA, okay, Azure Function, etc. All these things we would be able to connect. Okay, coming back to the discussion, we wanted to transfer data from source to target, right? The Netflix title file. So the first thing would be to get connected to the storage account from our data set. So you would choose storage account here, storage, and then click on Azure Blob Storage. So if it was Gen 2 account, you will choose Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. But because I had disabled the namespace, right, that's why it became the normal storage account. So you would select storage account. And now I would highlight more on the naming convention here, because naming will decide you how to choose the link services wisely, right? You would get to understand that as we go ahead. Let's say I wanted to connect to the storage account. I would say list for link service underscore storage, and which account I want to connect, demo bits. Okay, if you feel this naming convention is good, you can adopt this, or if you have a better nomenclature, you can go for that as well. Now scroll down, you see, right, connect via integration runtime. Because this integration runtime is already created, we will be able to use. And then I would choose an authentication method, right? So we discussed about a lot of authentication, this SaaS token, account key, service principal. So let's choose account key, and then from what subscription. My storage account is present in this particular subscription, Azure Bits and Bytes. Then the name of the storage account is demo bits. So, and then I would test the connection to see if I'm having a successful connection or not. Okay, the connection is successful over here. Once it is successful, we can click on create. Click on create, right? It would be immediately created. Yeah, and it is successfully created. So you can see the notification tab always that what is happening. So throughout you can keep using this notification tab. But if you refresh the browser, the notification things will be empty here again. Okay. Okay. Now, can anyone tell me what is the next thing that I should do? Yes, connection with the data set. Okay. So what I did, we created the link services in the manage tab. Now to create data set, we have to come to the author section. Okay. And then there is a section called as data set. Click on this ellipse and then click on new data set. Again, you will choose storage as the layer and click on continue. And because this Netflix files is a CSV file or a text file, I believe what file it is. So it is a CSV file. Netflix title is a CSV file. So we would select delimited text and click on continue. So that the naming you can see ds underscore storage underscore demo bits underscore container. I would provide for Netflix. Link services, I will choose this. Now you understand the importance of the naming, because when you have a list of link services, only name will help you in deciding which link service you are pointing to. Otherwise, you have to go back to link service, identify, come back, and then select the one. If you have a better nomenclature, then you will be able to immediately select it from the drop down. And one more thing I mentioned, right? So there is nothing called as input dataset or output dataset. So when we discuss about pipeline, at that point, we will select the data set from drop down. So similar help would be there. So this is the importance. And then it is asking me to choose the file. So I have selected link service, which means I got a connection to the storage account. I have to connect to that particular file. How will I connect? If you remember the file path, you can specify what container it is. So like source container, right? It is source container. What directory? There is no directory over here because under container, we directly have the file. So there is no directory. And we have the file name as Netflix titles. You can place it this way, or else you can browse. So let's browse to source and then Netflix titles. Yeah, click on it, and this is automatically formulated for you. Source and Netflix titles. If there was intermediate directory, it would have come up here. And I know that that file has a header as well, right? So select this option and click on OK. And once this is done, right, you would see some additional options here. This is the dataset properties. Okay, you can test the connection to see if link service connection is successful or not. And file path is pointing to Netflix titles. I can preview the file as well. Click on preview to see the file content. Some 10 records will come up in general. So I'm able to preview it properly. So all the delimiter settings which are applied by default is correct. Like column delimiter is applied as comma separator, row delimiter /r /n, and all these options, right? Escape character, quote character as double quote, and yes, first row as a header. And then schema is automatically imported if because it's a CSV file, everything is treated as a string. So sometimes if schema is not populated, you have to click on import schema. There are two options, from sample file or from connection store. I would choose from connection store. Connection means directly it will refer to the file present in storage account. If you select from sample file, you have to specify your local system and the file would be imported. The schema would be imported. Otherwise, you can click on from connection store. It would import from the storage account itself. I would discuss about parameters in a while. Just let's restrict our discussion to dataset at this point. Now our dataset is, though you saw that it is created, I have to do something else to publish this dataset. So I have to click on publish all to complete the creation of this dataset. So click on publish once more. And once I get a notification saying it is published, then I will be rest assured that, okay, the dataset is within the data factory permanently. I will tell you the importance of publish as well, right?
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Yeah, it says publishing completed. Now just observe, I will just make a clone of this particular data set. Okay, I've cloned this. Let's assume that I have modified few contents here. Now let's say I refresh this browser. Can anyone tell me what is going to happen if I refresh this browser? Okay, let's see. I'll refresh the browser, the page. You see here the clone is gone, right? The clone is no more available. So that's the importance of publisher. So once you start developing things, right? So on a mid-to-mid basis, keep on publishing things, otherwise it will be lost. So if you have connected it to repository, there will be an option called a save, which we will talk about that later. But as we have not connected to GitHub right now, you can make use of publisher to permanently save. Because you are doing a browser-based, you are developing things on browser, right? There is a high chance that you by mistake you might click on refresh. So to avoid losing all the changes, keep publishing in between so that your changes are not lost. Okay. So when you start developing things in Data Factory and then newly you're learning, right? This might be a case sometimes. You might spend 1 hour of time developing something and you forget to publish or shut down your laptop. The next day, if browser gets refreshed, everything is gone. So make a practice to publish as and when you create dataset pipelines. Link services are again, when you create, it is automatically published. You don't have to think about that. But when creating dataset in pipeline and data flow, yes, publishing is utmost important. Okay. Now, what is the next thing that I need to develop? I got a connection to the Netflix file, which is in source container. What is the next thing that I should do? Yes, I need to select the target destination. Yeah, not container yet, not pipeline yet, right? I have to connect it to the target system as well. So let's create another data set. Okay, again choose storage, Azure Blob Storage, continue, delimited text, continue, and I would keep a name saying storage demo bits, and my container is target container, right? So I'll just say container, and then select link service, which is ls storage demo bits. So it doesn't matter if first row has a header or not here, and select the container target and click on OK. That's it. It is pointing to a folder. I mentioned it. data set for storage account can be a file as well as a container as well as a directory. So I just chose target as the container. It means that whatever file I keep in the source, the same thing will go into the target container. That's my goal basically. Click on OK. So I have created a data set, so which I have not published yet. So this is the one. And yes, you can rename the data set here, right? You can do some additional things as well. And one more thing I wanted to mention, Data Factory evolved from V1 to V2, right? So I mentioned that in V1, we used to code everything in JSON. But V2, so far I've been dragging, dropping, setting up some properties. Where is the JSON content? So it is over here, code file. So if I click on code file, I'm able to see this JSON content. In V1, you would actually code like this, literally like this. You have to remember the name, properties, all these things you would have to remember in V1. But in V2, you don't have to remember any of these things. Just a simple drag and drop, it's done. Okay. Now I'll click on publish all. What is the next thing that I should do? Yes, anyone? Next thing, we have created data set. Yes, now we should create pipeline. Now let's go to the pipeline, click on ellipse, new pipeline, right? And then let's specify the name as pl copy Netflix titles file, right? Okay. Okay, I have name. You can see, right? You can click on this particular option to name the pipeline and then go back, right? And then these are the set of activities which we have categorization at a high level. At the depth level, you can watch out what are these properties. But for easier search, I can make use of copy. I just type copy and that relevant activity would come up here. Drag and drop to the main pane, which is the pipeline section. And there are many more properties here. We would discuss about them. So I'll say copy Netflix file. Okay, and then we specify source and sync. So before I would explain about this timeout, retry, interval. Let me execute this and then would explain about those properties. Just remind me in case I forget explaining these things. Okay, now let's go to source. Now see the importance of naming. By the name itself, I would understand, okay, this is the Netflix source file. So how many of you understood the importance of nomenclature here? Agreed, right? This is very important, right? Naming is very important. Otherwise, if you give just a name like this, right, new data set, and just say the name would be something like this, right? Very random name, and it would not give you a clearer picture when referring it from pipeline or some other place. So the naming is very important. So I have selected the source data set. Similarly, I'll go to the sync. I will select the destination container, which is target container. And I think that's it. I don't have to do much. So let me click on publish all, publish. Once it is published, I will do a debug. I can run it in debug mode as well as do a trigger now. So there is a little difference. So debug will be your development environment, right? So if I'm debugging, it is with respect to your local. So just see, I have just clicked on debug and then it is in execution right now. Yeah, and it has succeeded as well. So it has basically copied from source to target. So if I go to this container, go back to target container, target, I would see a file called as Netflix title, just loaded it. Now the India time is 9:38 p.m. You see it is 9:37, 55th second. Right? Just now it got loaded, right? Yeah, there is one more option how to run this in trigger mode. So you can click on trigger now to the same operation. Just that anything that you perform on trigger will be kept under monitoring. That's the importance of triggering. So whenever somebody is trying to, or let's say it is productionized already there, so nobody would click on debug. Instead, they will do trigger now, so that they can keep track of all the monitoring things that is happening. So now you can see here. Just now I triggered this pipeline and we are able to see the triggered runs over here. Yeah, successfully ran. And if I refresh, the timestamp would be updated. Just observe. Yeah, it is updated to 9:30 p.m. Right? So that's the importance of trigger here. If you have debugged something, you would get a visibility here. I think you would get some last 7 days of data over here if you do a debug. But trigger, it will stay in the system for, I think, for 2 months or 3 months or so. So is it clear what all we did so far? creating link services, data sets, and pipeline. Was it clear, guys? Everyone? Yes, file got overridden, right? Yeah, you saw the same thing. Right away, I can show creating one integration runtime. So just observe over here. Okay, go to manage tab, then go to integration runtime. Let's try creating Azure integration runtime. This is also an Azure integration runtime, which is called as auto resolve. I'll click on new, Azure, continue, Azure, again continue, and let's say I specify Azure IR. Okay, and I can select my location, or I can select, yeah, you can see here, right, auto resolve, or select a specific location. But I want to keep it auto resolve because when the movement service is happening, right, data movement, it will choose either of sync location or source locations. That way I'll specify region as auto resolve. Let's say that we created the resource in West US, but I've specified the region as Australia. It is not a good option, right? You will incur a lot of cost in IO. So that way I specified the location and click on create, and my integration runtime would be created immediately. Yeah. So this is how you create integration runtime. What is IR and why we need it? So I mentioned that IR is very important. It's the starting point of your data factory. IR defines your in compute infrastructure. Or when you do the movement, right, who is actually performing your movement, data movement? It is the IR which is performing your data movement. So when I specified copy data activity, copy data of Netflix file from source to target, it is the IR who has performed this particular job. Okay, Azure SSIS integration runtime. Okay, I think I missed that point. Azure SSIS integration runtime is a new thing. Not a new thing. It's a different integration runtime. So let's say you have a particular project where you've invested a lot of time and money on creating ETL packages, SSIS ETL packages, right? And then you cannot get rid of all the 100 ETL packages that you have developed over 10 years of time and suddenly move to Data Factory, right? So when Data Factory came into the market first time, there was not an option to migrate your SSIS packages to Data Factory, right? But then the demand for this, a lot of customers complained that what will we do with our SSIS packages which we have? We cannot get rid of our ETL tool yet to adopt Azure Data Factory. So Microsoft came with a new integration runtime called as Azure SSIS integration runtime, which means that all the existing SSIS packages which you were running locally or in a particular virtual machine can be uplifted to Data Factory. Okay, so just observe over here. Just agree me on one point. Whenever you're running your SSIS package, you must be running in a particular virtual machine which has CPU, RAM, IO components, etc. It requires some power. Agree? You agree, right? If you want to run SSIS package, you need CPU to deal with. So similarly, when we create Azure SSIS integration runtime, you will get all these options here. So it is asking you to choose a node size. So 32 GB of RAM, 16 GB. So if you have created with 64 GB of RAM, you can choose 65536 MB. So this is nothing but the VM size plus number of nodes. So it's like if you select one number of node, it means you have just this particular virtual machine. If you select some, let's say 3, it means you have 3 virtual machines of this 64 GB RAM each. Okay, and at the same time, if you already have a SQL license, you can say yes and provide your license. You save some cost. If you don't have a license, you are burning on subscription. It is giving you additional option to save some cost. And click on continue. Once you save all these options, right, you are actually creating an Azure SSIS integration runtime. Now to run your SSIS packages, you have to actually host in Azure SSIS DB. Okay, we will discuss about that later. But just quickly, I will show you. There is an SSIS task. Okay, you have to select your integration runtime, and then select the package location, which will be in SSIS DB of Azure SQL. So you have to deploy all the things in your you might have used some project deployment model. Right? You have to just deploy it in this package location, and then you can just point it to the respective folder. You can execute a package. So that was the purpose of Azure SSIS integration runtime. Shall we have one integration runtime for each transformation? No, it's not like that. So integration runtime is associated with your linked services. If your linked services is pointing to, let's say, Oracle database present in a virtual machine, you will be using self-hosted integration runtime. That is again a different topic. So let me tell about that integration runtime also, right? So just observe here. There is the second integration runtime, which is called as self-hosted. So click on this, continue, back. Let's go back. Self-hosted here, continue, and then I will say self-hosted IR and click on create. Okay, now I have to explain two things, right? So can I assume that if you have SQL database in your system, in your laptop, and you have a SQL database in a virtual machine, it's the same concept. If Data Factory wants to get connected to a particular virtual machine or to your laptop, it's the same thing. Can I have the common understanding? Yes, yes, right? If this Data Factory is connecting to your laptop or to a particular virtual machine, it's entirely the same concept. Do we guys agree on this? Okay. So what? So let's say that SQL database as an example, or let's say file system. So you might have a C drive folder in your laptop, or let's say you have a SQL database in your laptop, right? Then what you have to do from the place where you want to retrieve data is the place where you install this integration. So when you download this, right, just simply download, you will get an installer. So you have to install at that particular place. If you want to retrieve data from a virtual machine, then you have to install that integration runtime in that virtual machine. If you want to pull something from your laptop to this Data Factory, then install in your laptop. Once installed successfully, just click on that application. So in Windows, you can just type integration runtime, that would open up, and you have to punch in one of the key, either key 1 or key 2. Once you specify key 1 or key 2, click on register. After 5 minutes of time, you would see that this would be running. So let me see what integration runtime I have. Integration runtime, Microsoft integration runtime. Okay, mine is already connected. I will try to get it connected, or else you guys can play with it, right? So my main purpose of saying this is once it is connected to your laptop, it will be running state. And then you try to create a link service like this. Let's say you want to get connected to your SQL server as an example I mentioned, right? SQL server, continue. Just the importance in the integration runtime. You see, right? Instead of selecting the Azure integration runtime, now you would select self-hosted integration runtime. So you will select your server name, database name, authentication, SQL user password. You would be getting connected to your SQL database present in your laptop or in your virtual machine. So these three integration runtimes are present in our. Okay. Now what I will do, I'll just a little bit complicate that problem statement. So it was a simple problem statement, right, where we simply transfer the file from source to destination. Let me refresh this page. Now, did you guys observe that when you keep on executing the same pipeline, that file is actually getting overwritten? Yes or no? In the target location, the file is getting overwritten. If I run it multiple times, that will get automatically overwritten. Yes, right? Okay. Now, what if there is a requirement where if the file is already present, you don't want to overwrite, right? Let's try to solve that problem statement. Let me repeat that problem statement. Currently, we are able to copy file from source to destination, but file is getting overwritten all the time. But what if we don't want to overwrite if a file is already present? So we will try to check if a file is present or not. And if it is not present, only then we try to copy the file. Okay, that is the prompt statement. Now what I will do, I'll just make a clone of this particular pipeline. Just observe what I'm doing. I'm just cloning this pipeline. Okay. And yeah, before that, I want to explain one more thing as well. So right now we actually copied the file, Netflix file, from source to target, right? What about this is very much static in nature, right? Where we are only specifying that particular file, Netflix file. But what if I want to pass a file name during the runtime and then copy it to the target? Let's solve that problem statement and go to the other problem statement. So what I would do, I would again clone this pipeline. Just observe, I'm just cloning. Instead of Netflix file, I'll say copy file. Okay. And then I would try to create a new parameter. Okay, this parameter. For this pipeline, I'm creating a parameter. So click on empty space anywhere in the empty space here. You would see this parameter. I'll say file name as the parameter. This is called as pipeline parameter. Okay, so once we created the pipeline parameter, so I'll try to incorporate that in the existing ones. So currently the source is pointing to Netflix file, which I don't want that. I'll open that particular data set, clone that data set again, and would name that data set as, let's say, source file. And I would say source file dynamic. And then I need to create a dataset parameter as well. Click on new, and I will say the dataset parameter also as file name, and go back to connection. Okay, then just remember that when I'm making use of a particular dataset in pipeline, a dataset which has parameter, right? And whenever I'm using a dataset with parameter in the pipeline, in the pipeline itself, it will ask me to populate the dataset parameter. Okay, let's assume for the time being that I successfully passed a value from the pipeline to this particular dataset parameter. And the purpose is for file name, right? And where should I place this file name parameter value? Over here. How many of you agree that this pipeline parameter, the dataset parameter, where I'm going to get the value later on, this should be tagged to the file name here? Yes or no? Later, I'll demonstrate how to pass parameter from pipeline to dataset. But for now, just assume that I would receive the value here in this dataset file name parameter. And I obviously should use it at this placeholder, right? So I'll remove that, click on add dynamic content. And you see there is a dataset parameter over here. See, I'm not going to memorize anything here. I'll click on file name and this expression is automatically built for me, which means it is saying that it is dataset parameter. And what is the parameter name? File name is the parameter name. I am not going to do any kind of coding here as well. Click on finish. Okay, you can see here the parameter name is file name and I'm using the same file name in the placeholder of file name. Okay, I have built this out. Now let's go to the pipeline. Okay, PL copy file. Instead of this data set, I'm going to use the other one, right? So what is that? This one. And I already specified if I'm using a data set with parameter in the pipeline, it will prompt me immediately to pass the file name parameter value. You see, right? This is data set file name parameter. So, and at the same time, this pipeline also has a parameter called as file name. So whenever I try to execute this pipeline, it will ask me to provide pipeline parameters values. And then the same parameter value, I need to feed it to the dataset file name parameter. So again, click on this value, add dynamic content, and then click on file name, and you see it is pipeline parameter now. Because we are in the context of pipeline, when you open dynamic content, right, you would see pipeline context. When you are within dataset, you would see dataset context. So as pipeline has a parameter called as file name, I am able to see pipeline.parameters.file. Again, no coding required here as well. Click on finish. Just observe here what we are going to do. In this copy data activity, when I'm choosing source, right, because source data set has its own parameter called as file name, it will immediately prompt you to pass a value. Without passing a value, you cannot even publish this pipeline. It would say that your file name parameter expects the value you need to pass. So is it clear that what I'm doing? I'm trying to pass pipeline parameter to the dataset parameter. That part is clear to everyone. When you try developing, you would understand the nook and corners of the things, but is it clear? Okay. Once I pass this value, right? The file will be automatically chosen and would be posted to this particular dataset container name. Right? I'll publish this pipeline first. Okay, publish, and then would demonstrate you once more. Okay, pipeline is published successfully. Now see, if I click on debug or trigger now, debug, it is immediately asking me to pass pipeline parameters. Pipeline run parameters and file name should be provided. So now let's pick up a new file, right? Let me pick up customer.txt. So I'll go here. I'll just type in customer.txt and click on OK. So while it is in progress, let's see what is going to happen, right? So yeah, it is in progress, succeeded as well, right? So let's see now. I'll refresh this container and I'm able to see customer.txt, right? So you see, using this particular pipeline, it is very dynamic in nature now. During the runtime, I would pass what is the value, and that particular file is copied from source to target. This is the second problem statement. In here, you have understood how to create dataset parameter and pipeline parameter. Is it possible to create parameter only at pipeline level but not at dataset level? You can do so, but it all depends on what is the use case, right? Here the use case was to pull out a dynamic file, right, which I'll be passing during the runtime. And how will you pull a file? When there is a parameter at dataset level, only then you will be able to pull a dynamic file, right? It makes sense, right? Okay, so I said this, right? So while when I clicked on debug, I was able to pass a value to the parameter, this file name parameter, which means that this pipeline parameter file name has a value customer.txt. Now the same customer.txt, I'm passing it to the dataset here. Dataset also has a parameter called as file name, right? So I'm passing the pipeline parameter value to the dataset parameter. And then if you go to the dataset, once this dataset receives the customer.txt as the value, it would keep it here, customer.txt, source container, customer.txt as the file. Then the copy will happen from source to the target container. Okay, so this is the second problem statement. The main intention is to explain you the parameterization concept and plus the expression formulation, right? The file name expression, the pipeline parameter expression plus dataset expression. Okay, now what I will do, as I mentioned the third problem statement already, that if a file is already present, I don't want to copy. If the file is not present, then I want to copy. That is the problem statement. Now let's do one thing. So to check if the file is present or not, first I should have a data set to refer to the file. Right? At this point of time, I don't have any data set pointing to the target container. So this is just pointing to the target container, but not at a file level. So what I would do, I'll just clone this particular pipeline. I would name this as container, and then I'll say target file. Okay, target file dynamic. And again, I would create a parameter of its own, and the name would be file name. Go back to connection. Okay, this time to check if a file is present or not, I need to populate this value, right, with the dataset parameter. So just think that during the runtime, I will pass a value to this dataset, the file name value, and this would be fed here. And using this dataset, I would try to understand if the file is present or not present. Is it clear so far? So far you are with me, right? Yes or no? Okay, thank you. Then let's do one more thing. So okay, let me see, just a second. Okay, using this data set, I'll check if a file is present or not. Okay, then to transfer the file to the target location, I can still make use of the third data set here. Okay, and then from if a file is not present or yes, not present, then I want to bring it from source to destination. I can make use of this first data set here, right? Now let's create or clone this particular pipeline. So I will just name this pipeline as copy file if not exists. Okay, so what I would do, you will learn few more things here. Okay, there is an activity called as get metadata. Extract it here, and then let's connect them, right? I will just name it as check file existence, and I would point this to the data set. Which data set? The target file dynamic data set. And this pipeline has a parameter of its own, right? So I'm going to feed the pipeline parameter value here. Now it is not over yet. You have to scroll down, and you will see one more option, which is field list. So click on new, scroll down. You see there are a lot of options. My main intention is to check if the file is present or not. For that I will use exist field. Argument I have selected as exist, right? Now let's see how this behaves, right? So I will place a debug point. You see this? I'm explaining about this debug point now as well. Placing a debug point just to ensure that when I'm debugging, I just run till this point, not the entire thing. Because it doesn't make sense to copy, right? If the file is present or not present, irrespective of that, I will be copying if this is the workflow. For now, let me debug to show you what is the property. So I will just type in customer.txt. So this will be checked in the target location, right? So it is in progress. Let's see. Yeah, in progress. And it is succeeded. Now I will show you how to understand the output properties of this data set, of this activity. So click on this output section here. You see exist value is true. Did you guys get me what I have done? I'll repeat the entire context what I have been explaining. Okay, just see, we have created this particular pipeline. This pipeline has a parameter called as file name. So when I'm running this pipeline, it will immediately prompt me to pass a value to this pipeline parameter. Once you get data to this pipeline parameter, so I have used a get metadata activity, which is pointing to a data set which has its own file name parameter. I'm passing that pipeline parameter to the dataset parameter, and then the field list is set to exist. This will help me to understand if the file is present or not present. Is it clear to everyone? Okay, great. I see yeses here. Now tell me, obviously, irrespective of the result, I cannot simply have a copy data activity as the subsequent activity, right? I have to disconnect. Can you tell me, guys, what should I use next before actually copying the data? What should I use? Some conditional operators, right? If condition, yes. If exist, not delete. If exist, I don't want to copy. Or if not exist, I want to copy. So I'll pull a if condition. I'll place it here. Okay, I'll just connect this get metadata to if condition. So I'll just say if not exist. Okay, and then go to the activity section, and here I have to formulate the expression. Just understand that it's a if else condition which is happening, right? If this expression is true, I'm going to execute. If this expression is false, then you can execute that as well. If I don't place anything in false activity, it is still fine, right? Okay, let's formulate the expression. Before formulating the expression, you saw the output here, right? What is the output? Output of this get metadata has a JSON, okay, which starts with output, and then there is a field called as exist. These are nothing but key value pair, right, in JSON. So this is key, this is the value. So I have to write in such a manner that this the name of the activity, okay, activity of check file existence. Then I will do dot output dot exist. This will give me the value of true or false, whatever I use. So let's go to this if condition. I'll remove this debug point.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Yeah. Okay, then go to add dynamic content, and then scroll down to see activity output. So click on this activity output. So it is already formulated till this one, right? Activity of check file existence dot output. I have to simply write dot exists, right? Because in the activity output, we already saw the header as output. Under that, we have a key as exist. The output would be, the value would be true or false. So it is already giving me a Boolean outcome of true or false. So I don't have to do equals equals true or equals false again. Okay, so I'll click on finish. Okay, now can anyone tell me if the value of exist is true? So what should I do? Should I copy the file or should I not? If the value of this expression is true, should I copy or not copy? Not copy. Now what I will do, there is a not operator here. Okay, you see here, it just makes it opposite, right? So let's see if I'm making it not of, then what should I do? If this expression is evaluated to true, what should I do? Now can I copy? If this expression is evaluated to true, can I copy now? Okay, I can copy. I got yeses. So click finish. Okay, this if condition expression is built. So I have to place this copy data activity under the true section now. I can still do control X, go to true section, control V, and yes, you can do a control X, control V behavior here as well. Control C also works here. So let me ensure that the parameter selected is correct or not. So if I want to copy, then this is the source. Okay, the source is coming from the file name dataset parameter. Okay, and sync will be the container. So this looks good to me. I'll click on publish all before executing the pipeline. And first I'll try passing a file which is already present in target. Okay, so there are 3 activities in total: get metadata, if condition, and then within true there is a copy data activity. Now let me click on debug. I'll pass a file which is already present in the target location. Okay. So how many activities will execute here successfully? Anyone? Before it runs, you can answer me. How many activities will run in total? Okay. So some has mentioned 2, some 1. Okay. So you see, right? Obviously 2 activities needs to run it. So first is a check file existence. The output will be true. When it is true, not of true is false. So there is nothing in the false activity, right? So nothing has happened, right? Under false, we don't have anything. So the condition was not met. Okay, now let's try to execute this pipeline with a new file name from the source. So let's take purchase order.txt, P capital, O capital, and click on OK. Now, obviously, what will be the value of exist? It will be false. And when it is false, the expression will be set to true, not a false true. And then the copy activity would execute. Let's see what happens. Okay, both the three things happen indeed, isn't it? So check file existence, the value is false. And then if condition evaluated to true, so this expression, if you see, not of false is true. Okay, and then within that, we had a copy data activity. Okay, so you can see here, I think the one file was read and one file was written. Now, if I go to the target location, I should be able to see the file, right? And you see, right, just before this run, I executed for customer.txt, the timings did not change because the copy never happened again. So once the copy happens the first time, I was successful in not copying the file again to the same location, right? If this serves as your problem statement, you can use that. Is there any doubt before I showcase you some of the expressions? So generally, when file gets copied, right, you might want to create a date timestamp based folder. Within that, you might keep these files. That's a common problem statement, right? You guys agree? You can you generally create some date folders dynamically before putting the files, right? Yes or no? So I'll try to create the date timestamp folders during the runtime itself. Just observe what is going to happen. Now, where should I keep it? I can obviously keep it in the sync layer only, right? Where we are copying it. So I'll just go to the simple pipeline in the sync section. So open this container, okay, and I will place the date expression here. So you got it right. Earlier we were pointing to the target container. It's just that I have to specify directory now. Add dynamic content, and then I would do date time, format date time, right? Yeah, format date time, and then I will. There is a function called as UTC now. Okay, UTC now will fetch you the timestamp, like get time, get date time in SQL. Right? Similarly, here we have UTC now, and then here I can formulate the expression. So y for year, capital for month, and then small dd for date. See, small is for minute, that's why I'm not using that. Capital is for month, and click on finish. So before I don't want to publish this, I just want to showcase you this works. Okay, I'll debug this, and it is asking me to pass a file name. So I would pass a file name called as customer.txt. So here I'm not checking if the file is present or not. So it would copy to that particular location. So let's see. So you can see that status goes from queue to in progress to succeeded. Yeah, succeeded. Now if I go to the target location, click on refresh, you would see a date timestamp folder 2021 July and 24th is the date today, right? And within that you would see customer.txt. So if this kind of problem statement come up, then you can definitely make use of format date time to build that expression. Format date time. Yeah, I will paste this particular code here. Yeah, please make a note of this. So let's say this copy data is stuck, right? Just simply stuck for some reason, network issue or something, and it is not able to get terminated or not able to get anything. It is in queue state basically. Then by default, it would get a timeout after 7 days of time. So this is days, 7 days. This is days. Okay, you can regulate this. Then comes hours, minutes, and seconds. Okay, so if you know that, no 100% sure that I'm going to, it hardly takes around 10 minutes of time most of the times. I'll place 20 minutes instead of placing the default 7 days of time. And now retry. Let's say I'm saying that if it is getting failed sometimes, right, due to network issue or the other, I want to retry it once more. So that's the value of retry. And what is retry interval? This is in seconds. Okay, so retry, but after 30 more seconds. It means that let's say this copy data activity failed, then it is going to retry once more after waiting for 30 more seconds. It just gives a break of 30 seconds and retries that activity. Okay, makes sense to everyone? So this is important when by default, most of the activities will have 7 days as a timeout. It is not sensible to keep 7 days. You can regulate the timeout with respect to your understanding of that activity, how much time it takes, and set up the properties accordingly. Every activity will have this property, not if condition. Within if condition will not have this property. You can see it here, because if condition has its own value, true or and false activity. Right? Within true activity, again you have copy and you will have this timeout properties. So yeah, any questions? Okay, I would explain about retry once more. So let's say this copy data activity is failing now. Okay, and if it fails, and if I've set the property of retry to 1, it is just going to retry once more, right, after failure. And retry interval is 30 seconds, which means whenever it retries, it just gives a break for 30 more seconds. After that, it retries. Okay. Is it possible to perform move operation from source to sink? So natively, it is not. Natively, when I say data factory's inherent behavior is just to copy, not to move. But if you want to simulate a move operation, right, then once it is copied, you can just delete it from the source. So you can do it that way. So what I would suggest you guys, just play with this. Whoever was not having subscription, please go ahead and create the subscription, create storage account, create data factory account. Okay, and play with this. The more you play, you will get more acclimatized to these things, right? And once you get used to this, it will be easy to go at several places without thinking much, right? So first make a point in mind that yeah, pipeline, data set, data flow are in author tab, right? If you want to monitor the progress, you can go to monitoring tab, right? If you want to create integration and time link services, fourth tab is the one to do so. So just try to print few things in mind before starting on development. It will be very clear. Otherwise, you will be just haphazard, right? You will just go here and there. It will be difficult to clear out. So once you play with this, it will be easy. Just it takes 1 to 2 days of time to get it finished. Okay. Okay. Let's begin with the topic of SQL Server. So SQL Server, you guys know, right? If you want to store any kind of relational data, it is the SQL Server system that you may think of, right? Similarly, there are a lot of other services like PostgreSQL and other MySQL database and many more such databases. But let's restrict our discussion to SQL Server and SQL Server database. Now, if you had understanding of SQL in your on-premise environment, it is a piece of cake for you within Azure SQL, right? So how do you create a SQL Server database? So you can simply type in SQL Server. Okay, you can get to this particular SQL servers here and then click on create. There is not much of options which is there in the create option. So you can just quickly see, as in like any other resource creation, the first two steps will be to choose subscription and resource group. Okay, so by default it chose the subscription and resource group for me. If you want to change, you can change it here. Okay, and then followed by server name. So in on-premise, when trying to connect to that particular database, what are the three things that you provide? You will provide SQL Server name, the fully qualified SQL Server name, then username and password, right? So the same thing here. We are going to provide a SQL Server name here, and then you can also specify what is your location. What is the location of SQL Server? Now, when working in on-premise ecosystem, you did not have the luxury to choose a location, right? So if you are a project team and your entire project is in a particular location, most likely your SQL database would reside there, right? Or maximum it can be at customer's location. But again, because we are working with Azure ecosystem, you have the luxury to choose any particular location. So you may sit in Singapore, but you can support a US customer as well, right? So that way. The importance of location is, let's say a person from US is trying to access SQL Server database. But let's say because of on-premise ecosystem, that server is located in Singapore, right? Then obviously it would take a little bit more IO time. And yeah, when customer might feel a little bit of lag, may not be so much lag because of great connectivity these days, right? But still the IO time is considered here. But if customers are from US, why not keep the server in US itself? So in a way that we are reducing the IO time. The processing time is anyways dependent on the configuration of the server, but we are talking about IO time, right? Location is specific with respect to IO, input and output. Then you can provide your SQL Server authentication username and password over here. Once you provide these details, go to networking and then just specify yes over here. So what is this configuration? It says allow Azure services and resources to access this particular server. Now it means that you are actually enabling other systems to talk to this particular SQL server. If you keep it no, no other machine or resources would be able to talk to this particular SQL server. So it makes sense to keep it yes, right? Because your entire system is an integrated one, right? You cannot have a disconnected system with no purpose, isn't it? So you keep it yes, and later we will understand how to set up those firewall rules. Then additional settings, it's a good option, Azure Defender for SQL. So it comes up with a security framework. Okay, like you can see it here, unified security package, which includes vulnerability assessment and advanced threat protection for your SQL server. A simple example, let's say you are right now in India and you're logged in using your authentication into this particular SQL server. And suddenly after 5 minutes of time, the same credential is being used, but from a different location, let's say England, right? Then it's a problem, isn't it? So Azure identifies that you cannot physically locate from one location to another, and it raises it as a vulnerability, right? And you can take appropriate measure. So that way it gives you more security. I just highlighted a simple example here, but enabling this will give you a lot of controls on these kind of threats, right? So when you start fresh, right, on this SQL Defender, you would get 30 days of free trial period, but post that it would be chargeable. So for learning sake, you can always keep it not now, but yes, when you are moving to production, it makes sense to keep this option enabled. And then tags, the same, whatever we discussed on the storage account data factory, it's the same thing here. And do a review plus create. If you have provided all the options properly, then you can successfully create. But one thing to note, when I'm creating SQL Server, I did not see any kind of configuration yet, and it is expected. The configurations will come into play when we are actually creating SQL database. So in SQL database, I would be able to choose what is the level of CPU IO that is required for that database. But when you're creating SQL Server, it's just a server, which is going to have a set of databases. So basically, it is zero cost for you when you create SQL database server, and it mentions the same thing, right? No additional charges. Okay, once this is created, you will see options like this. Okay, so I have already created one SQL Server account for us. Like we can see once it is created, we see a lot of options, right? So in this particular SQL Server, we see option like creating database, elastic pool, dedicated SQL, importing database. So I'll walk you through all these options. At least the important options I would be able to explain it. So now we will come to these options, but just to highlight, it is to create a database, right? Multiple database. So if I click on this, I will be able to create a database. Again, I click on this, I'll be able to create second database, and so on and so forth. Elastic pool, I will talk about that. So basically, every database will have its own configuration, right? If you remember, in the first class, I mentioned about something called as DTU, Database Transaction Unit, when I was actually explaining about the scalability problem. So now let's assume that database A is of 5 DTU, database B is also of 5 DTU. But let's say database A is in action during the morning hours and database B during the evening hours. So it is kind of mutually exclusive operations, right? So is there a way that I can actually share the 5 DTU with both the databases and only incur cost for 5 DTU? For now, A is incurring 5 DTU, B is incurring 5 DTU. So total, I'm paying 10 DTU cost. But because these operations are mutually exclusive, can I pay just 5 DTU for running both the databases? That's where elastic pool concept comes into picture. In elastic pool, you set up the DTU and then start creating database, tag this database with that elastic pool, so that when your operation in that particular database is happening, right, the compute will come from that elastic pool. That's the concept of elastic pool. So I'll just try simulating those options. You would understand. I will do that in a while. So dedicated SQL can be created under here, or it can be also created under Synapse Analytics. It's the same thing. And if you want to import a particular database, you are always welcome to do so here, right, by using this particular option. Then while creating, we provided the SQL authentication username and password, right? If at all you want to reset the password because there is some rotation policy in your office, or just to keep the system protected, right? Often you would like to rotate your password. So you can reset the password of your SQL account here, and few other options. So activity log is common to all the resources, right? It's the same thing. If you perform some operations in this SQL server, that will be getting logged here. Let's say I'm raising from 5 DTU to 10 DTU, then 10 to 20, all these operations will be logged here. Access control is similar. If I want to provide or revoke access from a user, group, or service principal, this is the place to do so. Tags is pretty clear, right? So if I want to just put a key value pair to this SQL Server account to incorporate a third dimension analysis, right, during costing, billing, then I can do so here. Diagnose and solve problem. If you face a regular issue, right, a very common problem statement that you get, or you feel there is a bug in the system, you can just watch out here. If you don't get any solutioning here, you can always go with new support request. These are all the common options which we already spoke, right? So nothing different over here. Now, few of the resources within Azure ecosystem has the option called as quick start. So when you click on quick start, this just guides you on how to connect to this particular SQL Server account using Azure SDK, using SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio, using Azure PowerShell. So it just guides you on how to do so, right? So it is sometimes handy. So whenever you think about any kind of documentation for any resource, right, you can immediately go to quick start and refer to this documentation. And then because this is a SQL Server account, right, it would expect to have one admin account on your SQL Server, right? So you can set it by clicking on set admin and specify a user that person or a group can become the admin of that particular SQL Server account. So now I'll ask a question. Let's say you want to create a user and a login. Is it possible to create a user or a login in SQL database using your SQL authentication login? Anyone? So let's say that you have connected to SSMS using your SQL authentication user and password. Will I be able to create users? Will I be able to create logins and assign someone the DB reader role to a particular user? Is it possible? Okay, so I got a mix of answers like yes and no. So the answer is actually you cannot create any user or logins when you have logged in into your account using SQL authentication username and password. It is very simple. SQL authentication username and password is not a user, right? So it's just a dummy account which you use to connect to your SQL account. So for that reason, you need to be admin of your account to create user or groups. So how to create admin? So let's say that I'm setting up an admin, and let's say I myself will provide the admin role there. So I'll select this, click on select, and then click on save. Okay, so the operation is in progress. So let it complete. Yeah, so I have become the admin of this particular account. Now what I have to do is when I connect to SSMS and use my account to log in, I would be able to create user logins, etc. Is this part clear? So you guys can actually correlate this. How many of can anyone confirm me how many of you have actually deployed your database using Visual Studio Database project? Anyone? Did you guys create a database project in Visual Studio and then try deploying from there into your database account, like the SQL Server account? Anyone? Yes or no? Not just on Azure, anywhere on premise or Azure SQL. No, not yet. Okay. Yes. Okay. Now, when you have database project, there is a possibility that you might create users groups also, right, within the same database project. So when you are actually deploying that, did you guys observe it will not work if you are using SQL Server authentication. When you have some objects, right, the login objects and user objects within the same database project, you would not be able to deploy if you are trying to deploy using SQL authentication. So just try it out and you will observe the same. This is the most important part of understanding, right? So who has most amount of authority? Obviously, SQL authentication will not have that much amount of authority. Yes, you would be able to create objects or delete objects, but you will not be able to create logins, username for managing security. Okay. Now I explained the importance of this particular admin role, right? And then SQL database. So if you have a set number of databases, you would be able to see it here. How to create database? I will explain. I'll come back to this option and try simulating the create process. But once you create it successfully, you can list out all the databases here. And same thing for elastic pool as well. If I create it here, then I would be able to see the elastic pool here, right? I will do so. I'll come to DTO quota and then properties. So as we created this SQL Server account, what is my SQL authentication username? And then yeah, you will see some more properties. Important property being resource ID, right? When you're using some programming language to connect to this SQL Server account, so for understanding what server you're connecting from programming language, this is sometimes handy. So some language will ask for this particular property resource ID. When you give this, the program will understand that you're trying to hit on this particular server account. Okay, logs is the same concept like we discussed yesterday. There are two types of logs: read only and delete log. Let me see the important options. I will discuss about logs in one set. I mentioned you, right? Monitoring, logging, alerting. I will discuss in one. Now, yeah, transparent data encryption. So this is actually to encrypt your data at rest, right? If whenever the data is in rest, you need to encrypt the data. So Microsoft is anyways encrypting using its own key, but you can additionally encrypt using customer managed key as well. You have to just keep the key in the key vault, and key vault is a safe, right? So and then you can reference it from the key vault directly, and then the data will start getting encrypted using your own key. But you can rely on the Microsoft managed key. But in case customer is requesting to encrypt using their own key, you can do so. Okay, that's all about SQL Server topic. Now what I will do, I will go to the overview section, try simulating the creation of database. Right? So if I start creating a database, let me click on create database. And obviously, because I have started creating SQL database from the context of SQL Server, so a few of the options are automatically selected for me. Subscription, resource group, database name, you can provide a database name, and want to use SQL Elastic Pool. So at this point of time, we don't have any Elastic Pool, so set it to no. I will try simulating one of the create process. Now the next important part is setting up configuration of the database. Now it is very important from costing perspective, because if you don't give heed to the costing rate, you may not change the configuration and click on next. You may create the SQL database, and then you incur something like $200 or so, right, for this particular configuration. Just observe what is the cost that is going to come up. So if you don't give focus on this, yeah, you can see, I think the dollar value keeps increasing it. So yeah, so 16,000 INR, so something more than $10 to $10. Okay, so this is the default option. While uh, you get free trial, some $200 of free credits, 30 days of time. So this is absolutely important to understand the costing. So I'll go back one level back, and now how to choose the appropriate configuration. Click on configure database. Okay, and then you can choose a different service tier. I'll choose the least amount of service tier to pay lesser amount. So the least amount you can go with basic DTU. So by default, it is selecting general purpose. You can select basic DTU. I'll explain the difference between two. So select basic, and then you see that it is something like $5 or something, 360 INR or $5 around. Right? This is comfortable, isn't it? So for learning sake, you can always choose this particular option. Now let me talk about the differences between the two. So let's say I need to scale up this particular database. So I can go from basic to standard. And in standard, you can go way up, right? So you can see here, I can go up and set up the 1 terabyte maximum size, right? I am able to see that. Okay, and yes, the maximum amount of DTU, if it is 3000 DTU, then yeah, you're going to pay this much amount of money. This is one. And then if you still want to increase the configuration, you can go with premium. So then premium, again, you can see here, you pay more for getting IO intensive workloads, right? So when your input is very fast, right, rapid rate of data input is happening, then you can think about premium service tier. But here, if you enable, if you observe, so irrespective of what DTU model you choose, right? Basic, standard, premium. The costing is with respect to DTU, not with respect to size of the database. Just observe. Am I getting any change in here in the costing? No, right? See here, I'll just reduce the size, but there is no difference in the cost. So it means that whenever you choose DTU model, the main focus area will be DTU. How much DTU you're choosing? So the costing is actually dependent on the DTU. So I reduce, pay less, right? Okay, so it comes with a fixed maximum size, right? Whatever maximum size you choose. So in this particular case, the compute and storage comes hand in hand. That is together. It comes together. And now I will show you another option called as vCore. In vCore, storage and CPU are segregated. Just observe. I'll choose general purpose. Okay, so and I'll scroll down. Now observe. If I go with vCore, I start with more number of vCore. Yes, the cost is changing. At the same time, if I start increasing the size, again the cost will increase or decrease accordingly. You see, the cost is increasing. So basically, it's separating the compute and storage. That is the vCore model. And there is one more option called a serverless. So if I click on serverless, you get some more options like setting up minimum number of vCore. So DTU and vCore are almost similar, just the model is different. More the vCore, more is the CPU and IO. Less is the configuration, lesser is the CPU and IO, right? That is the definition of vCore or DTU. So in this particular serverless model, I would be able to select minimum and maximum. And then based on the workload, let's say I'm executing lot of SQL queries and that too with complicated joins, etc.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So there is a possibility that it chooses 16 vCore based on the current configuration. Now let's say at a separate time, if I'm not using that much efficiently and I'm simply writing some basic SQL queries, so minimum, it will choose the minimum. So any workload that comes and hits on this particular database will get a configuration between minimum and maximum number of cores. So you get a flexibility here. So and you pay for whatever vCore it is using at that point of time for that much duration of time. And also you get another option to extreme to make your cost zero, right? If you're not using this SQL account for some time, let's say that this is the option, right? Enable auto pause plus days 1 hour minutes 0. It means that if for the next 1 hour, if I'm not going to use this particular SQL account, I'm going to I'm going to be charged 0. So it will pause by itself. So it has a pause model basically. And yes, this is the difference between vCore and DTU. You can go with business critical vCores as well. You take more number of vCore. So it is a high configuration database basically. Okay. So let me go back demo bits, and again elastic pool I'll come to, right? So if I create elastic pool, it's just a pool basically where I'm specifying, let's say SQL pool, and then configure elastic pool. Let's say I'll go with DTU standard model where I'm preserving some 10 DTU, right? The minimum is basically 50 DTU. So let me see what is there in basic. So okay, basic also starts with 50 DTU only. So you click on apply and you would get this much amount of DTU. So let's click on apply and let me see some other options. Additional setting, nothing to select. Okay, tags, review plus create and create. So it is going to charge me something around 5,000 INR per month. So click on create. So once it is created, I can start creating databases and tag the database to this particular pool. So you saw that this pool is of 50 DTU, right? If my requirement is to just fetch 10 DTU, the database will actually fetch from the elastic pool. Database will not have its own DTU anymore. It is going to pull from the elastic pool. That's the thing. Let me go back. Let it come back. We will discuss. Yeah, dedicated SQL. Anyhow, it is the data warehouse, right? So we will discuss about that during Synapse Analytics topic. So while Elastic Pool comes up, let me see if I have missed out on any other topic here. Okay. So let's assume that we have successfully created a particular database, right? So I will show you one of the database. Demo bits or customer DB, anything is fine. And you see this, right? You again see what is the SQL server name here and what is the database name. We are able to observe this here, right? And I will skip these four things: activity log, tags, diagnose and solve problem, and quicks. It's a common across the resources. Okay, so let me take a pause here and go back to this deployment, right? So I was creating Elastic Pool and it got succeeded. So let's go to that resource. And this is my Elastic Pool, isn't it? So I can see the configuration over here. So it will be of 50 DTU, EDTU 50. Okay, I'm able to see it here. Now what I will do, let's go to SQL Server once more. Now when I create a database, I will have the option to select this Elastic Pool. So I can select Elastic Pool and that's it. There is no other configuration yet. So if I say no, then I have to select the configuration. If I select yes, then the configuration is actually coming from the Elastic Pool. So basically, if database A and B is in operation, A during the morning hours, B in the evening hours, it absolutely makes sense to use Elastic Pool rather than dedicating set of configuration to each of the database. Was that part clear? The difference between database and Elastic Pool? Did you guys observe and understand what is Elastic Pool? Yes or no? Okay. So let's do one thing. I will try to assign a particular database with the Elastic Pool, right? So I will just give a database name as ABC. I'm going to delete it after it is created. And I would review the few settings and then would delete it, right? And create. So this is how you create. You can tag the pool to a database and then create that particular database. Now, when you execute that particular database, any particular SQL query on that database, it would choose the configuration from the pool. So here I'm not dedicating any resources to database specifically. I'm using the resources from the pool. That's the only difference. Okay. Can roles and users be imported from on-premise to Azure? So it all depends on the context what you're asking. So if you have users, the same user, same groups in Azure as well, then yes, it is possible. If users are only persisted in on-premise, but the users are not present in Azure, I highly doubt. So they should be part of the same Azure Active Directory, then yes, it is very much possible. It again depends, right? What kind of customers you're supporting. Let's say you are supporting a heavy workload, then you might have to use a bigger DTU value. But let's say you are supporting medium scale customers with, let's say, maximum of 5,000 customers, right? So maximum at a concurrent, maximum concurrent users is 5,040. Then you can have a lower DTU value also. So it all depends on what kind of subscribers you have, what is the usage pattern, then you can decide on what is the DTU value. So DTU is nothing but database transaction unit. It's nothing but a combination of CPU and IO. More is the DTU, more is the configuration. And same goes for vCore model as well. The only difference between DTU and vCore is that compute and storage is separate in vCore, but compute and storage comes together in DTU model. So more is the usage, you dedicate more amount of resources or configuration to that database. Is there any limit of DBs in Elastic Pool? Not that I'm aware of, but I can check it out. I don't think it is. There should be any limit because you can expand the configuration of Elastic Pool and associate DBs to the Elastic Pool. I don't see any limit, but yes, we can check in the documentation if at all there is any. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, deployment is succeeded. So I'll go to the resource that we created, right? SQL database, and the configuration will be using Elastic Pool here. Just observe here. Yeah, you can see it here. Yeah, service tier is Elastic. So because I'm using an Elastic Pool, it is showcasing me the same thing. Okay, so I'll just delete this, not to incur any particular cost on the same. ABC delete. And then I will also delete one more thing, which is our Elastic Pool, SQL Elastic Pool, and delete this. Okay. Now let me demonstrate on SQL database. So you can just type in SQL database here or create a database from the SQL Server account, and I showcased you all the properties over there. Once you create SQL databases, you can observe the set of databases in your persona. I will choose any particular database, and you see many more options. Right? So I was explaining this particular option earlier. So query editor. So now to connect to your particular database and start creating objects like table, procedure, etc., you might rely on SSMS or Data Studio, right? I can also rely on query editor to do the same. It's still in preview, but it's okay, not a problem. So, okay. So I provided the SQL authentication password. At the same time, you might see an option saying that this IP address is not allowed. This is my router's IP basically. So what I have to do, if this message comes up to you, you have to do simple thing. You have to just click on whitelist IP on server demo bits. So click on this, and you can see that my firewall of this particular database is getting updated with my router's IP. Once that is done, you would be able to successfully log in. Yes, now I'm able to successfully log in. So it is not so sophisticated like you have in SSMS, but people who don't have SSMS, and they can actually rely on query editor or to do some faster analysis. And you don't have SSMS in your laptop, you can come here and quickly observe what is happening and not. Okay? But still, I will propose people to use SSMS or Data Studio to develop their database solution in it. Yeah, and you can observe a few basic things like the tables which are present, views if any, and then the stored procedures, right? So yeah, and yeah, this will help you in writing few queries. You can create indexes, but yeah, there is no you cannot see the object here in the drop downs, and when you expand you cannot see that. That's why I'm saying it immediately says you showing limited object explorer here. For full capability, please open SSDT. You make use of SQL Server Data Tool, or you can make use of SSMS SQL Server Management Studio or Data Studio. Okay. Then I discussed about compute storage, connection string property, logs. Let me see. Okay. Now what I will do. Click on automatic tuning. So let's say you're making use of your database, right, often, then you can keep these options auto tuning like force plan inherited. When I say inherited, it is inheriting from the SQL server. So there is an option in SQL server called as automatic tuning where I might have set up some configuration for force plan, creating index and drop indexes. And when I say inherit from database, it is just inheriting the same thing from the server account. And what does it do? So let's say that when you keep on using it for your operational workload, right, this particular database, and sometimes it can do a recommendation to you, like by like it will tell you to execute with respect to particular execution plan, or it will propose you to create some indexes for better query search, or delete unnecessary indexes which are hampering the performance of your database particular table, right? So when you enable this automatic tuning, this will actually help you in understanding what are the performance considerations that you may make. Okay, again, alerts, metric, diagnostic setting, logs I'll cover in one particular topic. Okay, so just play with this, and once you have successfully created it, what you can do is you can simply connect to SSMS, provide the server account name, SQL Server username, password, and you would be able to connect to the database. So, so far you guys are with me, what I have been explaining. Where is function here in the database? So when you say function, the object function, yes, it is there, but it's just that query editor is giving you limited functionality. So that's why it is saying that please make use of SSDT or SSMS to see all those functionality. See, creating is not an issue. You can create a function, you can create a procedure, etc. But when you want to see something, you can rely on SSMS in the dropdown. Otherwise, you can make use of sp underscore help text to see the function, procedures, etc. Okay. Okay. Now what I will do, I'll now explain you about the problem statement before jumping to data factory and solving that problem, right? So let's consider that our customer is maintaining a database called as source DB. So source DB is something which is managed by the customer. So when customer says that, yeah, you can use this particular database to pull data. So obviously we will have only read access to this database. Just creating a scenario here. Now let's understand what kind of data we have here. So if you see, so customer maintains order system here. Okay, I'm able to see what are the order number, which product is being purchased or raised as a PO, which customer has raised this PO, and what is the unit price of that product, and how much amount of what is the quantity of that product, and when was the record inserted. Right? So all these kind of information are present in this source DB, which is maintained by the customer. And similarly, there is we have another table called as invoice, and the same thing. So every purchase order would end up getting an invoice created, right? So the similar functionality, just trying to correlate with functionality. You raise a purchase order request, it gets fulfilled, okay, and then ultimately a invoice will be created out of it, where the customer request will be fulfilled. So customer is basically managing the orders and invoices in source DB, right? Now, customer has given a requirement to the project team to take the data from this particular database and do the executables, create the deliverables, right? So our first point will be to bring the orders from source database to our project database, right? Now let's assume that the project database is target DB for us. But see, it is very easy to extract all the data from orders from source database to target database. But is it a good task? No, right? Because I know that every day there might be some number of orders which I need to bring. But will I bring all the orders since the beginning into my system? No, right? It is not required. So the first problem statement is to bring the data from orders table from source database to target database in an incremental manner. So is the problem statement clear? That is what we will solve in data factory. I'll repeat the problem statement. Let's assume that source DB is something which is managed by the customer. And as a project team, we have only read-only access to this particular database. So we cannot create any objects here. We can just simply read the data from orders table. Now, our goal is to bring the data from source DB to target DB in an incremental manner. I'm not going to do full load all the time. If I understand that there are 3 orders added since the past load, and I'm going to pull only 3 records, not end everything. Is the problem statement clear? Just a minute, guys. Okay. So can anyone tell me what is the first thing that I should do from the data factory? Anyone? Yes, correct. It's the link service which I need to create first, because it's not the integration in them, because auto result integration in them is already there for me. So I can start with link service first. So just observe what I'm going to do. So we'll go to the manage tab. Okay. And then start creating the link service. So how many of you got little bit of practice in data factory now? At least you are able to browse. When you think about link service, you are able to immediately go to the manage tab. When you think about dataset, you immediately go to the author tab. How many of you are able to do that? Okay, so if that is there, right, your at least first step is done. If you are able to browse things through, right, through this web portal, navigate appropriately to a respective place, and it's good. Okay, so let's begin creating a link service. So earlier we were selecting storage account, right, last class. So now we will do Azure SQL. Okay, so there is a difference between Azure SQL. You might get confused by selecting SQL Server, and this is the on-premise version of the SQL Server. So we will not select this. So instead select Azure SQL Database. Okay, click continue. And again, naming is very important. You understood the last class that when we select in the drop down, so if you have a proper nomenclature, then you would be able to understand from the drop down what is that link service, what is that data set that you're trying to access. SQL source database. Okay. And then I think that's in my different subscription. So let me select demo subscription. Database name is source DB. So we are able to select from the drop down itself, right? SQL admin, and then so in a separate prompt statement, I would make use of keyword to access the password. Okay, I will do that. So currently I'm just persisting the password here. But what we can do is any kind of password, we only store at a single place called as Azure keyword and bring the password during the runtime. We will demonstrate that later on. So try to test the connection before creating the link service. So testing is successful. So I will go ahead and create the link service for SQL. What is the next thing that I should do? Anyone? What should be the next thing? So first thing should be to create the connection thread or the link services. Am I done creating the link service? Yes. Yeah, correct. Link service for target. I should create that, isn't it? So let me create another link service. So clear, just observe when we were creating for storage account, it is at account level, not at container, but at account level. Now, when we are creating at a link service for database, it is at database level. So because we have two databases to deal with, we need two link services. So I can select SQL, select Azure SQL, continue, and then ls SQL target DB. Okay, and select the subscription demo and server name, database name, same username and password because they are part of the same SQL server, right? So this thing will be same. Just quickly test the connection before creating the connection. So when you create the link service, it is immediately published. So you don't have to worry about publishing it. So anyhow, this option is visible, right? So you would understand that this is getting published. And then what is the next thing? Obviously to create data sets, right? So what I would do, I will explain the problem statement before creating the data set. So I'll just tell you what all things I'll be doing. So let me do one thing. This is source database. So I will open one more persona called as target DB and go to query editor, type in password. So I just mentioned the requirement, right? So in the source DB, we have orders table and we want to transfer the data of this orders table to the target database. So obviously target database should also have a table called as orders. So if I click on run at this point of time, you see no records, but it is fine. The schema is entirely the same, what is maintained in the source. And here if I execute orders, we are able to see that there are some number of orders, right? Like 22 orders we have in the source system. Because it is a fresh product, as a fresh project, we have not yet loaded into the system yet, right? We want to do that. Now I will maintain one more table called as watermark table. Okay, if I execute this, so you are able to see that, yeah, just focus on the orders table for now. Orders table is a table name column, has a table, there is two column, table name and watermark value. One record is specific to orders table, so just entered the literal orders in the table name column and then the watermark value. This will serve me to set the from date, because when I'm executing my pipeline, I have to set my filter thread. If I want to load the data incrementally from source database, I have to set my from filter and to filter. It will be like in the source database, I have to do select star from orders where insert date time is greater than something and insert date time less than equal to something, right? So I have to set the from date and to date here, isn't it? How many of you guys agree? If I want to perform an incremental load, obviously I have to set up these two things, right? So less than is very easy. If I understand the maximum date in this particular source orders table, I will understand the to date part, right? Is this part clear? How to what am I doing to extract the data incrementally? So it is the from date and to date which I need to set. To date part is very clear by setting the maximum date in this particular set. That is the to date. But how do I set from date? So it is simple, right? Whenever I finish loading the data, I will just preserve the timestamp so that next time when I come back, that becomes my from date. So if because I'm starting this project fresh, right? So I'm setting the from date is 1900, which is the first value in the system of Azure SQL. Right? I cannot create a date with 1899, 1231. Right? I can only start with 1900, 0101. So basically, this will serve me for checkpointing, or I can say it acts as a from date for me. Now let's say because we are loading it first time, our from date will be 1900, and then the to date would be 17/1/2020. Now assume that our workload is finished. So we were able to extract all the records here and loaded it into the target table. But once it is loaded, I'm going to update the maximum date with the watermark value here. So that the next time when I'm running, it doesn't start from 1900 anymore. It starts from the next entry rate after 17/1/2020. Is this part clear to everyone? What I just demonstrated? Okay. If you've understood this, then creating the problem is very simple now. Okay. So I will go to the data factory. I will answer all of your questions. Okay. Just hold on. Let me finish this problem statement. I would answer you how to handle duplicate, primary key, and all those things. I would tell that. So we created the data sets. Now it's we have to create the data sets, right? We have created link services. Now we'll create data set. So click on new data set. Okay, so let me do one more thing just to demonstrate that. Because we will be having a lot of data sets here, we can categorize using this folder concept also. So let's say today we are working on SQL, right? I'll just categorize it SQL and place all the data sets of SQL under SQL category. Okay, so generally what I do in project implementation, so whenever you try to build a new feature, right, I give the feature name and then keep all the relevant data sets in that particular feature folder. That way I segregate things. But here, because we are more technology agnostic, right, and we are in the learning mode for data engineering, it makes sense for me to keep SQL as the category. Okay, so create a new data set. So I would select SQL or Azure SQL. If you type Azure SQL, this will be at the first. Okay, continue. And we will say source DB, and then the table name is orders, right? So I will specify orders and then select the link service. So the naming itself is depicting me to use ls equal source DB. And from the drop down, you can select orders table. So there is a filter option. You can type in orders to fetch the orders table. So click on OK. So once this data set is created, right, you can immediately do a quick preview to see if data is present or the schema is accordingly or not. Yeah, this is there. And you can watch out in the schema section. It will be automatically imported. If not, you can think about importing this. So what is the next data set that I should create? Anyone? Yes, data set for target database, but which table? See, data set is at a table level, right? So can you tell me for which table I should create now? Yes, one is watermark. What is the other thing? Yeah, orders. Yes, I have to create two more data sets, one pointing to watermark, one pointing to orders of target database. Absolutely. So let's create a new data set in this manner and then Azure SQL database. Click on continue, DS SQL, then target DB, and then orders and target DB, and select the orders table, orders, and click on OK. So this is one. And now to do it even in faster manner, right? So I'll just demonstrate. Simply clone on a particular data set, name it accordingly, like watermark table, and then minimize this and select the appropriate table, watermark table. Right? But don't forget to import the schema. When you're cloning, right, the older schema gets persisted. So you have to re-import the schema once more. Okay, now the schema is in. Just as a caution point. So as in when you practice more, right, you would get a hold of all these options. Now, because we have created three data sets here, let me do a publish all, right? I don't want to. Okay, there is a pipeline which doesn't have any activities yet. That's why it is giving error. For now, let me delete this pipeline. Okay, and then we'll publish all the three data sets that we created. Click on publish. Okay, publishing. Once it is published, I'm 100% sure that yeah, I'll not lose those data sets. Yeah, publishing is also complete. Now let's do one thing. We will start creating the pipeline. So I'll again create another folder called as SQL and click on create. So just observe the JSON object over here because I categorized this in SQL folder. If I click on this JSON code, scroll to the extreme down and you would see, okay, where is it? Yeah, here it is. Folder, under folder, the name is SQL folder, right? So you would be able to watch out here as well. So it's like when you have more practice in data factory, right? And when you connect this to repository, So you can actually, if you understand the JSON, you can immediately play with this JSON and immediately raise a pull request instead of relying on this workspace. So that is the extreme part of your understanding on Data Factory. Once you understand Data Factory full, you can play with these options and deliver your code as well. Okay. Now let's create a pipeline. Right? So I will select new pipeline and put name that as PL underscore incremental copy. And we are doing it for orders table. So I specified that accordingly. Just give me one moment, please. Okay. So what I'm going to do. So I have not discussed about lookup activity, right? So this is the next one that I'm going to discuss, right? Lookup activity, then followed by copy data activity. Then I will use a procedure activity. So we will be making use of stored procedure and lookup for the first time in this class, right? So what is the purpose of lookup? So do you guys understand what I'm going to do using lookup? Any guesses? So lookup is to extract some value, but based on the problem statement, what are the two values that I'm trying to fetch first initially? Anyone? Lookup is to just refer to the value and use it. So do you guys agree that I'm looking for from date and to date? So from date will be in the watermark table, to date will be from the source itself, which is the maximum timestamp of orders table. Makes sense, right? These two things I will look up. Once I look up these two things, that is the from date and to date, I will use the dates in the filter criteria of orders table. Select star from orders where insert datem greater than from date and insert datem less than equal to to date. Right? That will be the source of my copy data activity. And sync will be simply the target orders table. Once those things are performed, right, what is the stored procedure activity is to update the watermark value with the new to date value. If this part is clear, I'm going to develop. Is this part clear to everyone what I just demonstrated? Okay, so let's start with the lookup operation, right? So I will delete this for the time being. I would develop that. Okay, so let me name this as lookup old watermark. Okay, and then this one is lkp underscore new watermark. Okay, so old watermark will be referring to the watermark table in the target database, right? So I would do there table name equal to orders. And at the same time, I will give table name and this is the old watermark, right? So I will name it as old watermark value. So if I execute, sorry, I have to provide an alias, right? Only then this will work. Watermark value as.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
And then if I execute this query, then I'm able to see that the table name is orders and the old watermark. So this will serve as the from date for me, right? So I'll copy this query, go to the data factory, and for this lookup activity, right? So just pull it up to see the settings and click on settings. Select the data set as, let me select SQL watermark table, right? And then I will use query and paste the query over here. Okay. And then what I can simply do, I can quickly preview to see this works or not. Preview, and you would see some result. Yeah, I'm able to fetch table name and old watermark value, which is fine. It's very good. And similarly, we are going to set up the new watermark value also. So the new watermark value is nothing but the maximum date in this particular orders table, right? So what I would do, I will say maximum of insert date time as new watermark value. And let me see, this should work. Yeah, this works as well, isn't it? If I'll copy this query and paste it here in the new watermark category. So let us select the data set. This will be coming from source database. Right? So I have selected that. Again, go to query option and paste the query. You can quickly do a preview to see the data and the metadata as well. Yeah, this is coming up fine as well. Now, before I even incorporate the copy data activity, I will just publish this and will showcase you the output of both the activities. And one more important thing, from both the queries, I'm only expecting one row, isn't it? isn't it? You guys agree, right? I only expect one record from this particular query to fetch the old watermark. And even in this particular query, I'm only expecting one record from here. So for that particular case, it is okay to provide first row only as yes. So whenever you think about using multiple records, this thing should be unchecked. But if your query is returning one record, you can just select this option. Just take it as a caution point. Okay, in lookup activity, this will be very much helpful. Now this is published, right? So let me debug to showcase you what is the outcome of both the lookups. So we will just quickly observe what will be the value. Here both are succeeded, right? So let's observe the output of these two lookups, because we have to extract the from date and to date from the output of these activities. So if I see old watermark, so if you guys remember, how did we fetch old watermark? By querying this particular select query. So there are two columns, table name and old watermark value. The same property should come up in the output of that activity. So just see it here. You see it? Output dot first row dot table name as well as old watermark value. So you don't have to memorize anything. Once you play with this red and you put a particular query, the outcome will be in alignment with what you have put. Because this lookup output, we are only expecting first row. So this first row has come up over here. Under first row, we have the column names which we have put in the SQL column list, right? The same thing is coming up. So in order to fetch this particular value, what we have to do? Activity of this activity, right? So activity of lkp underscore old watermark dot output dot first row dot old watermark value. This exact query will fetch me the value of 1900 Is it clear so far? Last day also we were fetching the value of exist, right? Like the activity of get metadata activity name dot output dot exist. So we were able to extract the value of true or false. So similarly, to extract 1900 again we'll do activity of that activity dot output dot first row dot old watermark value. So far so good. You guys are with me? Okay. So similarly, just observe the new watermark. So the new watermark will be with respect to this query. So this query only produces one outcome, which is new watermark value. Now I will show you the new watermark. So you guys observe, right? Again, output dot first row dot new watermark value. So naming convention plays a very vital role. Otherwise, you have to go back and forth to understand what is the name of the variable, etc. And these are all case sensitive. So if I do a small n to access this value, it will not fetch. So it is absolutely case sensitive. You need to remember this out. Okay, generally the collation that we set for SQL makes it case insensitive, right? But apart from SQL, most of the languages are case sensitive only. So yeah, consider data factory to be case sensitive as well. Okay, so the next thing is to use a copy data activity. Because I got the from date and to date, I'm just going to chain the activity in this manner. Again, just observe what is happening behind the scene. So we have old watermark lookup, right? New watermark lookup, and followed by copy data activity, copy data. And then there is a dependency condition. So it depends on the execution of old watermark as well as new watermark, right? So this is what is coming. So more the thing you practice, right, you will be able to understand the JSON code appropriately. Okay, so let's name this copy orders. Okay, I'll say incrementally. And then let us select the source. So source is nothing but coming from source DB. But anyways, we are going to select the query here, right? So let's set the query. I'll go to the source database and then select this option. Let me do a select star from orders where insert. Okay, this is fine. And then obviously when you write a query, you will put single quote and then the date, right? So this is the syntax that you generally follow, right? I'll copy the same thing and paste it in this query section. I'm going to put the values here dynamically, right? Because I'm going to fetch the from date and to date from these output activities, right? So what I will do, I will, where is that activity dynamic content? So I'll copy this activity and then place my cursor in between and place at the rate and curly braces. Okay, and come in between and select your old watermark. Okay, this is the lookup old watermark. Click on this and the expression is formulated till dot output. And you remember that there was a property called as first row dot old water mark value. If you don't remember what was the name, you can always go to the output of the activity to fetch the name. Okay, so just observe again how will you do that. So simply you can click on the output of this particular activity, and you will see till output it was automatically formulated. I just wrote first row dot old watermark value. So yes, naming convention is very important in making your life easier in data filtering. Okay. So similarly, I have to put for new watermark also, right? So again, at the rate and within curly braces. So whenever there is a single quotation, right? So you need to put at the rate and followed by the activity information. Okay, so again, I will search for new watermark activity, which is this, and dot first row dot new watermark value. Okay, click on finish. Now let us set the sync option. Right? Sync is very simple. You just need to select the target DB orders and nothing more than that. Right? So anyhow, this data set is pointing to orders table of target database. So this should be good for us. Okay, once this is done, let's say the data has been loaded incrementally to the target DB orders table. I have to run a stored procedure. So this is to ensure that my to date is updated with the new watermark value. So just connect this and let's say set new watermark value, or let's say sp underscore set watermark. Okay, I generally follow a nomenclature, so I'm doing the same thing here. And go to setting, select the link service. So my stored procedure is present in the target database. So click on target database and let's set the set watermark, sp set watermark. I'll quickly show you what is this particular sp, right? I'll import the parameters by clicking on import, and you would get what are the options, right? So let me go to target database and show you the sp. So there is nothing much. This procedure takes two parameters, table name and new time, right? So if I scroll down, you will see it is updating the watermark table. Okay, set watermark value equal to the new time, where table name equal to table name. So if you remember this particular table, right, it had two things, table name and watermark, what is it, watermark value as the column name. So this sp will be to take table name and time as the parameter and would update that respective entry of that watermark value. Is this clear, the stored procedure activity? Because next time when we are running, it should run with the new watermark value, right? So that is the purpose. So let me go back. So yes, let us put the new time, right? So add dynamic content, and new watermark value will be in the new lookup. Yeah, dot first row dot new watermark value. Okay, this is one, and then we'll fetch the table name also. So the table name is present in the old lookup value dot first row dot table name. Click on finish. So just see here. So table name, I'm fetching it from the output of the old watermark. So is this part clear to everyone? Whatever I did so far, was it clear? Any confusions, anything? Okay, great. So let me publish it before executing the same. Okay, while it is in publishing state, so at this point of time, I will just run the first query. So we don't have any orders in the target database, 0 number of records. Okay, result nothing. And in the watermark query, you will see that the date is set to 1900. Now let me run this particular pipeline once it is complete. Yeah, click on debug. So the pipeline has started. Let's see the behavior. Yeah, you can see the below progress. So both are in queue state currently. Yeah, in progress, succeeded, and followed by copy data activity. In progress, yeah, succeeded, followed by watermark, and it should be also successful. Yes, all the four activities are succeeded, right? So again, just to reiterate, so first we fetch the old watermark. What should be the value of watermark table? What will be the outcome of this activity? Old watermark. Anyone? Yes, 1900 is fine. Yeah, that is correct. So 1900 and then the table name as orders. What is the outcome of new watermark? You may not specify the value, but you can just relate it to the context. Yeah, maximum date, correct. It's the maximum date within the orders table, right? So You will see it here. New watermark value is 2020-01-17. Okay, now the copy data activity. So you remember, right? So how many records was there in this particular table? Some 22 records was there, right? So let me see the messages, 22 records. So if I go back here and then click on this little details icon, right? So I can see that rows read was 22 and rows written is 22 again. It is also listing what is that amount size of the data, right? 990 bytes. Once this is done, what am I passing to the procedure? Anyone? What values will I pass to this procedure? Yes, max date and the timestamp, right? These two, sorry, max date and the table name I'm going to pass. So if you see the input to this procedure, I am passing new time as 2020-01-17 and the table name as orders, right? Now let's see the outcome here, right? So if I execute this watermark, this value will be updated with the maximum date now because the load is successful. Yeah, 17/1/2020. Earlier it was 1900, now it is 2020-01-17. And if I execute this, I should be able to see 22 records here. 22 records. All the records has been copied to this particular table. So because I stated that this is an incremental problem statement, now what I would do, I would just create one record, additional record in this particular table. So I will say, let me pull it out from my script. Okay, I will not waste time in rewriting everything. Yeah, insert, and then what was the last entry? 22. So I'll make it 23. Okay, so what was the maximum date earlier? So 20, this one, right? I'll copy this date, paste it here, and just make it one day more, right? So 18th. Remove this and execute. Now I inserted one more record. So can anyone tell me what is going to happen when I run this pipeline? I will click on debug. Meanwhile, you can explain me what is going to happen. I inserted one new entry in the source database orders table. So what is going to happen when I run this pipeline? Yes, only new record will be updated. Yes, that is correct. And watermark value will be updated to 18 months. Absolutely. So yeah, everything almost got succeeded. Let's see. Yeah, everything is succeeded. Now observe what should be the old watermark. It should be 17/1. Yes. And what is the new? It should be 18/1 now. 18/1. And how many rows should be copied? One, right? Just one. Rows read is one, rows written is one. And the setting is done with respect to 18/1 now. 18/1 and the orders table. Now, if I execute this, so earlier it was having 22 records. Now it should go with 23, right? Yeah, I'm able to see 23. So does it prove that this is an incremental problem statement? Yes, right? So is there any component like slowly changing dimension, right? So yes, that is correct. We don't have anything like slow changing dimension, but you can make use of stored procedure activity, right? To simulate the slow changing dimension concept using merge statement. So if you're using merge statement of SQL, whenever a record is matched, you can do an update. Then if a record is new, then you can insert. So that is basically SCD type 1. If you want to incorporate type 2, then when a record is matched, you just invalidate the old entry, recreate one more, and similarly. Okay. Yeah, so I would tell you why 3 datasets, but actually it is not required. But as we are starting update, I tried creating 3 datasets here. So one data set is to point to the orders table, okay, orders table of source database. Another is to create orders table for target database, and another for watermark table, right? So because we are accessing these 3 objects to fulfill our pipeline, we created 3 data sets. But it's a good question because whenever I make this to query, right? Okay, whenever I make this to query, it is not necessarily pointing to that table. I can actually query on top of the database itself. So whenever I'm using query, it is choosing the database concept from this database, from this data set. Okay, I can also write select star from any other table from the invoice, any other table from the source database. But yeah, just have this as a starting point, create tables with respect to your data set. As you understand more and more about this data factory, right, you can play with these options. So basically that was your doubt, right? Okay. So, okay, maybe your question is to maintain history. If you want to maintain history, set up a system version table, right, of the same procedure, of the same table, then all the history will be maintained accordingly. Okay, can dataset be parameterized for a database? Yes, it can be done. So I would explain that. So that parameterization can be done at link service level also, not just at database, not just at dataset level, but can also be done at link services. So let me demonstrate that. So if I go to link service and we'll see there is an option called as parameters. So I can click on new, and let's say I'm saying this is DB name, right? I'll scroll up and then here, okay, add dynamic content, and I can see DB name. Okay, I did this. I'm not going to save this, but let's say I'm doing this, right? And whenever I refer my data set to this particular link service, at that time, it will be prompting me to pass a value to this database. Like you give values to the dataset parameter from pipeline. Similarly, from dataset, you have to provide this. So is it clear? So your answer is yes, but I was just showcasing how. Then what is the advantage of using a separate table to keep track of date instead of creating the tracking date column in the target orders table? Okay, what is the advantage of using a separate table to keep track of date instead of creating the table? Okay, so what you mean, you can, yes, that is very much possible. You can just keep checking the maximum date in your target and then proceed accordingly. That is also an implementation. So why I wanted to go with this approach is, you may not have just orders table to deal with, right? You may have lot of tables. So if I have just one place, like watermark table, I can go to that table, understand what is the timestamp entry for all the tables. I will not be calculating max date against all the tables that I will be having it. Instead, I'll go to just one place, which is watermark table, understand what is the timestamp of all the tables. But to your question, yes, you can implement that way also. So, okay, how to understand what level of dynamicity can you reach? So you can just see here, whenever there is an option called as dynamic content, yes, you can go with the dynamic options. Okay, clear, right? So whenever you see dynamic content, I can make server name dynamic, I can make database dynamic. So yeah, see, this is authentication type. I can make username dynamic, I can make password dynamic. Yes, whenever there is a option for dynamic content, yes, you can do so. So I would say this use case is better. Some people have debated with me earlier, like why do we even need to put the to date part, right? Simply we can understand what is the from date and keep executing from the source database itself. Some people had debated that, but my goal whenever I deal with problem statements relating to timestamps, right? I always fetch the timestamp, and it's a very predictable system, right? So there might be a case that I have executed this old watermark and new watermark. I have noted down my from date and to date. After that, there might be some two more orders coming to the system before my copy data activity is actually executed. But because I've already extracted from date and to date, my system is very predictable. I want my system to be very much predictable. Whenever you deal with any kind of time stamping, right, try extracting the time values and make your system predictable. Now let's say that I'm only extracting the old watermark, not the new watermark, because I say that my full requirement will be fulfilled by simply giving select star from orders where insert date time greater than the old watermark value. But then things are keeping on coming into the source system, right? So two more orders might have come up. So how do I track? Because when I update the procedure, update the watermark value, I have to update it with respect to some watermarking, right? So in order to be very much predictable, I calculate the from date and to date, and then I go with insertions. Okay, you got it, right? What I'm saying. Okay. And is it okay for handling single table, but how to handle with more table? Need to create copy data activity for each table. You don't have to create. My next problem statement is to make this pipeline parameterized so that I can execute the same incremental load for multiple tables. And then I would tell you how to run the same pipeline multiple times for multiple tables. Yeah, I would demonstrate that in a while. So is that correct? We don't want to use multiple link services representing to a same server. Is that a standard to make all this dynamic? So there is no standard, right? So it all depends on your design. So if Data Factory has given you a feature to pass server name dynamically, you can have one link service and then play around it. But yeah, there is no, it all depends on what practice you adopt, but this feature is given to you. Okay. Now what I would do, I would just create parameterization for this particular pipeline so that I'll be able to execute this pipeline for multiple tables. And post creating parameterization, I would request you guys to just spend 10 minutes of time and develop a similar pipeline. So if you have not created your database, you can actually go ahead and create your database. Okay, so just observe what I'm going to do. I'll clone this particular pipeline, right? And let me say, I'll not restrict it to orders table anymore, right? So I will call this as incremental copy. Okay, and then I would create two parameters. Why I'm creating two parameters? Because just understand that we were dealing with this particular table, right? So first table name will be my criteria, because if I want to make this pipeline dynamic for different kind of tables, so first parameterization will be on table name. What is my second parameterization? Obviously would be with respect to the watermark column, which is insert date time. So I need table name plus the column, which will help me determine the timestamps and define my from date and to date. That's why I'm selecting these two combinations as the parameterization. So I will name it as table name, and I will name it as watermark column. Okay, so far you are with me, right, guys? The context is very clear to you, right? So wherever I have used orders, I will start using this parameter. Wherever I have used insert date time, I will use watermark column. So is this clear why I am doing this? So that this pipeline will be meant for not just orders table, but can also be meant for other tables. Understood, right? Okay, I would repeat the prompt statement again. So see, we had developed this particular pipeline, but this pipeline was just specific to orders table. Now what I'm doing is I'm creating a pipeline which will support multiple tables. So for that, I will remove the references of the table name, which is orders table, and would replace it by the parameter table name. And then there was one more column name, which is insert date time. Okay, that I will replace by the watermark column. So is the prompt statement clear what I'm doing? So I want to develop a pipeline which will help me load data from source to target for different tables, not just for orders table, but for different tables. So for that, I'm parameterizing the pipeline with two things, table name and watermark column. Is it clear to everyone before I proceed? Okay, great. Just observe what I did was I just cloned the older pipeline and named it as incremental copy. Post that, I created two pipeline parameters, table name and watermark column. Now, wherever I have used orders table, I'm going to replace that with this table name. And wherever I have used insert date time, we'll replace it by watermark column. So let's go with this old watermark table, right? First, so go to settings and then go to dynamic content. Okay, let me copy this. Go to dynamic content, paste the same query. So here I see that I've used orders as a reference here, right? So I'll remove this and place at the rate and curly braces. Okay, and then we'll search for table name. Okay, so I have replaced the orders with the pipeline parameter called as table name. Okay, then with new watermark, I'll go to settings, copy this query, add dynamic content, and then there are two references, right? Insert datetime and orders table. I'll replace it with the pipeline parameters. I'll say at the rate and double brackets and at the rate and curly braces. Okay, and then we would replace that with table name and this with watermark column. Mark column. Okay, I have done modification to these lookups. Now what I will do, just for testing purpose, I'll place a breakpoint and then click on debug just to see that these two things are working as expected. So I will give orders and insert date time was the watermark column, right? So click on OK. We will see if the result is as expected or not. Okay, both succeeded. Let's see what has happened. Yes, I'm able to fetch the similar content and both for old and new watermark, right? So yes, that is correctly defined. Now I will go ahead and modify within this copy data activity. So go to source and click on this. So the first thing will be orders. So I would do at the rate and opening and closing braces and replace it with table name. Okay, did that. And then again insert date time at the rate bracket. Again another insert date time at the rate bracket. Go up and watermark column And the same thing I would do for the next one as well. So what I'm doing, select star from orders where insert date time, where insert date time greater than from date and insert date time less than equal to to date. So this is done. Next, I have to set the sync. This sync is specific to orders table, right? I have to create another data set which will be dynamic in nature. So what I will do, I will just clone one data set, the orders data set. Okay, so this one, right? I'll clone this data set. And this is now not specific to any particular table, right? It is dynamic table. Okay, I'll create a parameter, dataset parameter called as table name. If I'm going speed, please let me know. Okay, so then go back to schema. I'll clear off the schema because this was specific to orders table, right? And if my intention is to run for multiple tables, I cannot preserve the schema anymore. So I'll clear it off. Go to connection and click on edit, because until and unless I don't edit, I'll not have the luxury to choose this, right? So add dynamic content and table name. So this is the data set parameter called as table name. So I've created one data set with dynamic table as the content. Okay, now in the sync section, I will choose that particular dynamic table. And because data set has its own parameter called as table name, so it would prompt me to pass a value to the table name. And I already have a pipeline parameter named as table name, so we'll do the same. Okay, click on finish. And the last thing would be again, just check every place. Yeah, everything looks fine to me at this point of time. And go to the procedure and settings. Yeah, procedure looks fine because anyways we are fetching it from the output of those lookup activities, right? So it should be fine. So I'll click on publish all, publish, and then I would execute this pipeline, right? So let's see how it goes. Okay, publishing is complete. Now what I will do, first I'll try to rerun this with the same orders table before running it for a different table, right? So I would introduce one more record for orders, which is of 19th entry. Okay, run. And then we'll execute this debug and pass orders and insert date, time, and click on OK. If this succeeds, I'll try running it for a different table post this. Okay, it succeeded. Now I inserted one record, right? So and see that, okay, one row is read and one row is written. So this is in lines with what we have done. And earlier it was having 23 records. Now it should have 24 records. So it is working as expected, isn't it? Even after parameterizing.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Now, before I run for a different table, I just want to show you, highlight the schema, right? So there is a table called as invoice. So let me run this, okay, run. And there are total of 11 entries in this invoice table. Okay, total of 11 entries in this invoice table. Now, if I choose target, let's see what is there in invoice. I think there will be nothing at this point of time. Run, and there is nothing, okay, 0 records. And if I execute this for invoice, okay, invoice and execute, you would see that invoice has an entry of 1900. So basically it's a fresh load for the invoice table. Now let's see how it performs, right? So I would execute this now for invoice table. I will say invoice, and then the column is still the same, which is insert date time. So just observe here, insert date time. So I would pass the same value, insert date time, click on OK. So guys, you can see, right, the old watermark and new watermark is executed. And obviously old watermark will give me 1900 for invoice table because it's a fresh load. And new watermark will give me the maximum timestamp of that invoice table at the source, which is 8/2/2020. And there were some number of records, right? So we will see in a while. Yeah, we see that all the rows were copied, right? So 11 rows were read and 11 rows were written. And then the watermark is updated with a new entry for invoice table, which is 8/2/2020. Now you can see here, select star from invoice. we are able to see now 11 records in the target database, plus the watermark value is also updated. So this proves that using a single pipeline, we will be able to execute for multiple tables. Okay. So was this problem statement clear that we parameterize this particular pipeline? Now we are able to execute the incremental data copy for multiple tables using the same pipeline. Was it clear to everyone? So just observe how to do that. So let's select orders and insert date time, right? Insert date time. Now let me click on publish all before doing a debug. Okay, it is published. Now, if you remember, when I clicked on debug, it was empty earlier. Now, if I debug, it will showcase me the default values. That is the difference. There is not much of difference. You got it right, Prabhakar? Okay. So we can do two things here. One question is, just tell me, will you be executing in the same manner what I'm doing currently in the production scenario? Will you always come to this particular pipeline and then click on trigger now or debug and start executing the pipeline? Will you do that? So again, I would repeat the question. Okay. So what I'm asking is, right now I'm clicking on debug, or I can click on trigger now and pass parameters to these pipeline parameters, and then click on OK. Will you be doing that in production workload? Yes, obviously no, right? We have to schedule this particular pipeline in order to do so. Or this, whatever pipeline we create, there should be no parameters, right? Either we should trigger and then execute the pipeline, or when we run a pipeline, we can run it with setting up some schedules, and that pipeline should not have any parameters. Okay, that is correctly mentioned. So what we can do, I'll show you one more thing. So we will maintain a configuration table to execute the incremental load for orders as well as for invoice at one go, right? So let me find out the configuration table here. Just give me one moment. So let's start from configuration table. And if I select this, so you're able to see it. So this is my configuration table, which has the entry of orders table as well as invoice table. So now I will be explaining you 2 3 more things, right? First, the concept of master pipeline to child pipeline. Okay, and then you will also understand the where they wanted to read all the list of files which are present in a storage account in a particular container, and using for each loop you wanted to process each of the files parallelly. Okay, similarly, today what we will do, we will read this configuration table, entire content of this configuration table, pass it through a for each iterator, and then execute one by one with respect to the pipeline we have already developed, which is PL incremental copy. So if you observe, this pipeline has parameters called as table name and watermark column. Now, if I showcase you this table also has the same, right? Table name and watermark column. So I read from master pipeline and then execute the child pipeline PL incremental copy, passing the values here. Is the problem statement clear to everyone? That way, I don't have to pass the values every time I run this pipeline. I have to just call the master pipeline, and I may schedule the master pipeline. Instead of scheduling the child pipeline, I will schedule the master pipeline itself. Make sense to everyone? Yeah, I would repeat the prompt statement again. So what we did was that we used the same pipeline to execute once for orders table, once for invoice table. But in production scenario, you're not going to come click on debug or trigger now and pass the values like orders and insert date time, or invoice and insert date time. Instead, let's manage a configuration table like this, okay, which has all the table names and the watermark column. Now we will try to create a master pipeline which reads data from this configuration table, and then we will use a for each iterator to pass these values to this child pipeline PL incremental copy. Anyhow, this pipeline has two parameters, right? Table name and watermark column. So because that configuration table has two records, so for each iterator will execute twice, and it will pass the value to the inner pipeline. Make sense, right? Yes or no? Is the problem statement clear to everyone? Okay. And then we will see the scheduling aspect, we will see in one go, but I just wanted to focus on this particular problem statement. Okay. But your understanding is very fair that we are not going to run this manually. Instead, we will do it through a particular schedule. Okay. So let me create another pipeline and name that as PL incremental copy master. Okay. And then the first activity will be to use a lookup activity because I want to read the configuration table. So I will say LKP configuration table, but I don't have a data set to the configuration table. So we will try to create a new data set. We can create a new data set from the activity also. There is a plus new icon here, right? So click on new. And again, it's in Azure SQL Database. So I would select Azure SQL Database, click on continue. DS SQL, it is in target DB and then configuration table. Okay. And then select the link service as LS SQL target DB followed by table name configuration table. Click on OK. And we can do a quick preview to see if the data is correctly or as expected. Yeah. Okay. Here one observation. We got first row, right? Because the first row property is checked. So I have to uncheck this first row only property. And now if I do a preview again, I should be able to see both the records. I'm able to see both the records here. Okay. So this is one thing. And then I'm going to use a for each iterator. So place it here. Okay. I'll say for each table, I'm just giving a nomenclature. And now what I would do, I'll place a breakpoint, click on debug to just confirm the output of this activity, this lookup activity. Because I have to pass an iterator to this for each rate. So it makes sense to see the output and then use it in for each loop. Okay, this is executed. So let's see the outcome of the first lookup. And you can see the count is 2, then value. There were 2 records in that particular table, right? Configuration table. So we see array of JSON and it has 2 JSON entries. One table name as orders, another table name as invoice. So we are going to consider this array as an iterator. Just remember output.value is the iterator for me. So I will go to this for each activity and then go to settings and I have to set up the items over here, right? So this is the iterator for me. So click on add dynamic content. Okay, this is the lookup table, lookup activity name dot value. So under output, we had a value attribute which had that array of JSONs, right? So that is nothing but the items property. So click on finish. So you guys are with me so far? Okay, great. After that, just remember that in this for each loop, we have our items defined in this value property, right? So the lookup will produce a output attribute called as value. This is nothing but called as items. To access any element within items, we have to use this particular notation. I will just quickly annotate. Okay, to access anything under items, I have to write like this, at the rate, within curly braces, item of table name. You remember we had a table name and the watermark column. So let me show you here. Just observe here. This is the value attribute which I'm considering as items. To access anything within items, we have to type in item of dot table name or item of dot watermark column. This is how I access item of the items. I will demonstrate that. Okay, I'm just talking about the syntactical part right now, but I would just implement and will showcase you in a while. 1 second. Annotate, clear all drawings. Okay. Now this is fine. And now let's go to the activities. What activity shall I add? Anyone? Any guesses? What activity will I add within the for each loop? Any guesses? Okay. Execute pipeline is the activity, right? So I would select execute pipeline. Okay, that is correct. So I will execute the inner pipeline, which is PL underscore incremental copy. Just maintaining sanity with respect to the naming convention. So go to settings and find the pipeline, right, which is PL incremental copy. Now, because this pipeline has 2 parameters, right, it has immediately prompted us to pass the value. And obviously this table name and watermark column are part of my items, correct? And how to access item of items? Just observe. So I will have to write it manually here. This is something which you need to memorize. Okay, at the rate curly braces is common everywhere. And then you type in item dot table name. and click on finish, and then the same thing in the next parameter cell as well. Just 1 second, I'll just increase the font. Okay. At the rate item of and watermark column. Again repeating, the lookup activity produced an outcome called as value property, right? Value was nothing but array of JSONs. So we just used that value property in the items of the for each loop activity. Now to access anything within items, you have to pass the message like this: item, which means I'm saying that I need to access items. Then within each of the JSON of that array, we had two properties, table name and watermark column. So that is what I'm trying to access. So click on finish. Okay, I think it is mostly done. Let me just observe activity settings. Yeah, there is one more property which I want to highlight you guys. There is an option to make the flow sequential, or you can make it parallel. So if you make it sequential, the for each loop activity will run one after another. First one, when it is finished, then only it will go to the next one. But if you uncheck this property, it will go parallelly. And there is a specific thing called as batch count. If you don't specify the batch count, by default, it takes 20 as the batch count. Okay. So let's say that we are running for 30 tables in total and you have not specified the batch count. Okay, it will take 20 in parallel. Once those 10 are complete, again 10 more will go into the queue state. But by default, it is 20. I can go maximum till 50, not 51. Or 51 I'm able to. Okay. Maximum number of parallel activities. Okay, here it is. Please select a value that is no more than 50. I don't know why the error message is not coming up, but 50 is the number for us. Okay. So I'll just remove this for now and click on publish all. I hope this part is clear what I have been developing. Okay, this is developed. Now what I would do, I will do a trigger now. Okay, so there is now a little difference. If I do debug, you will get a message. So debug is purely for development environment, right? So debug will only consider sequential flow. So irrespective of what I select here, sequential yes or no, when I debug, it will be always sequential. But trigger is the production simulation. Right? So if I do a trigger now, the actual parallelism will be reflected. So just observe. So yeah, okay. Now I'll go to the monitoring tab, refresh. Yeah, click on this and we will see the monitors. Yeah. So we are able to see that both the pipelines have started executing parallelly, right? You are able to clearly observe it. So if I see one input, it is orders insert date time. Let's observe another input. It is invoice and insert date time. So it is running for two pipelines, two entries. Okay, and both of those right got succeeded, isn't it? So was this problem statement clear to everyone? So go to how many ever tables you want to process. What if configuration table has more tables, but my requirement is to run for 2 or 3 tables in production? So so let's say that you have a configuration table having lot of tables, right? So why do you want to just run 2 to 3 in production? It will never be the case, right? But in case you want to specify those 2-3 tables, maintain a isActive flag. So just make isActive to for isActive as 1 for those 2-3 tables and keep it 0 for the others. And when you try to read the configuration table, just say select star from configuration table where isActive equal to 1. Then only those active tables will be processed and rest all will be discarded. Makes sense, right? But ideally there won't be any case where you would need to do that. But in case you want to just specify those tables, you make use of isActive flag. Right? So if you want to keep track of what is happening within the inner pipeline, you can click on the output section here and go to the pipeline run ID. So you will know that what is happening for that particular entry of invoice, right? So just observe what has happened. So let me see what table it is processing. It was for orders table. So for orders table, the new watermark value was 19.1. And because we did not insert any more records, the old watermark is also 19.1. So basically there is nothing to process. So if I observe here, rows read is 0 and rows written is 0. And yeah, procedure doesn't have to update anything, right? So that was the pipeline run. And let me showcase you. So this is the main pipeline, right, that we dealt with. So we parameterized this pipeline with table name and watermark column. We read old watermark, new watermark, and used copy data activity to read with respect to those filters from date and to date before updating the watermark. Okay. Now there was an ask from someone to spend some 10 minutes of time to for you to process the information and create this pipeline, right? So we can spend now, right? You can go ahead and develop this pipeline. So I would request you guys to start with the static table first. Okay, the way I explained it. First, try reading orders table and maintain an incremental workload. Post that, try parameterizing the pipeline, okay, with table name and watermark column. Then create a master pipeline to execute those orders table workload and invoice table workload parallelly, the same way. So take the same order like I did it. First create link services, the two link services, one for source DB, one for target DB. Then create data sets, orders table in source DB. For target database, it's the orders table watermark table. And then try creating these three pipelines. Okay, we can spend the rest amount of time in creating these pipelines. So please go ahead. So the problem statement is clear to everyone, right? Whatever I did so far, you can execute the same thing again. Okay. But when creating database, please be wise enough to select the lowest configuration possible. If you don't give heed to the configuration, by default, you will get that $210 worth configuration. So if you are wise enough to choose a configuration, you will get with $5 only. Okay, please make sure on that. Otherwise, the next 30 days of time, right, it will be very critical and you may not be left with any credits. So while creating database, please be wise to create a $5 based database. So Azure Synapse Studio is to maintain Synapse environment. So when we discuss about Synapse, we will go there. But the layout is almost similar. Like you have Azure ADF Studio, it is almost similar. But you have some additional things in Synapse Studio like Spark, Pool, serverless SQL. We will discuss more there, but don't consider both to be same. It is entirely different. Okay, in the for each loop, we select the pipeline specific to orders table. No. We don't do that anymore. So we had a pipeline to run for multiple tables, right? So this pipeline is a dynamic one. So you pass for invoice, you would be able to execute. You pass orders, you would be executing the incremental load for invoice. So from master, we call incremental copy, not the one with orders. Otherwise, the purpose is defeated, right? If we are calling just for orders table, the purpose is defeated. So we read the configuration table, orders and invoice information we got there, and then we pass those values to the child pipeline, which is PL incremental copy. Okay. Synapse Studio, we will talk in details, right, when we get there. But this is the ADF Studio. So in Synapse Studio, there is the same framework is called as Synapse pipelines. Here we call as ADF pipelines. There we will call it as Synapse pipelines. But the context will be different over there. So we will discuss more about Synapse Studio later. Copy data, I see copy. Oh, okay, that is just a naming. I can change the naming. Okay, this is just the naming part. I will say copy data instead of saying copy data orders incremental. Yeah, that's a good one. You understood, right? That was just the naming part. Otherwise, I'm copying it dynamically, right? You can see it over here. Can you copy this pipeline or not? So I can do one thing. I can download the support files for this. Just observe what is going to happen. So it will download all the relevant files of this particular pipeline. So I'll just copy this. Okay, and we'll showcase you the content. Just give me just 1 second. Download support files. Again, click on save. Okay, I think it got downloaded. Let me see the downloads. Okay, 1 second, guys. I will just open that. Extract all. Extract. Okay, let me share an alternate screen with you. Confirm me if you're able to see this structure, file structure here. Can you guys confirm? Okay. So once you download, you will see these options, right? So I downloaded for the pipeline PL incremental copy master. all the associated files came into picture, right? So this pipeline is actually making call to PL incremental copy, and we are making use of a few data sets plus the link service. What you have to just do is start with link service. Okay, you have to formulate the JSON structure accordingly. So if it is about data set, so we will open this, edit in Notepad. I'll copy the structure and then go back to our pipeline. Okay, I hope you are able to see now. And go to this data set. So let's say I'm cloning this data set, but I have copied it from that file structure, right? So go to this JSON content and you can replace the entire code here like this. Copy paste the code and you will get the same schema. But don't worry about those aspects at this point of time. I will cover GitHub, right? Okay. So what are the main common activities that we use in real-time development, right? We are not yet complete in Data Factory, but just to give you a highlight, whatever components we have covered so far, plus there is a notebook activity to execute your Data Factory, Databricks notebook, right? So there is a notebook activity. This is to call a notebook within Databricks, and yeah, whatever we have been using, right? All those are frequently used. Lookup is the most frequently used. If condition, for each iterator, get metadata. So all these things will be used often. Web service, post, get. Okay. So we have discussed about creating pipeline, data sets, etc. And even today we created this incremental copy master pipeline. But now this pipeline has to be run on a day-to-day basis, right? You may define your own schedule. Let's say you want to run every 4 hours, you can do so. If you want to run once in a day, you can do so. But how is that possible? That can be done by creating triggers. So you can click on add trigger, new or edit. Okay, and then you click on new once more, and you will see three types of triggers. One is schedule trigger, tumbling window trigger, and storage event based trigger. So first we will discuss about schedule and tumbling window trigger. Schedule, by the name itself, you would understand that you specify start date and you specify the time zone. And if you want to run it every day once, you can specify the time. Let's say I want to run at 1:30. Okay, 1:30 in the morning, right? So this is the time I can specify, and this pipeline would run every day at that particular point of time. Okay, if I don't specify the time here, then it will automatically pick up this start date as the time. Okay, so this is how you schedule your particular trigger. And now if I go with the tumbling window trigger, the options will look entirely the same, right? If I want to run every day, I can still do that, right? I'll do it this way. Every 24 hours, once I want to run this particular pipeline, I can specify. I can also specify the end date to this particular trigger. If you are 100% sure that you are going to run this for the next 2 months of time, you can specify that time. But most ideally, the use case is like you don't specify in it, and the system keeps on running this particular pipeline. You may have a question like, what is the difference between schedule and tumbling, right? Any guesses? If you guys can take a guess, right, by the name itself, any guesses what can be the difference between schedule and tumbling window? The options looks entirely the same. Any guesses? Okay, let me give a word for this. Let's assume, I will annotate to explain this again. Let's assume that you are running a particular pipeline 4 times in a day. Okay, 6 hours each, and it's a scheduled trigger. Now, if it is a scheduled trigger, let's say that on a odd day, the second run, instead of taking 6 hours of time, it took 7th hour also, right? But the next pipeline run is scheduled at its own time, right? So there is 1 hour of overlap. So the next pipeline instance will run irrespective of the status of the previous pipeline instance. So that is scheduled for you. But if I've implemented the same thing using tumbling window trigger, the third instance would understand that the previous one is not over yet. It will not start. It will actually wait for the previous one to get started and not do anything here. It will not do anything over here. It will start at the moment when the previous pipeline ended. So that is tumbling window. It simply means that tumbling window maintains non-overlapping intervals. It will not overlap. It is basically non-overlapping interval of windows. But schedule can overlap. But if there is a use case where you're okay with overlap, you can definitely go for schedule. But if you're not okay with overlapping, you can go with tumbling window. It is not an option of which one is better or what, right? That is not the question. The option is about your use case. If you're okay with an overlap, go with schedule. But if you're not okay with an overlap, go with tumbling window trigger. Is it clear, the difference between tumbling and schedule? Okay. Now what I would do, I'll try to set up any kind of trigger, right? Tumbling or schedule. So let me select schedule, and just to demonstrate it, let me run it every 5 minutes. So we have some 10 more minutes, right? I can show you in a while. And I'll specify end date not to burn cost on the same. I'll say, I'll specify 55. Okay. So I'll specify, I'll run it for the next 7-8 times, and then this would terminate by itself. Okay. And okay. And let me click on publish all. Okay, I did not name the trigger. Let me name the trigger also. Edit, name the trigger as trg underscore schedule incremental copy. Click OK and publish. So I've set it to every 5 minutes, right? So in 5 minutes of time, I should be able to see a pipeline run here over here in the pipeline runs. So and it would be triggered by the trigger itself. So by the name itself, we would understand that who has triggered the particular pipeline. We will come back here. Now, if you remember, we saw a third trigger, which is called a storage event based trigger. So I will demonstrate that as well. Just give me one moment. I will show that. Okay, I will take this pipeline as an example and add a new trigger. So that trigger is called as storage event based trigger. So what is this trigger? Whenever a file is added to my storage account or a file is deleted from the storage account, I want to execute one of my pipeline. This is called a storage event based trigger. So as of now, it works on two types of event, blob created and blob deleted event. So let me name it as TRG, blob created event. Okay, and yeah, that's it. And then scroll down. It is asking me to choose a subscription and to pass the file name, right? So we will select the container as source. Okay. And let it be. I don't want to specify the filters. The name itself says it. Blob path begins with, blob paths ends with. So if you want to deal with only CSV files, you can place .csv at the end, and the same thing for begins with as well. And I want to be concerned only about blob created files, right? So yeah, and then blob created, click on continue.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Let's see if this is matching with respect to our files. Yes, click on continue. And yeah, so we have to give file name, right? This pipeline has a parameter called as file name. So we need to pass a value to this file name. So what value can we pass? I'll just demonstrate it quickly. Trigger body.file name. So this is again a website from docs.microsoft.com. Okay, so trigger body. So there are two properties basically. One is folder path and one is file name. So whenever you put a file in storage account, how will you understand which file it is getting processed? By these properties. Okay, I'll just place the same property, trigger body.file name, and click on OK. Click on publish. Click on publish again. So this pipeline is meant to copy file from source to target, right? Let it publish, and then I'll go to the monitoring tab. Okay, publishing is successful. Now let us close this and go to monitoring section. Okay, this is the monitoring section. Now what I will do, I will go to the demo bits, which is our storage account. Okay, I'll try to place a new file in the source container. Storage Explorer, blob container, source. Let me identify a particular file before loading. Okay, just give me one more moment. I'll do that. Sample files, copy and upload. Let me do with employee file. Okay, employee upload. So I'm uploading a new file, and this will eventually land in target only when the pipeline runs it. So let me refresh this. And you see, automatically, I did not trigger anything because there was a trigger of its own, right? Blob created event. It has started executing, isn't it? And if I click on this PL copy file, you would be able to see the progress of each and every activity, and it got succeeded, right? And if I go to the storage account, the target container, you would be able to see employee.txt, which just got loaded 1053. So did you guys understand how it worked? The main part is to understand the properties, right? So to understand which file got uploaded at which location, you can make use of these two properties, file name and folder path. So I would ping you this link. Please have it handy. Okay, I will go back to the pipeline. Just see what I did. I created a trigger of type storage event based trigger, and I selected blob created event, right? And then I selected which container I want to deal with. Any files added to this particular container will invoke this particular pipeline. And because my pipeline has a parameter called as file name, it will obviously prompt me while triggering itself, it will prompt me to pass the parameter. Hence, I provided trigger body.file name. You need to memorize this. You may not memorize this, you can fetch it from the link, right? The link that I pinged you. So if you're concerned with the folder path, you can have an additional parameter called as folder path as well. But was this problem statement clear to everyone? I just explained it. The importance of trigger body.file name is that dynamically, how would you understand which file that the customer has uploaded? You would not come to know unless you use some property settings. Right? The property setting is trigger body.file name. Then whenever you upload a file, this would be replaced by employee.txt, right? So yes, correct. You rightly mentioned. I will showcase the same thing. So just a while back, I uploaded employee.txt, right? So just see, where is that run? Yeah, this one, right? PL copy. So scroll right. If you see parameters, it is employee.txt. So trigger body.file name has been replaced by employee.txt. So that answers your question, right? And then the schedule trigger which I created, you can see here, that also got executed. TRG schedule incremental copy, that also got executed. So triggers is clear to everyone. So you don't have to monitor, it will be automatically executing, right? Without you having to manually intervene and execute. So in real-time projects, you will only set up triggers in order to schedule your pipelines, right? So yes, you can make use of these three kind of triggers: storage account, storage event-based trigger, schedule, and tumbling. Using these three triggers, your entire pipeline setup rate will be scheduled. Nobody will run their pipelines manually, right? In production environment, everything will be automated. Oh, okay. You mean storage event? Yes, storage event. What is the use case of storage event based trigger? When customer is not certain about a particular time of putting the files in your storage account, right? Then at that point of time, you may use storage event based trigger. Whenever the system is unpredictable, you can think about storage event based trigger. Okay. So capturing logs is not a difficult thing. What you have to do is, let's say I'm extracting this value, right? What you can do is, this pipeline is getting loaded for this particular table. You can extract the output in this particular manner. And then you can log it in your SQL table or wherever you want to store, right? So let's say upon failure or anyway, if it is failing or if it is succeeding, you want to log those messages. So just observe over here. You will have three different kind of flows, right? Success, failure, completion. You can always choose one. So if you want to just log upon failure, you can do so like this, and you can have a stored procedure activity like this. Okay, drag and drop, and then this watermark, right, might produce some of the output, like just observe. So you can see that it is producing new watermark value. And if you want to log this particular timestamp, if you want to log this particular timestamp in a particular audit table of SQL, right? You can just take that and then execute a stored procedure to log an entry. Okay, but let's say you want to not only log upon failure, but irrespective if it is succeeding or failing, right? Then you can use the completion flow. So I hope you got it right, got the point right? What I'm saying? Okay. So logging is just another way. Okay, so if you are able to take the output of or use the output of one of such activities, right, it is easy to log things. So generally you might also want to log how many rows were processed, right? So just see the output of this copy data activity. I will choose the output and you will see that how much amount of data read, data written, then rows read, rows copied. So these will also be some of your candidate to log into your log tables. Okay, so just choose the appropriate logs from your pipeline. Then you will also build a good logging framework. Okay, understood, right? Okay, let's start the discussion, guys. I will start on data flow. So you might have observed here, right? We always had a particular section called as data flow here. So before delving on data flow, I would like to explain you the architecture behind data flow. So how many of you know what is anything you guys know about data flow? Anything? Anything in mind? So data flow in SSIS. Okay. So when we were performing any kind of row-based transformation, we used to do data flow within SSIS, but the framework was still SQL. You agree, right? Can you perform row-based transformation in a copy data activity? No, right? So whatever transformation you put, you directly put it in the query, and then the same thing gets copied in the sink. But really, row-based transformation is actually not happening unless you specify something in the query. But when you go for data flow, you can actually perform a lot of row-based transformation. And second important thing is, so I just explain you what can data flow do. Second is it can support big data as well. Can you guess why? Any guesses why it will support big data? You can transfer petabytes of data, terabytes of data. Any guess why it can support petabytes of data like big data? So people who are only having knowledge on SQL, they can still make use of data flow to perform all these transformations, and then they'll get the advantage of big data ecosystem here. All the row-based transformation can be done in data flow, and the processed data will come as an output. Okay, you guys are not able to answer, but I'll give you another hint. What is the compute framework that will be used in data flow? Like in SSIS in data flow, it was still SQL, right? But here, what is the compute framework? Is it SQL? Any guesses? Compute framework, compute. Yes, it's Spark. It is absolutely correct. It is making use of open source Spark. So before talking about this data flow, I would tell you the evolution of data flow, Databricks, and Synapse Analytics, because these three things will come together, right? I can go in one go here. So I'll not create, I'll just explain the architecture first. I'll just annotate the diagram. Okay, this just be attentive on this part, because this will be common to data flow, Databricks, and Synapse Analytics. Now, first I'll talk about the evolution, then I'll talk about the architecture. So you guys know, right? In the market, we had Hadoop initially, and then came Spark. So I'll just restrict my discussion to Spark. So let's say that it is open source Spark distribution. Okay. Then came on top of this, we have data flow. So basically, there is no change. Data flow will entirely use the open source Spark distribution. So whatever you can perform on open source Spark, the same thing can be performed on data flow. Just that if you're using open source Spark, you don't get that SLA, you don't get that reliability, etc. Right? So what is open source Spark? It is just an available distribution. You have to create your own virtual machine. You have to install the open source Spark libraries, Scala code, Java, JVM, all these things you have to install. And then you have to set some configuration. Then you will build a Spark ecosystem. But who does these things nowadays, right? People don't care about virtual machine. People don't install things physically. So these wrappers has come into picture, like data flow. You really are not concerned what is going within the system. You're just concerned about your job, right? Like I want to perform some row-based transformation. My goal is only that. Now, Azure has simplified all these things, right? You don't have to take care of all or any kind of infrastructure related things. Now, okay, this is one. Data flow is sitting on top of open source Spark. Then from Databricks point of view, yes, it is also sitting on top of open source Spark, but it is just not OSS, but it also has its own controls. Like Databricks is using open source Spark. Okay, on top of that, it has added few other distributions. When I say distribution, just think that a lot of other classes methods has been added and has been packaged as Databricks. And obviously, if you use Databricks, you will get more security, reliability, good SLA. Because when you're proposing a solution to your customer will like to know what is the reliability of your system, right? And if you're using Databricks, customer would know that, okay, the system is very much reliable and highly unlikely that the system will ever go down, isn't it? The reliability will be something like 99.99. Now, in comparison to that, if you're creating a solution for a customer using open source Spark, now nobody gives you a guarantee, right? You have to create your virtual machine. You may have to implement the disaster recovery solutions, etc. But if you take Databricks or Dataflow as a package, these are the wrappers, right? Then nothing like that. Then on top of Databricks, we have Azure Databricks. Okay, similarly, we also have AWS Databricks. So if you're part of Microsoft system, you will use Azure. If you're part of Amazon, you will use AWS Databricks. The concept will remain the same. Then the third thing is coming into picture, which is Synapse Analytics. So this is again like Databricks. Synapse is entirely using open source Spark, plus it has added its own distribution again, which means that some of the extra classes, libraries are present in Synapse. Plus, you get a guarantee on SLA, and there is a proper security mechanism. Like you were seeing, right? Access control as a security, data at rest, data in motion. We all had those things. So similar controls you will get in Synapse Analytics as well. This thing is very important to understand, because when I'm talking about Azure Databricks, you should keep in mind that, okay, it is on top of Databricks distribution and Databricks is on top of OSS. And when I'm talking about Synapse Analytics, you should also keep in mind that nothing which has been created by Databricks will be available in Synapse Analytics, because things are in parallel now. So anything on OSS will be there in Synapse Analytics plus its own classes and methods. How many of you are clear on this diagram? I'm just talking about the evolution. Now, when I go deep dive into this topic, you would understand automatically what I'm referring to. SA is Synapse Analytics. Yeah, I would repeat that again. Okay. So before even touching on data flow, I wanted to explain the evolution of multiple technologies provided by Microsoft, right? Related technology like data flow, Azure Databricks, and Synapse Analytics is my focus area, basically. Okay, so what is the evolution? So first came open source Spark distribution, right? When these things were not at all present in the market, like Dataflow, Databricks, Synapse Analytics, when it was not there in the market, first came open source Spark distribution. Now, if you have to install or if you have to provide a solution to your customer using open source Spark, you have to do a lot of hard work, like setting up virtual machine. And I'll talk about the architecture. That's why I'm hesitant to explain few things. Just think that from open source Spark, you have to you have to bring in lot of infrastructure, install softwares, maintain a architecture, and then you can actually propose customer to the solution. But can you guarantee security? Can you guarantee SLA? No, right? Because it is very much cumbersome if you are creating the entire solution. And my story will be like this, right? Like, why would you invest your time and money on infrastructure these days when we have a lot of wrappers, right? Like Dataflow, Databricks, Synapse, these are all PaaS systems. But if you are investing your time and money on OSS, you have to deal with infrastructure, operating system, maintenance team, server patches, OS patches, etc. Okay. Now, on top of open source Spark, companies like Azure, AWS, Databricks came into picture. They created these products. So Dataflow is entirely using OSS framework. It doesn't add any other distribution. Dataflow is entirely the OSS. Just that because it is present in Azure, you get reliability, security, and etc. And then Databricks also took on top of OSS, open source Spark, and it has added some more distributions. When I say distribution, just think that it has added certain amount of utilities, classes, methods, all those things. So those are for certain purpose, right? So similarly, Synapse Analytics is also sitting on top of OSS, and it has also added some more distributions like MS Spark utils, libraries, etc. And then on top of Databricks, we have Azure Databricks. We also have AWS Databricks. So what Microsoft did was Microsoft partnered with Databricks company, and then they packaged the product as Azure Databricks. But underlying, it is using all the principles of Databricks, plus the security reliability mechanism increases if you're using Azure Databricks. Is it clear now? Okay. Real-time scenario about Databricks. When I cover Databricks, I'll definitely tell that. Just think that these all tools and technologies are meant for big data processing. So real-time situation would be like you want to put a message in your reporting layer, right? But then will you take the entire data and put it under reporting? The performance would be very slow. So maybe you want to summarize the data and then only take the summarized data into the destination and put it for reporting. So this is one of the use case. You may not use all the data which is coming from the source, right? You just try to put row level filters, column level filters, try doing grouping aggregation to your needs, calculate the metrics, then bring it to a particular layer. You can call that layer as gold layer, or you can just say that processed layer, and then put reporting on top of processed layer. You understand that the processed data size would be lesser compared to the source data. So the reporting will never happen on top of source data. Instead, it will happen on processed data. Make sense? Okay. Clear all the diagrams. Now I will talk about the architecture part. Okay. So I was just talking about the evolution so far. Now, just think that you are trying to query on some data, right? On some big data. Let's say you want to do a simple select query, or you want to do some kind of aggregation, or you want to do some kind of grouping or calculating a metric. But end of the day, you will fire a query to something, right? Like in SQL, you fire your query to the database engine, and the resource governor will see that query. It'll associate some of the resources to that query, and your query will get executed. That is what happens in SQL. In data flow, it is little different. Here, the query is actually fired to the cluster. So first time we are hearing this word, right? Cluster. What is a cluster? We'll talk now. Now, cluster is a set of virtual machine. We actually don't call it as virtual machine. Instead, we call that as nodes. Okay, let's say I'll just draw the diagram for these nodes. When I say nodes, just think that I'm talking about virtual machine only. Okay, let's say this is the driver node, and these are the worker nodes: W1, W2, W3, W4, and many more. So it depends on what configuration you choose. When I'm firing my query from my client layer, right? So in this case, data flow is within Data Factory. So client would be the Data Factory itself. Let's say I want to calculate some metrics, so that the query is actually fired to the driver node. And node is nothing but a virtual machine. So virtual machine will have RAM components plus IO components. Agreed, everyone? So basically, your virtual machine is a compute infrastructure. Can I get a yes for that? Okay. So again, repeating, now we are dealing with nodes or the virtual machine. Every node will have RAM, IO components, processing power, CPU, etc. Right? So when we fired a query in from the client layer like data flow here, the request is actually going to the driver node. Okay, driver node's job is not directly to interact with the worker node. There is a system in between which is called as cluster manager. Okay, so driver node will not process your request. Driver node will just process your request. Okay, it will not do the operation by itself. It is just a facilitator, is what I can say. So driver node will first interact with the cluster manager to understand what are the worker nodes which are free at that point of time, so that the request will be actually fulfilled by those worker nodes. So cluster node, what it does is it checks with all the worker nodes, and then it understands that, okay, worker node 1 and worker node 2 is free at this point of time. So driver node will get that particular instruction, and then the request which was sent from the client will actually go to the worker node 1 and worker node 2 respectively. Once, and let's say that you have sent let's say 1 GB of file you have sent, right? So because two nodes are processing, this data would be split into two parts, right? One each of 500 MB and 500 MB. Okay. And then once the worker node processes the data, it will go back to the driver node before it comes back to the client. Did you guys understand the entire architecture? If not, it's okay. But did you guys understand? How many of you understood and how many of you are not? Okay. Now, what I will do, I'll tell you a problem statement. Right? We will try to do it here. For data flow, what is the underlying storage that is used? So see, anytime it has to store something, it'll try to store within the RAM itself. Okay, so that's the beauty about Spark, right? When it wants to store something, it'll store in the RAM. Unlike Hadoop, Hadoop used to store in the hard disk. And then when you save it in hard disk and pull it back, it is basically an IO operation, input-output operation. That's when Spark came into picture, and it claimed to be 100 times faster than Hadoop because the intermittent results, right? Those are not getting saved in the hard disk. Instead, it is getting saved in the RAM itself. When something is getting saved in the RAM and pulled out, that is not considered to be an IO activity. Okay, that's why in Spark it is way faster compared to Hadoop. Okay, now what I would do, I would explain you the data flow rate. You have been asking what is the number of nodes. So data flow is a PaaS product, correct? Because it is PaaS, it has to use Azure integration runtime. How many of you agree? I have initially when we started on Data Factory, I explained that anything on PaaS resource will be using Azure integration runtime, and we automatically get a Azure integration runtime called as auto resolve. Okay, now let's, before creating this data flow, I'll go to the manage tab to showcase you the integration runtime. So where is integration runtime? Over here, and this is the auto resolve integration runtime. Let me click on this. You see there is a property for data flow runtime. If I expand this, so you can see, so you are automatically getting compute type general purpose. I'll explain in a while what are, there are multiple options here, and core count equal to 4. So it means you will get one driver node and 4 worker nodes basically, and then time to live property. So these are all disabled because auto resolve integration runtime is something that you cannot change. It is given to you by default. But if you want customized options, right, for all these 3, you can actually create your own integration runtime. Remember, we created one Azure integration runtime earlier. So let me click on that, edit. Okay, now you see you have more controls. Earlier in auto resolve integration runtime, you cannot select a region itself, right? But here I would be able to select multiple regions. I mean to say any particular region you will be able to choose. Let's say the data is generated in US, right? Then I'll try to put my integration runtime also in US so that the IO time is reduced. But let's say that I'm putting in India, but the data is actually in US, then it will take some IO time, right? Extra IO time, because data has to travel from US to India, which is not a fair scenario. So try choosing integration runtime appropriately. So you can keep it to auto resolve also. Auto resolve will help you most of the time because suppose let's say data is generated from the source, which is India. And now if you have used auto resolve, it will understand that data is generated from India. So it has to use India data center. So auto resolve is for that purpose. When people are confused, they can use auto resolve. But let's say you're in Europe location, right? And you know, right, data coming out of Europe is kind of a concern, right? If it is PII data, people's data, and it is PII data, and it should not come out of Europe. So in that particular case, you can select one of Europe's location, right? So you can see North Europe, West Europe, and many other locations. So just choose the region appropriately. Then comes to data flow runtime, where okay, I'm not able to change. Let me do one thing. I'll try to simulate creating another, so I would be able to create. Okay, just see here. So there are 3 types of compute types. Okay, general purpose, memory optimized, compute optimized. I would explain all those 3. So remember, I talked about virtual machine or the nodes. So cluster is nothing but a combination of driver node and worker nodes, right? So these nodes are nothing but virtual machine. But what kind of nodes are you trying to set your configuration to, right? So it may be general purpose, memory optimized, or compute optimized. Everything has its own purpose. So when to choose general purpose? So when you're running your operations on a day-to-day basis, let's say that you are getting the desired performance, and your data flow runs about 20 minutes or 1 hour of time, right? It's very predictable. then you can always choose general purpose. When to go with memory optimized? When you're dealing with big data scenario and you're performing lot of joins aggregations, which is very much like intensive operation, right? Memory intensive operation, then you can go with memory optimized operation. Okay. Now the third thing is compute optimized. When the rate of input is very fast, then you have to choose compute optimized. Just think that if my rate of input is very fast and I've used general purpose, then you might see some throttling issue because your input gets piled up, but output is taking a lot of time. Most of the time, your nodes are getting overutilized, and then system is getting restarted. So just think that when the input rate is very fast, you have to use compute optimized. It means that things will get processed faster and sent to the output because your input rate is very fast. So these are the configurations for data flow. But I have seen people using general purpose memory optimized. I personally have never used compute optimized, but these two things I have used heavily. Okay. So this was about okay. So I think I didn't tell in one more option. Sorry about that. So data flow runtime. You were asking, right, how to increase the number of nodes. So you can see it here. Core count, you can increase 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. You can go till 128, right? This is how you can increase the number of worker nodes. Now the third property is time to live. So this will be costly. How you guys understand that when you create a virtual machine and you're using it often, if you're choosing an optimal configuration also, it is quite costly, right? How many of you agree on that? Optimal configuration, not the lowest configuration. Lowest is always cheaper. But if you're using an optimal configuration, virtual machine is still costlier. You will actually pay for compute when the virtual machine is turned on. And when the virtual machine is turned off, you're just paying for the disk cost. Agreed, yes or no? Okay. So disk cost is separate. You guys need to understand. Okay, disk cost is separate. Virtual machine for compute IO is separate. So when you switch off your virtual machine, don't think that you are paying zero amount. You are still paying for the hard disk. Okay, but compute you are not paying anymore. That is fine. So this time to live is about shutting down your virtual machine or the nodes. It means that when you're not using the data flow for the next 10 minutes based on whatever option I choose, right? 15, let's say I'm setting 15 minutes. So let's say I have run my data flow and it is over. From this point for the next 15 minutes of time, if I'm not using my data flow anymore, then it will automatically turn off all the nodes. It will basically dismantle or deallocate the virtual machine. Those virtual machines won't exist even. Okay. So here the cost is only when you're actually running your data flow, otherwise there is no cost. And here we don't need hard disk, right? It is you require hard disk when you're setting up virtual machine, but in this case you don't need. Just it will create virtual machine, it will create an on disk and it will just throw it off again, right? So you're just basically paying for the time you're using your virtual machine or the nodes. Clear, right? On this.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Okay. So is IR in each worker? So I would say that within integration runtime, your cluster is present. And within cluster, you will have driver and worker nodes. Plus 4 means 4 additional core. So yeah, you can say so. One driver node plus 4 driver core. Core is nothing but the virtual. You can think it as worker nodes only. Okay. It is talking in terms of cores, but plus when you do plus 4, it is just saying that you need 4 worker nodes. Plus 8, in addition to the driver node, you need plus 8 worker nodes. Okay. So we understood this here. I will tell you how to associate data flow to integration runtime later on. As part of this demo, I would explain that. Now let me showcase you the scenario before creating a data flow pipeline. So let me open my storage account. Yeah, this should be the one. And storage explorer, log container. Just one moment. I will just search for the one. Yeah, here. So this is my storage account and there is a container called as OLTP. So what we will do, we will try to read these two files from within data flow. Now again, our understanding is that customer has given us these files. We have to do some kind of grouping over here. I will tell you that grouping, right? So we will do few things. We will perform projection. Okay, so whatever columns are required, we extract only that and discard the rest. Then if we want, we can perform row-based filtering also. Then we will try to perform join, aggregation, where we will try to calculate a metric, and then we will pass it to the output. This is what we will do. So we have a customer file and a purchase order text, right? So purchase order will cover certain number of purchase orders raised by the customers. Customer will have the customer name, customer code, address, etc. Okay, when we join these two, we will understand how many customers have purchased how many number of products. So this is what we will try to infer from this particular problem statement. Okay. Now let's go here. We will try to add a source, right? So try to understand this is a Spark environment, and our Spark environment is not enabled yet. Why? Because it requires virtual machine, right, to process something. Without the compute node, how will we even do debugging, etc. Right? So there is an option given to you called as data flow debug. If you enable this, you see it is saying, shall we use the integration runtime? Which integration runtime I want to use? I can go with auto resolve integration runtime and will choose this particular configuration. And it says for debug, what is the time to live property? I will say 1 hour is fine for me. If I'm not using my the data flow for the next 1 hour of time, it will turn off by itself. I'll say one cost. I'll click on OK. So once I click on OK, can somebody tell me what is actually happening? I discussed about the architecture, right? Can you tell me what is actually happening? The message itself should be clear, but anyone? What is happening is, yes, it is starting the cluster, which is nothing but setting up the nodes and then assigning one as driver node and the rest as worker nodes, right? That is what is happening. Okay, I will repeat the prompt statement again. So what we are going to do, we are going to read these two files from data flow, customer file and purchase order file. This might contain lot of columns, right? So first transformation that we will do is to restrict the number of columns. Once those columns are restricted and we have the desired columns, we'll perform join of these two data streams. After performing join, we will try to see what are the customers who have purchased or how many customers have that much number of products, right? And then we will aggregate the data and then pass it to the output. Let's say the output is in Azure SQL table. So that is the thing that we are trying to do. Make sense, right, everyone? Any question on the problem statement? Okay. Okay, let's begin this. Okay, so first thing is to read the files, customer file and purchase order file. So let me pull out few activities, right? So simple, you have to click on source. As in when I click on source, you saw that, right? It is asking me to provide the dataset information. Here it is, right? We need to put the dataset information. So how did we create datasets to this? By simply creating a dataset at data factory level. If a link service is required, we will point the link service to this storage account, followed by creating a dataset. But in the earlier session, we have already created the link service to demo bits, right? So now it is just about creating the dataset, one for customer, one for purchase order file. So obviously we'll start with creating dataset. So I would go here, create a new dataset. So as it is a storage account, we will click on Azure Blob Storage, delimited text because it says CSV or a text file like this, text file. Okay, continue. And then I will name it appropriately. Also LTP, then purchase order file. Okay, and then I would select storage demo bits. First row has a header and I can browse to the path, right? OLTP and then purchase order.txt. I selected all the information, click on OK. My first dataset is created and I can see the schema. Because I'm reading from a text file, it is obvious that everything will be treated as string. Okay, and I can see these properties, right? Yeah, rest of the properties is fine. I can do a quick preview to see if the data is proper or not. Yeah, have a header and followed by some records. Similarly, I'll create another data set for customer. DS OLTP underscore customer link service customer file and click on OK. Review the data just to ensure that whatever we decide is in the same form or not. Yes, it has a header followed by some data. Okay, so let me do a publish. It will not succeed. Okay, so you see it is not succeeding because it says you have to complete the data flow source and sync, only then it will succeed. So what I will do for the time being, I'll remove. No, okay. Let me do one thing. I'll complete the data flow first, and then I'll do a publish altogether, right? Because if I remove the data flow or recreate again, this data flow debug would be gone again, right? So for the interest of time, I'll make use of this. I'll later on publish the entire thing. So now this is our data flow. I can rename the data flow the same way how I used to do earlier, right? So I'll say data flow customer purchases, because we want to calculate the number of purchases done by each customer, right? We want it in a grouped manner. So I'll say data flow underscore customer purchases. Then this is the first source. I will name this source as purchase order, and you will see the reflection here, right? Yeah. Scroll down and select the appropriate data set, which is purchase order. Okay. I'll talk about these options in a while, and then let's do a data preview. Just see here, if I refresh this, right, it will start doing preview. It means whenever I'm doing a data preview, it will generate a Spark SQL code like select star from this purchase order file. It will send the request to driver node. Driver node will interact with cluster manager. Cluster manager will interact with the worker nodes to tell the driver node that, okay, worker node 1 is free. Driver node interacts with the worker node 1, and that actual select operation is being done by the worker node. Once that is there, right, the result will be sent to the driver node, then to the client. So now you can see the data over here. Under the data preview tab, you will see the data, right? And there is no debug option like we had in data factory, right? Here we have data flow debug. Against each and every activity, you would see data preview. Now let me go to the projection tab. This is important, okay? Now we see a lot of columns, right? And every column is demarcated in string for the obvious reason that we are reading a CSV file. That's the reason, right? Now what I will do, quantity cannot be ever a string, right? So I'll say long. It's nothing but an integer, right? Big integer. And then unit price cannot be string. It can be decimal. So I will say decimal. The rest of the things are not changing, but my intent you are able to understand it. Whatever I'm doing, you are able to understand. Okay. So I have set the purchase order. Now let me set another source, which is customer. Once I do this, I'll explain these three properties to you. Okay. And then select the customer data set. Okay. And then source option, projection. So this is okay. Phone number cannot be string. So I'll make it long, or just a string I can preserve. Data preview I can do just to ensure data is in intact or not. Okay. From where does it read data? Is it from OLTP storage account? Yes, it is so, right? I created the data set which was pointing to our storage account to a OLTP container. So we are reading data from there. How to estimate the cost on enabling the debug option? So remember, I used to tell you about pricing calculator. Try using that and you would see. And yeah, okay. So you're able to see the output from both the activities, right? So purchase order and customer. Now let me tell you the three options that I wanted to write. Allow schema drift, infer drifted column types, and validate schema. Can anybody take a guess what is allow schema drift? Any guesses? The name itself says so, but so let's say that we are having. I'll draw the diagram. Let's say column A, B, and C for the next 3 months of time, right? And our pipelines are processing it appropriately. Now suddenly I have introduced another column in between D. Now if you are enabling this property allow schema drift, then it will understand that this situation has occurred, and it will be able to pull A, B, C. It has the capability to discard the column D unless you specify it in your projection. Okay, but if you disable this option allow schema drift, there is a possibility that you read A, D, and B, and C would be discarded, which you don't want. So whenever your source is often changing the file in terms of adding columns in between here and there, right? Then you have the flexibility to use allow schema drift and then infer drifted column types. This is also an important property. It means that it'll try to identify the schema of every column. If it is an integer column, it will try to identify that. If it is a varchar, if it is a decimal, it will try to identify so in the second option. Okay, but most likely you will try to set it yourself, right? So that's why I have disabled this option. So you can take your own control in the projection tab by setting up the data type for each and every columns. Validate schema. So this is like you want to be 100% sure on the schema. It means you will set a SLA or an agreement with the customer that this is the file that I'm expecting with these set of columns and these are the length of every column, right? Then you can have validate schema and when there is a change in schema, this will error out. So that is the validate schema option. Okay. Creating data flow without enabling debug will charge any cost? No, it will not charge. But then when I'm creating, I also want to know whether data is coming appropriately or not. That's why I have enabled data flow debug. But if you enable, yes, cost is incurred definitely. But you can set the time to leave property, right? So let's say I'm doing a data preview now, but for the next 1 hour of time, I have not used data preview. Then it will turn off by itself. But you should be okay, right? When you're doing development, you need a compute environment as well, right? For unit testing and so on. Okay, clear. Okay. Now, as part of performance optimization, what is the next thing that you should do? Anyone? So I'm reading all those columns, right? As part of optimization, what should be the next thing that you should do? Performance optimization. Join is not a performance optimization thing, right? So any guesses? Yes. Yeah, filtering, row level filtering, column level filtering. Yes, these two things are the ones. Yes, filter as well as restrict column, both are the right answers. Not transformation. So we will do the transformation later on, but as part of performance optimization, first thing we'll do is to either filter out on records, which is row level filtering, or select the appropriate columns which are required and discard the rest. So you can decide it yourself. Okay, let's say that you have a lot of columns in the file. You may think to first filter out on columns, but you have a use case where you have lesser number of columns, but more number of rows. Then you can think about filtering out the records and then following it with selecting the appropriate columns. Is that part clear on the ordering of row level versus column level filtering? Clear or not clear? Okay. Now, having said that, I will use a column level filtering first. Okay. So there is something called a select. So this select activity will project only what is required and discard the rest. And that is what we wanted to perform, right? Okay. Now what I'll say it has purchase order selected. Okay. And the incoming stream is purchase order. You can see, right? Both are connected to each other. So you have the option to change as well, but this is linked to purchase order, which is fine. Now come down. Whatever columns were projected in purchase order has naturally come to the purchase order selected stream. But I don't want all these columns, right? I just want to play with few columns. So I'll select the columns which are not required and then delete it one go. So basically I wanted to calculate how many products are purchased by these customers, right? So I'll select the rest other columns and then delete. Then I'm having only these two columns, right? Customer code and quantity, and I have discard the rest. And I can do a data preview also to see whether only those two columns are visible or not. What is the intention behind performance optimization here, right? So if I'm restricting the number of columns here, it means that I'm putting lesser pressure on my cluster. Because if you start immediately with the join conditions, it means that you're doing the join on each and everything, whatever is the data, right? It may be of 1 GB, 1 petabyte of data, you're performing join on that data. Then it means worker node has to do a lot of things to process your data. But if I filter out on columns and rows, then I'm reducing the data size and then telling the worker nodes to process it accordingly. Okay, here you can see that I'm able to do column level filtering here. And similarly, I'll do the column level filtering here as well. See, upon clicking on plus symbol, you would be able to select your activities. I'll discuss about those activities as well. Scroll down, and I would take customer code and name. Code will be required for joining the two data set, and later I would extract the customer name. Okay, I'll discard the rest. This is fine. Okay, then once this is being done, right, so I'll just demonstrate on the filtering, and I'm not intending to really filter out the data, but I'll just quickly show you how to do so. So just think that we have customer code and quantity. Let's say I just want to pull out the customer code 1, right? Then click on plus, there is a filter option. This is the row level filtering that I was talking about. And then you can select the filter class. So, okay, this is the expression builder. Now customer code, right? So it automatically came equals, and I'll say 1. Let me see if it validates. No, it has added out equals 1. No, it is not allowing me to do so. Again, let me click on this. Okay, so I'll do a comparison, right? Functions equals compare first expression, compare two values of the same time, returns negative integer if value 1 is less than value 2. Okay, equals. Yeah, I was searching for equals only. Customer code and then comma, I'll take 1. Let's see if it validates or not. If I do data review, I don't know why this error is coming. I'll have to validate once more. Expression type integer is not matching with the, oh, okay, got it. Now it is fine. Now if I do a data preview, so basically I was trying to compare string with integer and it was not working. What I did was I just did a conversion to string. Now I'm trying to compare. So now I should only get one record with customer code as 1 and rest all I'm discarding. So if you see here, we have 2 records here, right? Customer code 1 and 2. So I did a data preview here and then I'm able to see 1. So my main intention is actually not to filter out on data, just to demonstrate how will you do those filtering. So there is open expression builder, right? Click on open expression builder and then you will be able to just use the existing functionalities, right? Equals, all these things are present here. You can list out all the functions, whatever is that you will be able to play it here. Okay, this is called as expression builder. I'll remove this filter because I demonstrated it how to use that. Now I'll explain another property, which is join. Join is important. So obviously join will happen on 2 different input streams, right? So go up, I'll say joined stream, and then left stream is automatically selected because I clicked on plus on the second activity here. Right stream, I will try to select customer selected, and I'll do an inner join, which is fine. And then on customer code, let me scroll it up. Okay, customer code, and again customer code. Yeah, this is done. And now if I do a data preview, then customer name will also come in the same data set. Okay, you will observe. You see this? Customer code quantity was in left data set. In the right data set, we had customer code and name. It got joined successfully. It basically did a this one inner join. Now what I will do, I will just do an aggregation now. I'll click on plus and then I think it is metric or aggregation. Aggregate is the activity name. Click on aggregation, scroll up, and I'll say metric calculation and columns, right? What I want to, so customer name is what I want to play with, name, and this is fine. Aggregate. So what am I aggregating on? I want to do a sum of quantity. So I will say, I'll say count. I just typed count and then I have to build the expression here, right? So I'll do sum of quantity. So sum of quantity. Click on save and finish. This is also built. Then, so what I'm displaying, I will be just saying that I need customer name and aggregate as count. So these 2 columns I'll be getting in this data preview. So if I refresh this, I should be able to see 2 columns. Okay, that is what I intended to do so. Then followed by, I will try to save the result, right? So for that, I will try to select sync. Okay, in this case, I want to use a Azure SQL sync where I want to store the output. I'll say that as output. And then incoming string is metric. and I have to create a data set to store the results, right? So let me create a data set for SQL. So I'll say Azure SQL, right? Azure SQL, continue. I'll say ds underscore SQL target dv underscore customer purchases, right? Customer purchases. I'll copy this and target dv. And currently there is no table like that, right? So I'll just click on OK for now. And then I will say, I'll show you a new thing, right? Today I'll show you a new thing. Let it be empty for now. We'll go back to data flow and use that data set. And there is one property which is not coming up here. Let me think about it. Okay. I think that is coming. Okay, auto creation of table is what I wanted to showcase, but that is a feature within Data Factory, not in data flow. So what I have to do, I have to create a particular table. So SQL databases, target DB, query editor, and I will type my password. So let's create table customer purchases, customer name, varchar of, and count integer. Okay, let's run this. So this is created. Now if I select, okay, there is nothing at this point of time. I'll take the same table, go back to our data factory and refresh this to load all the tables again. Okay, and now I'll do customer purchases. It would come automatically. Now go back to data flow and I've already selected this data set, right? So it should be fine. But let me watch out for the mapping if it is done properly or not. I'll remove the auto mapping just to ensure that the name is the source columns are mapped with output columns. There are sometimes possibility that because of a casing difference, the name would not get mapped, right? So it makes sense to check the mapping manually. So my pipeline is entirely built. So now what I would do, I would just try to publish all these four things. Because if I refresh the browser, everything will be gone. So I would be publishing immediately. Publishing is successful. Now, can anybody tell me how do I run this particular pipeline? Currently, there is no data, right, in this particular table. How do I run this data flow pipeline? Any guesses? Okay. So what we have to do is to create a pipeline, new pipeline. We cannot call this data flow natively. We have to create a pipeline. I'll say call data flow. Okay, underscore customer purchases, and then extract data flow activity. Okay, this is how you would be able to call a data flow. Now you will understand how do we set up integration runtime for a data flow. So just observe settings, select data flow, which is this one. Now here, this is the place where you can set up your integration runtime. And then when you create your schedules, right, then that appropriate integration runtime will be chosen. So this is the place. And then you can select what is the compute type, what is the core count you can specify. So once specified, you will be able to, you will be able to call this pipeline. I'll just publish this as well before running this pipeline. And see the actual performance you would able to realize when the data size is very high, right? Because half of the time, or let's say at least the first few minutes will be spent in creating the cluster. When I say cluster, it will be making some nodes up and running before actually the data flow gets executed. So the real performance will be seen when you're actually playing with very huge amount of data. Now let me do a trigger now. Okay. Now let's go to the monitoring section. Okay, pipeline runs. Okay, this is the pipeline that we just ran. Click on this pipeline and you would see data flow activity here. Yeah, this is the data flow activity. Click on this details window to observe what is happening within the data flow. Okay, so everything is in queue state right now. So what are your questions? What is the meaning of auto resolve integration runtime? Okay, auto resolve integration runtime is nothing but the Azure integration runtime. So when you create a data factory, a Azure integration runtime is already given to you. That Azure integration runtime is nothing but auto resolve integration runtime. And these integration runtimes are helpful to connect to your PaaS ecosystem. When you say PaaS, it means like storage account, Databricks, Dataflow, etc. and you define your data flow properties within your integration runtime, that is Azure integration. So when I'm running my data flow activity, I should be asked what integration runtime I want to choose. So either I can use auto resolve integration runtime or any other Azure integration runtimes. I just showcased it, like I just demonstrated it when we were how to attach our pipeline with integration runtime this way, right? So when you're extracting the data flow, you can select your integration runtime, and every integration runtime will have its own cluster, right? So that's how we attach this data flow with the cluster. Pipeline can have both auto resolve and data flow. Okay. Now let's go to the monitoring again. Details. Now we are making use of the integration runtime. For spinning up the virtual machine, we required one driver node and four worker nodes, right? So to spin up these 5 nodes, it took some amount of time. Right? Let me show you a few properties. So if you're really playing with big data, then only you will get the real performance. But if you're playing with very few amount of data, the real performance wouldn't be there. I just mentioned it, like how much amount of time is spent and all those things you will be able to see. So just seconds, right? Matter of seconds, it just completed. But there is some property where I can show you the data flow uptime, right? So somewhere it should be there. Let me see. Okay, you can see here cluster startup time 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Okay, cluster startup time. So for running those cluster, it took some 4 minutes of time. So that's why. Now I can go to target database and see what is the output, right? So here I can see, oh, customer name did not come up. Okay, let's see why it did not come up. So if I go to data flow here, output, I did check the mapping, but why did it not? Data preview. But did you guys understand what all things I did? It was clear, right, to everyone? Okay. Okay, fine. We will move on with the other topics. Okay. We will move to GitHub now. So now let me explain how to integrate Data Factory with GitHub. So there is an option here, right? If you go to the Manage tab, you can see or a feature called as Git configuration. So click on Git configuration and then try to configure your Git. Configure, and then let's select the repository. So what I have done was I had already signed up to github.com. You can also do the same thing. Okay, when you sign up to github.com, you are basically getting a repository management system. You will not get some premium features, but say like premium features in the sense setting up some branch security, etc. But you will be able to use it for your code repository management system. So take github.com, sign up, and then what you can do is you can select the account. So either I can select Azure DevOps Git or I can select GitHub. So in this particular case, I will select GitHub. Okay. Then I will select the GitHub account. Okay. So my account name is Azure Bits and Bytes. We'll select that and click on continue. After that, I will select the repository name.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So currently there is only one repository, which is demo bits. So because it's a new batch, right, I'll create a new repository. Click on new. And let's say I'm naming the repository as July 2021. And obviously I'll not make it public. Instead, I'll keep it private. Public means anyone having access or having the link to my repository will have the entire access to the code base. So obviously when you're doing it for your project, you will keep it to private. Then you have to initialize the repository with a blank file, like add a readme file or a git ignore file. Otherwise, you will not be able to initialize the repository. So the repository may be created, but you cannot function it, right? So in order to make it functioning, you have to add a blank file like a readme file or a git ignore file. After that, go ahead and create the repository. Yes, my new repository with the name July 2021 is created. Now let me select the drop down. I think I have to refresh it. So I'll go back again, click on continue, and let's see. Yeah, July 2021 is appearing now. Now I have to select few other options, right? So what is my collaboration branch? So I will take my main branch as collaboration branch. Okay, I'll go back to the repository. So whenever we create a repository, obviously we'll get one main branch, right? So some places you might call it as a master branch, some places it is called as main branch. Anyone can anyone tell me why it is nowadays main, not master? Any guesses? Any guesses why we call it as main branch and not master anymore? See, recently there was a this one, right? Black Lives Matter proposal which was going on, right? So the name master doesn't look good, isn't it? It's a very critical topic, but master doesn't look good. In the old days, people used to treat like master and slaves and those things, right? And sometimes we call driver node as master and worker node as slave. We don't use that words anymore, right? So it is highly complicated topic. So nowadays, what every company is trying to do, if the name is kind of master, they're trying to make it to main, not master anymore. Okay, that's the reason. Even during this time, right, the Black Lives Matter. So there was a movement, and yeah, many companies are trying to change few things here and there. So I will say that the collaboration branch is again main branch. Publish branch, let it be ADF publish. I'll tell you the purpose of this later on. And root folder. So let's say this repository may contain code of data factory, code of SQL, etc. Right? So I will say, let us keep the data factory folder. Under that, we will keep all our link services data sets in that particular folder. And now I am having one more option, which is import existing resources to repository. I will say yes, because I'm importing the code for the first time into this repository. I will say yes. And then it is saying import resource into this branch. What is this branch? Main branch. Yeah, I will go with main branch. So whatever resources we have, like link services, data sets, pipelines, triggers, data flow, will go into the main branch. Click on apply. So when I'm applying, it is trying to sync the code of this data factory with this repository. So let it complete and we will go to the repository to see what is happening. Okay, repo is connected. So now if I go to this repository, I'll refresh this particular page. You see there is a data factory folder. Earlier it was not there, right? Earlier we just had readme file. So click on data factory. You would see all these things, whatever we have created so far, we will be able to see it here. Now I told you, right, all those things are maintained in the form of JSON. So let's go to one of the pipeline that we had created, copy Netflix titles. So you would see all the JSON files present over here. Okay, so this is how we connect our data factory code base with the repository. Okay. Now you will see some options getting changed here. I'll click on save, go to author. Now see, is there any option called as publish? No, or I cannot do a publish anymore like this, right? I will show you. There is one option called as switch to live mode. So if I go to live mode, then the same view is coming like we had earlier. Okay, but now because this is connected to repository, will I be able to make any changes here? Any guesses? Any guesses? See, I'm changing. Will I be able to click on publish? Does it make sense to click on publish? So just observe, if I click on publish, it will say you are not allowed to make changes or publish from data factory mode as your factory is connected to Git, as your factory has Git enabled. Okay, so it will not allow me to do so. Now I'll go back to the branch. I'll select GitHub, discard and continue. Now I came to the main branch. Okay, now I will first talk about the repository management system before talking about these branches, right? Now, can anybody tell me how will you, in your project, if you have a big team, right? How do you collaborate? there must be some DevOps tool, right? Like Azure DevOps or GitHub, right? To deal with these things. What is the branching strategy that you adopt? Can anyone tell me in brief? Anyone? How do you collaborate with your team members while doing development? Okay, I will explain that. Okay, let's say that this is our repository, and at this point of time, we have a main branch. Now, will you work on main branch? No, because main branch is the source of truth for all of us, right? So just assume that at this point of time, just assume that main branch is the source of truth for all of us, and we should not modify main branch as is without any review process. So we have to go through the route of review process before appending our new code into the main branch. That is the ultimate goal. But then as a developer, if I start developing in my particular sprint, how would I start? I would take a copy from my main branch. Agreed, right? I should copy from my existing main branch. So you can see here, right? There is only main branch at this point of time. So I have to actually copy from a main branch. So I will annotate to explain. Okay, so this is the main branch, which is there for us. Okay, I'll not make any modification to main. Instead, I'll set up some branch policy on main saying that direct changes to this main branch is not permissible. So you cannot even change anything in the main branch IDF if you set up the branch policy. So when a developer is coming and trying to develop few things, they have to take a copy from this main branch. You might call it as a user branch. Let's assume that it is called as a user branch. I start modifying my piece of code, right? All those code I have modified. Now I cannot simply merge it in main branch. So I have to do something called as pull request. It is just a request to merge into main branch. So this pull request will showcase you what has changed from the main branch. So you might have taken a commit from the main branch, right? So whatever are the changes will be visible here in this pull request. So, and then because main branch is a source of truth, we may set some subject matter expert as the reviewers of this main branch. So let's say in our project, there are 2 subject matter experts. We will make them the branch owner, like the main branch owner. Okay, when we raise pull request, the subject matter expert has to review the pull request. And if they are satisfied with the pull request, they will approve the same. And then the code, right, all the changes that you have performed will be in the main branch. Is this clear to everyone? This is basically followed by everyone, isn't it? You might have an additional branch in between, but I am just explaining in a very simple language, right? Like you have a main branch, user branch. There are some projects who also maintain this way, right? They might have a main branch, they might have a develop branch, and then they'll have some user branches again, right? So there are some projects which are using this particular model also. But just to keep things simple, just be focused about this for now. Okay. Okay. So I was mentioning about the branching strategies, isn't it? So what I would do when a user comes in and tries to develop something, right? They will not do in the main branch that I already mentioned. So what they should do is they should create a new branch. When you do so, you will actually take a copy from the collaboration branch, which is nothing but the main. Okay. So let me take a new branch. I will call that as users branch and click on save. Okay, so you can see here, this branch is nothing but the user branch. You can see it here. So it is nothing but the exact copy of the main branch. Okay, once this is done, let us try to modify certain things, right? So if I go to this one, today we developed this, right? So I will try to put some comments to this particular pipeline. I will say this pipeline is meant to call data flow for calculating the customer purchases. Okay. Now there is no option to publish. You can see this publish option is disabled. What all I can do is click on save. So I am clicking on save. Once save, this commit is only there in my user branch. Now let's go here. You would see one more branch called as users, which has automatically come up over here, right? So if I click on this user branch, then pipeline. Here you can see this is the description that I have added just now, right? This pipeline is meant to call data flow for calculating customer purchases. And you can see latest commit was just a second ago, just few seconds ago. This is not over yet, right? Now let's say I have unit tested everything and everything looks good, right? For just the sake of demonstration, I modified the description. And similarly, if you keep on adding new pipelines, new data set, new data flow, new link services, triggers, then you would do the same thing in your user branch, and then you will raise a pull request. I mentioned, right, pull request is to merge user code into the main code, main branch code. Now, when I raised a pull request, it actually took me to github.com. And here I can see whatever is there in green is the one that I added. If I would have removed something, that would appear in red. Okay, so this is the one. Now, what is the other process? So I have to raise a pull request. Right? It is not. It is in the process of getting created. So click on create pull request and create pull request. Once your pull request is created, you will see the status of the pull request as open, which means the commit has not gone into the main branch yet. Let me go back. Yeah. Now the next thing is the reviewers of the branch, right? Main branch, the subject matter expert of the main branch will come and see what is the changes. So they see that, okay, it is just about description and the description looks good. So they will go to the conversation tab and click on merge pull request. So click on merge pull request. They may add some more comments. Okay, and Kalyani, to your question, they can reject also, right? So there is chance that they may reject also. There will be some option. Okay, let me see. Previous question merge create. Then with the conversation commits file changed. Review changes. Okay, request changes. You can see here they are telling to request some more changes, right? You can use this option. But as I'm satisfied with the changes, right? So what I would do, I would go to the conversation and then click on merge pull request, confirm the merge. When I confirm the merge, the status of the pull request is changed to merge. And then if I now go to the main branch, I should be able to see this change, the description, right? So open this. Now I'm able to see this change in the main branch because the code got merged from the user branch to the main branch. So far, you guys are with me? Yes or no? Okay. Now is it over or anything else is left? Any guesses? There is one more thing which we need to do, which we have not done yet. Just observe. If I go to the live mode, right, and then choose the pipeline, which is PL customer call data flow, that change is still not there in the live mode. I have to do an additional step in order for the changes to go into the data factory mode. So let's go back to GitHub. Now let us click on publish. So when I click on publish, what is happening is ARM template is getting generated and that will get saved. We'll click on OK. That will get saved in the ADF publish branch. You remember when I was setting up the repository, we saw something called as ADF underscore publish branch. So this is the process where we are actually generating the ARM template that is getting saved in the branch ADF publish. At the same time, it is getting deployed to the data factory. Now it says publishing completed. Now see generating ARM template. Okay. Okay, generating ARM template has succeeded as well. So first it did a publish to the live mode. After that, it published the code to the ADF publish branch. Just see here, I'll go to the code. Okay, ADF publish. Okay, just few seconds ago, there was some change, right? And you can see this is the ARM template. So one will be the parameter file, one will be the template file. Now also, let's go to the live mode. Now the changes would be present. You see this, right? So did you understand the deployment architecture? Actually, I was explaining about the deployment architecture. Was it clear? Overall process? Okay, just observe here. This is the process that I did, right? So I took a copy into my branch, which is called as dev branch. I took a copy from master branch. Once I did the commits, right, I raised a pull request Once it is merged, I did a publish, isn't it? When I did a publish, that code got published in the dev mode or the data factory mode. At the same time, it generated ARM templates into the publish branch. So you can see here, publishing completed. Post that, it generated ARM template. Again, see, publishing, once it is successful, it actually generates the ARM template and moves it to the publish branch, which is ADF publish by default. Is it clear to everyone? So far you are with me, right? This is the architecture which is there in the model as well, right? The same thing I'm explaining. So once you understand how to perform these things manually, you can automate this process to an extent as well. But was this process clear? Okay. Now say if you have CI/CD in place, right? After this entire process is done, the code is just sitting in the ADF publish, right? The template is there in the ADF publish. So if something is there in ADF publish, what you should do? You should take that branch into account and do a release management. So you see, that is the artifact for us. Whatever is there in ADF publish becomes our artifact. So release will actually take that artifact, those ARM template file and parameter file, and then publish the same thing into test environment and production environment. Assumption is we have three environment: dev, test, and production. So dev is the place you will collaborate your repository. The rest of the places, it will be deployed as a part of release management process. Okay, so this is the architecture of data factory deployment model. This is what I wanted to explain, right? The end-to-end process of GitHub. Okay, what if two users are working on the same data factory? They can work on the same data factory, but let's say there is a single data set that you both have worked upon, right, in the same sprint. So then merge conflict might come up. But if your project team is working on this data factory, right, as a common thing, you guys would understand it. What is the commonality where you're touching on certain common code, right? And you will work it out together. But from a repository perspective, you may get a merge conflict. Then you guys have to talk to each other and solve the conflict. Whose version you need to take, all those things will come into picture. But that's the common scenario with everything, right? If you're working in SQL database, you have added a column in a table, that other person have added another column. So when merging, obviously you guys will get a merge conflict. You have to resolve it yourself, right? So when merging, you can take code from both the places and add both the columns. Actually, there is a possibility to, but you have to merge it yourself. In data flow, Subhankar has a question. In data flow, are we using only Spark SQL? So it's not just Spark SQL. So yes, you will be able to use many more things like data frame operation. So when we discuss about Databricks, right, I'll cover a lot of things on data frame. So data frame operations also can happen in data flow. End of the day, it is all Spark SQL only, because as a data engineer, you would be using Spark SQL only, right, for solving many more things. So data frame will also be part of. When I say SQL, don't think that we are using SQL code, but Spark SQL will take care of all the table or data frame related operation. So for now, just think that data frame is like a table. Any operation that you perform on a table, the similar operation can be performed on a data frame as well. Which is more better? Okay, data warehouse. But what is the second option, Nara? Oh, you mean to say DevOps or the GitHub? Is among these two things you're asking, is it? Which one is better? Okay. So you can use Azure DevOps. I will rate Azure DevOps more than GitHub, because DevOps is a full-blown package, right? Where you can actually create CI/CD pipelines. Then you can have the task management system, create features, user stories. So I will anytime go with Azure DevOps. But GitHub is purely a repository management system. That's the thing. Okay, let's move on. Let me talk about Cosmos DB, right? So you guys remember when we discussed about this particular thing, right? What was that? Yes, yeah. When we discussed about the storage account, we had a layer called as table API, right? Table API. So table API was used to store NoSQL data, isn't it? How many of you guys agree that table storage was helpful in storing NoSQL data? You guys agree to me? Table storage? Yes or no? Okay. So yes, table storage was meant to store NoSQL data. Anything unstructured, you were able to save in NoSQL and in the table API. Similarly, Cosmos DB is an enterprise level application where you can store unstructured data. When we say unstructured data, it will be like a JSON kind of data, right? Where in one document you may have some properties, while in the other document you may not even have that data. But because it is unstructured, a set of documents of different metadata can still be kept under a database. Okay, let's say Cosmos DB or let's say Table API, it's all the same. Now, what is the advantage of Cosmos DB over any other on-premise tools like MongoDB, Cassandra, DocumentDB? Obviously, this is a PaaS instance, right? Platform as a service instance, where you would be able to manage the things through portal. Okay, the infrastructure part you don't have to think at all, because if you're dealing with MongoDB, which is a on-premise tool, you still have to install few things in your virtual machine. You need a virtual machine with a good configuration, and you have to define your disaster recovery solution. You have to introduce SLA, proper SLA, and gain trust with the customer. But then if you use Azure Cosmos DB, all the SLA security models are already coming to you. At the same time, Azure is also telling you that you will get some millisecond based response if you have proper indexing strategy, indexing and partition strategy. If you have all of these things together, then you will get a response immediately in the form of millisecond. At the same time, you can create high availability Cosmos DB as well, right? For example, let's say you are using Amazon.com to purchase some products, right? So how fast those product names comes into your search box, right? It's so fast that you search for something, you will definitely get some 15 to 20 products immediately, right? In the drop down. Why does it come so fast? Is it using SQL? No way, right? It may not be using SQL, but it may be using something like Cosmos DB. Okay, and at the same time, people from India, people from US, people from Singapore, Australia, everyone would be using the same Amazon.com, right? So how does the data come so fast irrespective of where you are? So if you're using Cosmos DB, you can set up high availability zones across the geography. So if my primary is in US, I can also set up one replica in Europe, the UK, then I can set up in Australia, India, wherever I want to, right? Wherever Azure data center is present, I can keep my replicas. When creating Cosmos DB, I'll showcase you that particular option as well. So the definition itself says, right, Azure Cosmos DB is Microsoft's globally distributed multi-model database service. Okay, globally distributed, I just mentioned it, that you can host the same database replica across the geography. That is why it is saying globally distributed. Multi-model database. Now, this has its own meaning. Let's say you have come from a MongoDB world, right? And suddenly you're asked to choose Azure Cosmos DB. So your knowledge will still be intact, because even if you're using Azure Cosmos DB, you can use Mongo API to use. If you have programming language on MongoDB, the same MongoDB code can be used to query on Cosmos DB. Similarly, if you are from SQL background, there is a SQL API to do so. If you are from Cassandra API, Cassandra DB, you will be able to use Cassandra API to query on Cosmos. So this is an encapsulated layer basically. Underlying data is still in the form of JSON, but you may use SQL API, you can use Mongo, Cassandra, there is another called as Gremlin API. You will be able to use all this programming language to query on the common data. The data is sitting still in the form of JSON. It's about API that you choose. So that is why it is telling multi-model database. And it is saying with a single click, Cosmos DB enables us to elastically and independently scale throughout and store across any number of Azure regions worldwide. So yes, it is also told as planet scale because you can replicate the same database across. Data will be stored in the form of JSON. Multi API, which means I can use Mongo API, Cassandra, SQL API. So, and it is NoSQL, which is not only SQL. And yeah, it is just demonstrating a single database used by multiple people across geography. Okay, suppose we have a database in US and there are users who are using it across the globe. Any user who is in US can access the database faster as compared to users who reside in other geographical areas. Obvious case, IO time would be more. Now, to solve this problem, so you can see here, we can replicate the primary database in secondary zones here. And then people across, right, they can query the data faster compared to the old setup. Now you can do faster these things, right? At the same time, you can set up write on the secondary databases as well. So by default, it is read-only databases, the secondary. But if you want to make it write only, you will be able to do so. I will showcase all those things when I'm setting those things up, right? Having said this, yeah, let me go ahead and simulate the process of creation, right? So let me click on create. Okay, so which API best suits your workload? This is the first thing that it is being asked. The layout keeps on changing, but we can go with any API. If your background is from SQL, you can choose SQL. Otherwise, you can choose MongoDB API as well. Whatever is your comfort, you can choose that. Okay, so I'll click on create. Okay, I'm trying to choose a Mongo API. You can go with SQL API as well. So I'll select a particular resource group. Okay, I will name my account. Remove its account. Okay, then West US is fine. I can choose any location, and version is okay. Global distribution, geo redundancy, multi-region, right? So I can enable this option. So which means that if I enable, then I will be able to host the database across the world. Multi-region, right? Whenever I host additional replicas, I can make those replicas right as well. Initially, if I disable this, it will be only read only. But if I enable this, it can be meant for write as well. Networking, the same concept like I explained during storage account as well as in SQL. Right? Let's select all network, which is public endpoint. Backup policy, you know, right? So how often you would like backups to be performed? So just in case of disaster recovery, right? So I can say every 24 hours, please back up my code. Backup retention, when once it is backed up, I may want to back up for 30 days of time, right? 30 days or hours, whatever I want to specify. Backup retention is 30 days, because more the copies you keep, more is the cost incurred, right? So just choose a wise number. And then encryption. So by default, Microsoft will encrypt your data at rest. This is common to storage account as well as SQL. But if you want to encrypt using your own key, you can do so by selecting the appropriate key from the key vault. Then tags, I explained all these things earlier, right? It provides an additional dimension to report in terms of billing cost, etc.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
And then you can review once all the things are specified, right? Yeah, once all the things are clearly specified, you can go ahead and create. Yeah, click on create, and you would see that the deployment has started. So once the deployment is finished, we can see some additional properties of Cosmos DB, which I'll talk in a while. Okay. Okay. There is a question: any disadvantage of using Cosmos DB? So I don't see any disadvantage, but one thing that I have faced personally, which I can tell you, by default, right, the document size is there is a particular limit in the document size. I think it is not more than 2 MB or something. I'll just verify. Just it is not on top of my mind, but document size limit. This is something. Okay, 2 MB, great. This is what I mentioned. It 2 MB is the maximum document size. What do I mean by this? So I will just annotate to explain. So because it is NoSQL, your documents will be like this, right? So name, let's say you specify your name, age, etc. So this will be your JSON document, unstructured JSON document. So it says that the maximum size of one JSON document will not be more than 2 MB. So this is one restriction. So I'll tell you, there was a customer of mine who were using MongoDB. And my job was to actually help them easily migrate into Azure Cosmos DB. And yeah, and I understood that they require more space and more than 2 MB because it was a ticketing management system. And because if it is a ticketing management system, people will post a lot of comments. And if it doesn't go through resolution, the ticket history will be huge, right? And that way the document size was coming around something around 16 MB or so. So it was not an easy migration. So then we had to re-architect in order to migrate from MongoDB to Cosmos DB. So that was one limitation that I faced. But this limitation has its own advantage as well. Microsoft already says, right, you will get a millisecond based response. That response will only come when your document size is less, right? That is implicit, isn't it? Do you agree? If document size is higher, then obviously the amount of time taken to retrieve the data will be also higher. So Microsoft cannot promise to give you a millisecond based response then. So maybe due to that reason, I always attributed that, okay, this size is with respect to that SLA that they have come up with. Okay. So this was with respect to my personal experience that I have come across. Then can we now create a release pipeline in ADF after we have artifacts? Yes, definitely. You can go ahead and create your artifacts. Yeah. So artifact is nothing, right? Like when you're creating CD pipeline, continuous deployment pipeline, you will take artifact from the ADF publish. Okay, then just point it to the data factory in test or production, and you would be able to release your code as well. And then if you want to search something fast, right? Like you can set up the products in Cosmos DB collection. Just consider to be collection as a table. Okay, in SQL we call as table. In Cosmos we call as collection. So just think that under a collection, if I keep all my products, right, then to search product from a collection is always faster compared to search from a table. So that can be one use case. So you might have a particular portal where you have a search box. So people, when they search, you can link the search box to your Cosmos DB collection. The search will be faster compared to SQL if you have a lot of data, because here the restriction is there, plus the replicas are there. You will retrieve the data faster. Okay, I'll close this. Let me go here. The deployment is still underway. So what I can do, I'll open one of the Cosmos DB. Yeah, this is one of the Cosmos DB that I don't want to waste time here, right? So, okay, once Cosmos DB is created, you will see many more options, right? Like this overview, activity log, you already know, access control, you already know. If I want to provide access to someone, group, or service principal, I can do so here. Tags, diagnose and solve problem. If you are encountering some regular problems, you can come here and then find out your root cause, right? If not, raise a support ticket by going here, new support request. Okay. Then quick start is just to help you on some connection string. If you're doing some programming, right, using .NET, Node.js, Mongo Shell, how do you connect to this Cosmos DB? So it just gives you the starter code, and using this you would be able to get connected to this Cosmos DB. Then data explorer is very important. I'll come back here definitely. So connection, so this contains all the password, primary, secondary, all those things will be present here. I can regenerate the password as well, right? So yeah, this is one such use case. Which is replicate data globally. This is important. So at this point of time, I have hosted my primary database in East US location, right? I can set up secondary location in India as well. You can see here. Okay, you can see I'm trying to set up in central India, but I have not saved. I can add some additional locations as well. Okay. At the same time, if I set multi-region write to enable, then all these locations will be meant for write as well. So currently I'm disabling, which means write location is the primary one and rest all will be secondary, which is read only. Understood everyone? You guys got it, right? Okay. Then there is second option. This is another option, which is default consistency. I will explain about this as well. How many of you have doubt on transaction system, like, because we'll have lot of replicas, right? If I write somewhere in one database, how is it getting replicated to the other databases? Did you guys get this question in mind? Obviously it has to sync, right? But how exactly it is syncing is the question. So the sync process is actually dependent on the consistency model that we are going to adopt. Okay, it starts with eventual, it goes till strong, right? But it all depends on what we select. So for me, the best one is session, but it all depends on what domain you are dealing with. Now let's say when to choose eventual and what is eventual. So eventual is, let's say I will just annotate. Yeah, let's say there is a server A and there is a server B. Okay, when I'm posting messages here, M1, M2, M3 in this particular order, whatever order I have specified, the same order I'm specifying, then the messages would be eventually written in the server B, in the replica database B, but I cannot guarantee on the order. It might be that M3 might come first, M1, then M2. But then with respect to my domain, it should be okay for me to choose eventual, because eventual doesn't guarantee you the order of the writes, right? That's why it all depends on what domain you are in. But again, what is the advantage of eventual? Can anybody tell me? Should it be not fast? Because it doesn't manage any kind of ordering. It should be very fast, right? The messages from A to B should be very fast, right? It doesn't have any rules, restrictions, right? Whatever messages are posted in A immediately comes to B without any rules, checks, imbalance. Right? So this is the best in terms of speed, but not in terms of ordering. So in domains where ordering is very important, you cannot ever choose eventual, especially in the banking sector or any most of the sectors, it will not fit into eventual. But when will it fit into eventual? Let's say I'm doing an inventory management system, right, where I keep on counting what are the number of products coming into, right? So let's say I'm sitting in A, right, and I can immediately punch in the system saying I got product P1. Okay, product P1, product P2. Then I see product P1. I punched in product P1. Then when I receive the same thing in B, does the order really matters? End of the day, I should make sure that the message just gets written here, but ordering doesn't matter for me. In some of the inventory management system, can I adopt eventual? You guys agree to me? Or did you guys not understand what I just mentioned? In the inventory management system, where it is just about counting the number of products received in the inventory, this eventual I can choose, right? Because it is just about counting the number of products. Got it, right? Okay. No problem. It is clear then, right? But then going to consistent prefix. So consistent prefix is one level higher than eventual, but the order will be maintained. So whatever order we go into, right? Like let's say A, B database, M1, M2, if I write, I'm 100% sure the write will be maintained here. What is the best use case? Can you tell me? Consistent prefix is best in a particular domain. Can you guys tell me what it can be? Any domain examples that you can think of? Banking, is it? Okay. Okay, I understood, Nitish, what you're saying. Ordering is maintained, but the time taken will still be there, right? So it might take some, let's say, 10 milliseconds to 30 milliseconds of time before this message goes into B. But are you okay with that? If it is a banking sector, are you okay with this latency? No, right? banking is a critical sector in terms of debits, credits. Even within just seconds of time, if there is a difference and somebody is doing a transaction, it will go incorrect. E-commerce, okay, e-commerce, I can think about e-commerce. Yeah, I will tell you, okay, the perfect example for this. Can we attribute messaging application? If somebody is trying to put a message to you over Messenger, right? May it be WhatsApp, may it be Facebook Messenger, etc. So what is important? There might be some seconds delay, it is still fine, but the ordering should be maintained, right? Otherwise, the meaning of the messages might also change. Does it make sense to use consistent prefix in messaging application? If you're all you're using Cosmos DB for this, the receiver will be okay if it is just 1-2 seconds delay, but you're not okay with the different order. Order is always maintained in consistent prefix. Okay, that is one use case. Then let me talk about strong. I'll come to session later. I'll talk about strong. Now, strong is the super consistent model. Okay, it means Niti specified about banking, right? Banking can be attributed to strong. So let's say, again, I'll draw the diagram here. We have database A, database. These are all A databases only. Just I'm demarcating A, B as replicas. Okay, so let's say that message M1 and M2 has come in there. So it will not commit into A. So the message has to travel to B. The order has to be maintained, and then the commit will happen simultaneously at the exact millisecond, whatever time you say, right, microsecond or nanosecond. At that same nanosecond, the messages has to be committed, and that is strong. You get the point. What is strong? So for banking sector, is it not the best use case to use strong? Finance, banking, it's absolute gold, right, for using strong in Cosmos DB for this. And yes, what is the caveat? The caveat will be the speed will be little lesser compared to what you would get in eventual, obviously, right? Because it has its own rules to play with. The messages has to travel to all the replicas. Here I'm just demonstrating 2 replicas or just 1 replica. If you have 7 replicas, then the messages should be committed to all the 7 replicas at the same time. That's why there might be a little delay in committing the transaction. But then the domain itself is a very strong one, right? Like finance or banking, you should be okay with this much amount of delay, but accuracy should be your highest priority, right? Yes, it will acknowledge it. When it is committing, it will definitely complete the transaction after acknowledgement. Then there might be some domain where you will say that to just incorporate little bit of fastness, right? Because strong might be little slow. To incorporate a little speed in the transaction, so you may propose the customer that, okay, when I'm committing, the replicas may commit with a maximum lag time of 5 seconds or by 100 operations. I can say 10 operations also, whatever number you can give. So this is almost with strong, but if customer is okay with this much amount of lag and maximum number of operations, right, whatever you specify, then you can go with bounded staleness as well. But for banking, obviously, this is not the use case. For some other domain, you may use. Make sense to everyone? What is bounded staleness? It will be obviously fast compared to strong because you can introduce a particular delay here, right? But customer should be okay with that. Now I will talk about session. Session is actually a combination of consistent prefix and strong or bounded staleness, I would say. So when it is strong, so let's say that East US has a location, right? Like let's say a session A and session B coming in the East US location itself, right? So what there is high possibility that it might be strong in the same location. So people connecting in East US will still consider or think that it is a strong, consistent model. But when you go with another location like any other location like West Central US or North Central US below, right, there might be some delay like bounded staleness. So it is actually using the combination of strong, bounded, and consistent prefix also. Consistent prefix because the ordering is still maintained. And then the delay of strong versus bounded staleness. If you're in the same location, strong. If you're in other location, then yeah, a little bit of bounded staleness. So for most of the use cases that I have worked with, right? Like I have worked on steel manufacturing company. I have worked on some other human rights domain, basically not company, but the domain. So I am okay with using session, and it is still fine for me. But you should not go with eventual if it is a strong domain. If it is a very strong domain like finance or banking, you should go with strong. But then it is kind of a trade-off in terms of speed, and at the same time ordering, performance, all those things will be trade-off for you. I hope this is clear, right? But as and when you more use on consistent model, right, you will get more clarity. Now, what are the other important properties? Let me showcase that. Logs you already know. Delete and read-only log. It's the same. Browse data explorer. In the data explorer section, I'll explain about these options, so no need to think. Scale is important. Okay, scale I'll tell you. Now, this actually talks about the configuration only. So now I'll talk about one more property called as request unit. So let me annotate the diagram. So something called as request unit. You guys remember for database, it was DTU, database transaction unit. So similarly, here we call as request unit. So more is the CPU, more is the IO, you need more request unit. Sorry, up, right? Up arrow, more request unit. And similarly, if more is the configuration for CPU and IO, you will get more DTU. So the same concept here, just that here we call it as request unit. And there is a particular mapping which I need to talk. So you guys remember it. I mentioned that here we have documents. Right? What is the analogy between SQL if I say? So database in SQL is also called as database in Cosmos DB. Table in SQL is called as collection here. Collection. And then records or rows in table is called as documents here. I've been using the word document for some time now, right? So just understand whenever I refer to a document, you may correlate that with a record. Collection to table, database to database. Now I'll correlate documents with a request unit. So what is the analogy from document with respect to request unit? If I want to read 1 KB of document, it will require 1 request unit. If I want to write 1 KB of document, write, this is read. If I want to write 1 KB of document, it will require 5 request unit. This is the analogy. So basically, you do more amount of IO operations, input, output, you may require a lot of request unit. So that is the analogy here. I will come to that again. I will perform some input output, right? You would see that there. Then let me do one more thing. Just give me one moment. I'm just noting down. I need to cover monitoring and alerting also, right? So just I have noted that down. Okay. So what we can do is there is a data explorer section here. This is the most important section in Cosmos DB. In storage account, we had storage explorer. In database, we had query editor. Here we are having data explorer. So we are already in this particular account, right? This is called as account. Okay, the Cosmos DB, whatever we have created so far is an account. And we can create multiple databases in the same account. So I just chose new database and then selected the database name. And then there is 2 options, auto scale and manual. So you can set to manual to be very much predictable in terms of cost. But this is RU, right? Request unit. If you're writing more and you're going more than 400, definitely you are going to get a throttle issue. But whenever your system is unpredictable, you can go with auto scale, which means maximum it can use 4,000, but minimum it will start from 0, right? And whatever you use is what you pay. But generally, I go with manual when it is just about showcasing few things, right? So I go with manual so that my cost is at least the maximum of 400 request unit. And if it is required to be more, I will choose a more request unit. Okay, this way I clicked on OK, and then I got the database here. Let me again open Data Explorer, new collection, and then use existing database which I have created. I don't know, I created, but it is not visible. Did I not click on OK? Okay, let me recreate the database. Just give me one moment. Okay, order DB and manual 400. Click on OK, and then it is in the process of getting created. Okay, great. Now, when I'm doing new collection, which is nothing but creating a table, right? In SQL, I will call that as a table. Here I'm calling it as a collection. I can give the collection name. Let's say I'm giving the collection name as orders. And then it is asking me to put a shared key. Okay, so in SQL world, I will call something as horizontal partition key. Here in NoSQL world, we call it as shared key. So in orders table, if you remember earlier we played with orders, right? So there is a column called as customer ID. I will choose customer ID. Okay, and then click on OK. So shared key is nothing but horizontal partition key. Just that in NoSQL, we call it a shared key. Whenever you think about shared key, it is nothing but the horizontal partition key in SQL. Okay, so the collection is also created, I believe. Data, order DB, and collection. See, right? And under collection, obviously, we'll have a lot of documents. And if I expand this, you see customer ID is the partition key for us, horizontal partition key for us. Now, before explaining this, right, I have to demonstrate one thing called as logical versus physical container. This is something you should know. Okay, I'll annotate. Whenever you are trying to post a lot of documents in this particular collection, end of the day, everything is sitting in the container. Okay, so everything is sitting in the physical container. PC, I'm saying it as, okay, physical container. But you won't be exposed to physical container. Instead, you will be exposed to logical container. So then every logical container would be of 10 GB in size. Okay, and then obviously logical would be mapped to physical container. So these things are architecture based, which is not at all visible to you. Okay, just think that whenever I'm posting documents here, so all those things will go to the logical container. Obviously, logical container will get a mapping to physical container. Maximum size of each and every logical container will be 10 GB in size. And one more rule, we set the sharded key, right? So every shared key will be one logical container. So if my customer ID is repeating, right, C1, 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 all those three documents will be sitting in one logical container. Now, when a new customer comes up, which is C2, 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 and so on, so those 4-5 sets of C2 records or C2 documents will sit in another logical container. This brings me to one more conclusion. Every partition key that you specify will get one logical container. Now, you can put your use cases to do a mapping of partition, right? How would you do a horizontal partitioning in terms of SQL, right? You may do it in terms of geography. So every geography will have a lot of customers. So you may choose USA or India or Australia as one form, right, for partitioning one candidate. You can think about that as well. But my goal of explaining you this is to explain you logical container and physical container. But every logical container will be of 10 GB size. In case your data size has gone so huge, right, you will get one more logical container. Just that one logical container size will be 10 GB in size. Okay, ID underscore ID is nothing but kind of a surrogate key, which it will generate in terms of GUID. And customer ID, I have to map from the source. And then that would land up here. I explained it. When you put a document in a collection, every partition will be one logical container. And logical would map to physical container. So that way it is a reference. James is asking a question. Is it also a primary key? You mean the shared key cannot be a primary key, but ID can be a primary key. I can map my source to underscore ID, and I can think that, yeah, ID is also primary key. But one thing, this if you're putting this primary key, right, this is primary to a partition. So let's say if there are 5 records of the same customer C1, C2, C3, C4, and C5, I have to place unique IDs for all of those. Let's say the unique ID is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now I have another customer ID with C2 as the value. I can again repeat with the same partition key. So same primary key. It means that primary key is with respect to a logical container. Does that make sense, James? Not to the entire collection, but it is to a logical container. Okay, guys, let's wrap up. Bye, everyone. Take care.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.